The podcast on Haunted Hill will contain spoilers and swearing.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
Please help us, Michael. Be one of us.
I didn't tell you my name.
Hang up.
I didn't tell them my name.
They're all a part of it. They're all parts of it.
Come. It is time to keep your appointment.
Hello and welcome to the podcast on Haunted Hill 1, episode 182. My name's Gav.
My name's Dan. I didn't even know you'd pressed record. That took me by surprise.
Yeah, and I actually tried to just say 182 without saying episode. Just go, it's podcast 182, which still works, but...
We're jumping into it. We're jumping in.
It's amazing that I've always been the opening voice to do the numbers and to do the slight bit of thinking. And fuck it up generally 60% of the time. So
You do, but that's why we love you. And the only reason I can tell you is because I've got it written down, and I make sure.
It's the same with Sarah. As soon as I start with her, I was literally like, "What is it?" And I can still get it wrong though. She tell me literally the next second. I'll press record and get it wrong. But anyway, ladies.
Anyway.
Gents, aliens, non-genders, spacemen, fucking octopus, octopi.
Bigfoot.
Is octopus octopi?
Multiple octopus or octopi.
Oh.
If you've got more than one, then you've got a couple of octopi over
an
there.
An individual octopus isn't just an octopus, right?
Yeah.
Well, octopus, Octopussy. Do you remember that one? That was a good one.
I do. Your dad went to the cinema to see that.
Yeah. Anyway, everybody, are you well? Happy? Safe? Happy again? Really happy? Gay? That's happy. Dan, are you gay?
Always for you.
Thank you.
This is episode 182. I almost did it then. And yeah, I'm excited to be here. It's another patron pick. Always fun when one of our patron supporters jumps in and tells us what to watch. So we're excited to do that. You already know you clicked on this, but as always, I will say now what we're watching. So Sheila is our newest patron, in fact. So this is her first ever patron pick. So we bumped her up the list rather than her wait all the way to the end, back of the queue. You know what it's like. So yeah, she's picked two devilish movies for us to dissect.
We did
episode.
Want her to get into the far queue, which is the far queue, not fuck you, but that is the far queue at the end. Yeah. It's far away.
Or I don't know if they say queue in America. I think they just say get in the line, don't they? But
yeah, I think everybody looks at us English people as like some crazy people who like to queue up in line all the time and just be civilised. We do, and we get really uptight if someone steps in or something like that.
Like that lady in the cinema I told you about.
But we're so polite, we won't say anything. We just get really angry, and when we get home, we just tell someone about it and be really angry.
Well, that happened to me. I took the kids out for dinner yesterday, and I went up to get another ice cream for Jack, and someone pushed in front of me, and then a second person pushed in front of me. I didn't say anything. I just waited to be served. Then I went back to the table and said to my wife, two people pushed in front of me. I didn't say anything to the people or the staff because I'm too polite. But let me get the crown out of the box, the patron pick crown, and here it is. It was a bit dusty.
We didn't even hear that one.
Oh, okay. Well,
let me do it for you.
Didn't hear it either. Strange. But here is the crown, Sheila. I'm placing this on your imaginary head.
Thank you, Sheila. You do actually have a head.
She does have a head. Yeah, not an imaginary head.
You don't have an imaginary head. That'd be weird.
But we're placing the crown on your head. For this episode, you are the Queen Patron.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. And you have selected a couple of movies, one of which Gab is a big fan of, and actually I am now. I've seen it a few times.
Yeah, I really love it. I don't own it, weirdly.
So we will be dissecting 1999, that year. We've talked about that year a lot. Sixth Sense, Blair Witch, Matrix, so many things come out. But also that year, The Ninth Gate came out with Mr. Johnny Depp, directed by Roman Polanski, and that's all we shall say of him. the dirty git. But yeah, so we're going to be taking a look at The Ninth Gate from 1999. And sticking with a devilish theme, she's also asked us to take a look at a more recent film with Russell Crowe, called The Pope's Exorcist from 2023. Weirdly, he made 2 Exorcist movies in about 2 years, didn't he?
Well, actually, no. I can tell you the fact on that. The one that came out afterwards was actually made years before and shelved. Apparently nothing to do with the production team, nothing. It literally had nothing to do. But because that came out and it did okay, they were like, now, get it out there. So people would have been duped into it. And I haven't seen it, but I just know about that.
I've heard it's awful.
Yeah, totally different thing, apparently.
So I'm not that bothered about watching it yet. But The Pope's Exorcist is fun. That was my second time watching it for this episode. So we'll talk all about that as well. So yeah, thank you, Sheila. Really good couple of picks. And obviously we've got your email to read out just before we go into the first trailer. But before we do that, as we like to do when we get together, we get our beards together and rub them all together and discuss what we've been doing and what we've been watching. First off, talking of rubbing beards or not, I've had COVID again, Gav.
Yeah, I know.
I've been ill. My wife had it first, and then she gave it to me. Told her not to kiss me. But I'm feeling better. Only yesterday was my first negative test. We don't really test anymore.
But the thing is,
because of kids and
you still
work
have
and stuff.
2 4-year-old twins to look after.
Yeah. Oh God,
fuck
I
that.
know.
Not fuck that as in looking after them in general, but I said fuck that as in with COVID looking after them.
Yeah, it was hard. I took Jack to the skate park. I sent you some videos of him on his scooter.
No, it's good that he's getting used to transitions and stuff.
Angles. And then we took them to dinner, and then we took them to a few other places. We just took them all over like we do really on the weekends.
Did you spread COVID everywhere?
Yeah. Well, I was negative on Sunday, but we were out in the open most places. I said I didn't want to go in any soft plays or anything like that on Saturday, but on Sunday when I was getting negative results, I felt a little bit more okay about it. But the thing is, you can go anywhere now with COVID. I can go into the office. You know, the kids went into nursery. You know, they weren't really showing full symptoms, so they carried on going into nursery. But anyway, that was my third bout.
The last time it happened for me, I remember my ex-wife just messaging me, I think you've been a bit cautious now. You could probably go do stuff. Yeah, well, I'm just being cautious. And I said, I've just got everybody has to fuck off and leave me alone. So I'll just push this for as long as I can, yeah?
Well, it was my third round with it, and it was the worst one. The first time I had it, back in 2021, was a breeze, and the second time was a little bit worse. But this time around, fucking hell, really knocked me for 6. But that's that. And you've got an injury at the moment, haven't you?
Oh, only today I fucking pulled my bag, so I'm just fucking sitting here uncomfortably. But it's fine. Don't worry about me and stuff like that. It's boring. Do you know? I was with the kids over the weekend, and one of them at some point pissed me off, and I thought, "What? That's it. I'm going to talk to Dan about this as a subject on the podcast." And this has happened for years, and I've never done it because I always forget 10 minutes later about the incident because it's so often. You know, it's not so often they piss me off, but do you know what I mean? I've had kids for 18 years now, so.
So do you remember what the subject is for this one?
No.
Brilliant.
So there we go. No, I'm just saying to you.
I love that you remembered.
That I need to say it, but I don't remember what it is.
Tell me
yeah.
That is you.
It's just life stuff. I think it's just kids and just being hard, just being a dad. But I think this is not the podcast for hard being a dad. Hard being a dad sometimes. It's not. No, it's hard being a parent sometimes. And the kids nowadays and the way their mentality is with short form content and YouTube and stuff like that, and them just really being like, no, dismissive straight away. No, that'd be rubbish. No, that's rubbish because they're fucking got the drug hooked into their eyes.
If it doesn't hook them in within 10 seconds, that's it. I
said to Elijah at the weekend, I was like, right, short form content like TikTok and the shorts on YouTube, yeah. You know what it's doing? What? So what do you think? And we went through it and I said, yeah, it's making your brain fucking shit. It's going to get smaller. It's not good for the developmental process for your brain because he's 11. So I was like, right, you need to police this yourself, yeah? Stop doing it so much. He went, yeah, okay, fair enough. And it's good because he understands what I'm saying. He knows I'm not being a dick. Oh, it's getting hot in here. I have to get that fan on in a bit.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, it's just stuff like that. But it's not this isn't the podcast for it, and that's just me venting.
No, look,
it's me venting.
Our listeners like us talking about stuff. Sometimes
I just think, Phil, it's just the kids nowadays with social media. Well, not social media at all, because my kids don't really have social media. Well, TikTok, I suppose, but they don't post shit really. Do you know what I mean? But it's just the short form. Next video.
I can link that roughly into something. I was watching something earlier where they were discussing why there has been a drop off in box office revenue.
Yeah, well,
in the last couple of years.
Exactly the reason.
And it's because since COVID, some people have forgotten how to behave in public. So people don't really want to pay, because obviously cinema prices have gone up as well with the cost of living crisis. People don't really want to pay a lot of money to go and sit in a room full of strangers who don't really have any respect, and they're on their phones. Some of them are even taking phone calls during the movie, or they're like being loud or talking to each other. And it is partly that a generational thing, whereas during that COVID time, some of those people were sort of becoming older teenagers and think that you can live life like you do on social media, and there's no consequences for actions. You can hide behind your keyboard. But also, obviously, cost of living is the biggest reason for the drive down in revenue in box office, because they're sort of panicking like, oh no, the Fantastic Four might not make 200 billion. Well, no, it's still going to make a lot of money though, isn't it? But don't worry about that.
Yeah, well, it's because obviously they Marvel obviously still. I don't know if they still think that they're in the height of their time. Well, no,
it's not
time.
Marvel. It's the whole.
But I'm saying that I know that particular model for that film. They because they probably recoup the cost, because they were used to making lots. Not everyone's going to be thinking that much.
But movies don't
in general,
make as much
I agree.
anymore.
Yeah.
And then you've got like different cinemas offering different formats of films like IMAX and various. But people don't really want to pay that when you could just wait just a month or two now, and then you've got it in your own home with a setup that is perfect. A lot of people have got really good setups in their houses.
Absolutely. I've got a projector as well. Do you know what I mean? I could just, even with a good set of headphones, I could plug that straight into projector, and you've got fucking sounds. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's a good segue into a film that I watched this week. Last week it was. It's a week today we watched it. Tuesday. Sarah and I went and watched a new Naked Gun film. I've heard
really good things.
Because I wasn't even going to bother. So I saw the trailer first, and I was like, "That's not funny." And I was like, "I'm gonna," because Sarah and I don't ever go to the cinema to watch a comedy movie. Whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? I was trying to say horror then, but it was coming out as comedy. Horrody. And is that a new genre? Horrody.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah. So we did it, and we turned up, and we thought it was cheaper. It's like, it's half term. She's like, "Oh no, that's £25 for me and Sarah to go." And it's a bit like, so I was like, "Well, it'd be alright if I get 12 laughs, £1 a laugh. That'd be right. I'll be happy with that." I got about 3. But yeah, so it was one of those things, and like, so Sarah's like, "Do you want to pay it?" And the woman's like, "Do you want to?" Like, even she was like, and I was like, "Yeah, no, we're here. Like, if we can turn that up, it's fine." Because we thought it was like £8 a ticket. And I was like, "No, it's fine." And we went and watched it. But I know what you mean. It was quite quiet on a Monday when it was the £4.99 tickets. This was showcasing people. £4.99 on Monday. Every screening all day long was blocked out. Everyone was watching it. So it's quite a popular movie. So I think it's probably done okay. And there'll definitely be sequels, because you can do that with that film.
It's set to break some records for comedy, because no one really saw it coming.
It's a shame it's not that funny though.
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm hearing though. I'm hearing some really good things about it. And I'm not going to go to the cinema to watch it, but
I'd say wait to Netflix.
Apparently Liam and Pamela have really good chemistry, and apparently they're dating in real life. Yeah, they are, which is crazy.
Liam, he rang me up, told me. So,
did he?
Yeah.
It's
not that funny though. To be honest with you, it isn't. There's a couple of times I did laugh, but it's not. It's unfortunately they don't. The writers, I know Seth MacFarlane was like some producer, I don't know who's writing the jokes. They don't get the humour of the original Naked Guns. So like, Pam Anderson walks into the office and Liam says, take a chair. And she goes, "Oh no, I don't need one. I've got furniture in my house." It's like,
I think that's quite funny.
Yeah, but that's the way it was done was so horribly. It just no, that can be done better than that. But that's not a new joke though. That's so I don't know. They just
The problem is they are
haven't
trying
got it.
to. Those Naked Gun movies.
Well, they're catering
even
for
though
two
the last
audiences,
couple were
aren't they?
good,
That's the problem.
Yeah, it's hard to recreate that magic. Leslie Nielsen was just
No, he was great.
the best at that stuff.
Once someone said to him, well, what happened? Why did you become funny? And he said, I didn't become funny. People just started laughing at me.
Yeah, because he never plays
Because
it funny.
he still plays it serious throughout it.
Yeah. And that's what makes it so
The Naked Gun
funny.
movie, I'd say watch it. Yeah, it's on Naked Flix. That should be. On Netflix or something like that. Maybe watch it. But... yeah, I didn't get 12 laughs, so I got 3 laughs. So it'd been £3. That'd have been alright.
Did you ask for £9 back?
No. Sarah was. I think she thought a couple of bits were funny, but not really. So, yeah.
Well,
unfortunately, give me something you've watched.
Well, I'll talk about my worst film I've watched, and then I'll talk about the good stuff after that.
Oh,
It sounds
okay.
like
After that. I'll do my worst one I watched.
Oh, okay. So, in line with what we're talking about with this episode, devils and exorcisms, Netflix UK this week we got Exorcist Believer.
Oh. Sorry, sorry, listeners, for tapping the microphone there. Carry on, Dan.
And you know who the director is of that, don't you, Gav?
Yeah. Oh, well, we had this discussion a while ago. Yeah.
David Gordon Green.
He is completely out of the horror genre.
Yeah.
Totally now.
So I went into the Exorcist Believer because when I watched the Omen movie that came out recently, I was pleasantly surprised for that. It was quite fun. Some good scares in it. That was okay. Whatever it's called, Omen Legacy or whatever it was called. I don't know. It was all right. So I went into this thinking, well, if it's anywhere near as good as that, this is going to be okay. It started off okay. 10 minutes went in, 15 minutes went in, and I'm looking at my phone. I said to Alice, this isn't very good. There's a lot of money on the screen. It's really well produced, But what's happening here?
No substance.
All of a sudden, Chris McNeil, I can't remember the actress's name, shows up as her character from the first Exorcist film. Okay, they've thrown her in here now then, have they? What, the mum from the first Exorcist?
Yeah, I heard about that.
She comes in and starts
didn't
doing
want
an
to do
Exorcist.
it until they were going to give a ridiculous amount of money to a charity that she wanted them to give to, and she went, I'll do it.
They doubled her salary. Then they start throwing in the Tubular Bells, but like a remix of it, and I'm like,
right, we've got money, we've got a lot of bag of money, right, let's make a movie, bag of money, right, we take this, take that, but should we make a good film?
But the thing is, doing all these things, they're reminding you that I should probably just watch The Exorcist. So it got progressively worse and worse and worse and worse, and the effects were terrible. It was really unbelievable. The little girls that play the possessed girls, they give it everything they've got. Well done to them, but it's just like the greatest hits from the original movie, basically, but souped up. And I can see why he stepped away from making it a trilogy. Apparently, they are still going to make a trilogy, but somebody else will be directing it.
They're going to have to, because they spent such a ridiculous amount of money, Universal did, on the film. They acquiring the rights. They spent like $1 billion or some crazy things. They have to make it to recoup it, even for the tax purposes. Even if it's a tax write-off, they've got to fucking make them.
So I ended up giving it a 2 out of 10. And I really wouldn't recommend anyone watch it. It's really bad. Unless you want to laugh at how much money studios can just piss up a wall. Yeah. Because that's the frustrating thing about it. I kept saying this to my wife, who was sadly in the room getting annoyed with me, moaning about the film. I kept saying to her,
probably turn it fucking off though if you don't like it.
I was like, look how well produced it is. There's money there.
Yeah,
they just throw money away.
It doesn't matter, because like you could get the best fucking story in the world, and it's 2 actors in a room, and it costs literally no money, and the story's so encapsulating, you're like, oh my god, you're slightly absorbed by it, and it's just people talking. Money doesn't fucking do anything really. It helps, obviously, but
I think my final say on it is David Gordon Green shouldn't be allowed anywhere near, not even a horror film.
No, he's not.
Just take a break from your career, dude.
I wonder how, after losing so much money for Universal, if acquiring the rights to Exorcist, how if he is doing any more work or whatever he's doing now, how he is. I'm shocked how someone is if they've lost so much money. You'd be like, no, but then again, that's why he's not doing horror. He's probably like, you're safe in comedy or whatever the fuck you do. I don't really like his films anyway, but you're safe in what you
I like
do.
Pineapple Express.
I don't find it very good.
Oh, I do have one more final thing to say about it. It was so bad at times. It was like it was one of those, those movies that came out after American Pie, like Scary Movie. Like those movies that all came out, like Disaster Movie and Horror Movie, and all those ones that came out that were like piss take, like almost Naked Gun style movies. Disaster Movie. It was almost like that at one point. It was like, is this a comedy now? Because it was so bad. I was laughing at it, but not in a good way. I was like laughing at how bad it was. Yeah, don't watch it. Anyway, what's your worst film?
It's that werewolves movie with Frank Grillo.
Oh,
Fuck me. 20 minutes towards the end, I turned it off. I was like, Sarah, do you mind if I turn this off? I can't do it. It's fucking bollocks.
I really enjoyed it.
Got to the point when he was standing talking to a guy who looked like Rocksteady or Bebop, whoever it is, the big rhino punk from Mutant Ninja Turtles, but as a werewolf with a big punk ring. I was like, this is just fucking bullshit. It wouldn't have been as bad if the cameraman hadn't forgotten his glasses through the whole shoot and had to be so close to everybody the whole time. The camera's right in their face, the whole everything. It's like, I don't know where anyone is, what the geography is, what's going on. I have no idea. It's just close up. And I was like, oh, fuck this shit. I said to Sarah about it, I said, no, it's like The Purge. And like the werewolves turn and stuff like that. At the same 4 minute shot already. So, oh, that's quite interesting. I was like, I know, come on, let's get into it. So I watched it, and I was like, that concept's great. Whoever went, okay, I've got this concept. I'm going to write this movie. Isn't it? Yeah, so fuck that shit. So that's a fucking stinky thumb down for me.
Wow, I enjoyed it. Not like super enjoyed it, but it was like a
bullshit.
Good B movie for me.
Yeah.
But there we go. Well, let's get into what we've enjoyed recently, because we're bumming out our listeners. Don't watch that werewolf movie. I liked it.
I've got some good shit. I've got some good stuff I watched.
Yeah, me too. So the first one I want to talk about is almost a double bill. I'd never seen, and again, that magic year, 1999, here it comes again. I'd never seen Boondock Saints.
Yeah.
So I sat down the other night, just as I was on the cusp of getting ill. I was in the mood for it. I just wanted bit of time to sit down and process a film, and this film was fucking brilliant. It was like really guerrilla, almost a bit Pulp Fiction-y, Reservoir Dogs. You could feel that it was like an independent film, and I know there's a huge backstory which I won't get into behind it and the director, but it was just a really enjoyable Irish gangster flick set in America. It's just a really good film, Boondock Saints, and I know everybody in the world has seen it. I'd never seen it though, so I was really impressed with it, to the point that the following evening I realised that Netflix UK, as they do, they never have the first movie. They've always got the second or the third of a franchise. They've got Boondock Saints 2 on there, so I watched that, and that was almost as good. It wasn't quite, it was a little bit more. They played with like real life. I don't know. It was a bit more unbelievable at times. Characters can sort of jump out of windows and survive things, but still fun. But Boondock Saints, wow, I blew my socks off. Really enjoyed that. Really, really enjoyed that. I know you've seen it, and I know quite a lot of people online were saying, "Can't believe you've never seen it," but it was just brilliant.
Yeah, I saw it once. Then I watched that documentary of the director and stuff like that.
Yeah. So what else? What about you?
A good film that I discovered, which was a movie which in the 80s, when I went into the video store, I would see it on the shelves and I'd be like, oh man, I don't know, and I'd kind of miss it and go past it. And it's called American Gothic from 1987.
Oh, yeah.
You seen it?
I remember. I haven't seen it, but I can picture the
man and woman
on the VHS.
with the fork. Yeah. Now I didn't realise the woman is actually Lily Munster from the Munsters.
Oh wow!
The guy, so that's the mum in it, and then there's a dad. I don't know what the dad's name is. I'm not sure, but he was really, really good, like a proper good actor. And this movie was fucking good. It's only got 5.8 out of 10, but for me, I thought it was a really good film. It's on Prime, and I definitely recommend it. I'm just gonna read you the plot. After their seaplane malfunctions, a group of travellers make an emergency landing on an island in the Pacific Northwest and stumble across an isolated and psychopathic family.
Nice.
If you ever wanted to cover that, I would do that with you.
What year?
87.
Ooh.
So you got like it's a very 80s movie, you know. It's good. I'm just gonna say check that out if you're into want something 80s and you've not seen it before. It's nice to watch it.
Put it on my list.
Go on then, give us another one.
Well, 1986, the year before that, I thought I'd seen this movie. It's an Ozploitation film, and I hadn't seen it. And my God, was it good. Jesus Christ. It's called Fair Game.
Yeah.
And it's about a really hot Australian woman who is on a wildlife preserve. She looks after kangaroos. And there's a group of poachers, and she pisses them off, and they try and run her off the road a little bit, and then she does something back to them, and then it escalates to the point where they're just trying to kill her and try and rape and kill her. So it's a proper exploitation film. It's almost a bit spit on your grave at times. There isn't no spoiler. There isn't any rape or anything in it, but they do tie her to the front of a car at one point naked and drive her around to try and really scare her, and then they end up just trying to kill each other. So it's just this woman. She's like a Rambo by the end of it. She's like a proper Aussie chick, she's just like, no one's killing my kangaroos. But it's really, really, really good. It's got elements of Mad Max in it, and you'll see what I mean if you watch it because of the truck. It's got some Spielberg elements in it, and it's called Fair Game from 1986. It was on Prime. I think you have to rent it. But it was on my list. I thought I'd seen it. I'd never seen it, and I think we should cover it. I think we should go back to some Ozploitation.
Oh, let's do another Aussie episode, because I do like
I'd
watching.
love to do that.
Yeah, totally. I'm a big fan of Oz films, actually.
Yeah.
Funny enough, Sarah and I actually watched. I wasn't going to talk about it. Just remembered I didn't put it on my list. We watched again, which I've watched many times. Saw the premiere at Fright Fest. Storm Warning.
Storm Warning. That rings a bell.
It's a pretty good film. I've watched it with Sarah and a couple of times actually. I've watched that quite a few times. I quite like that film. Do you not know about that one?
I feel like I do.
It's the director who did like Wolf Creek and all that, and it's about a man and a woman, and their boat just gets stranded, and they same as what I was talking about actually, and they go up to this house and they go in there, but there's three blokes, real weird, perverted blokes, a dad and two sons, and they're growing weed, and then they just make the woman and the man strip off and tie them up into a shed and stuff and just fuck around. Do you not seen that film?
No, I haven't. That sounds good.
Oh, dude, you've got to watch Storm Warning. Put it on your list. That's a really good film. I've probably watched it 5 times maybe. I've seen that film.
2 for my list you've given me.
It's a good movie.
Just quickly going back to Fair Game, the other thing I wanted to mention is she does all her own stunts, the main woman in it. So she does all the horse riding, she's strapped to the front of cars.
But have you seen
she's
that,
doing it all.
Have you seen that Ozploitation documentary?
Of course, yeah.
And they talk about the stunts in it and the fact that they're like, everyone just do their own stunts most of the time. It's like, fucking, they're crazy fools.
Yeah.
Another film I saw, Mom from 1990. An LA man is shocked to discover that his loving and caring elderly mother has become a vicious monster. Essentially a vampire, really. She's bitten by, you'd know the guy, Brian James. You'd know him from Tango and Cash. He's one of the bad guys. You'd know him if you saw his face. You'd be like, oh, fuck yeah, you'd know.
Okay.
It wasn't a great movie. It was okay. It was quite a strange movie. I don't know if you know this one, Mom.
No, I don't. I know the film Mom, but that's the more recent
There's a few
film.
Moms.
Yeah.
It has a police detective in it who's a police detective in Fright Night who turns up to look around the house. The African American fella.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's okay, but another film which I thought was fantastic was Predator: Killer of Killers.
Yes, really good, isn't it?
I was like, I'll tell you what, I'll watch that movie with you if you like. I thought, thank you. So we sat and watched it together, and it's fine. It's because it's animation. Do you know what I mean? I said to him, see, it's 18 and we're watching it, and there's all that blood and gore, but you know not to kill people, don't you? He goes, shut up, Dad. Of course I don't. Okay then. Well, at least we're safe there. All right then, no worries, we can watch this. Anyway, watched it. Thought it was fucking amazing.
Yeah, really
that was
good.
a really, really fucking good animation film. Really good.
Because it's animated, they can do so much more. Obviously, you know.
Just the dog
the
fight.
budget.
The dog fight in the air.
Yeah, the dog fight's
It
great.
would be just, well, that's a lie. Nowadays with AI you can, but yeah, you could do it here quite nicely.
It just kind of ticks all the boxes that we want to see, like Vikings versus Predator,
Ninja.
ninjas and samurais, and then dogfights, and then the ending, the payoff ending, really, that final scene is great. And there's a deleted scene. This is a slight spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen it, but the deleted scene, all the characters, because it's an anthology, there's 3 short stories, and all the characters end up on a planet. And it kind of ends with them about to have to go into like a big arena against predators or monsters. But there's some frozen warriors, and there's a deleted scene that Dan Trachtenberg has revealed at Comic-Con the other weekend, where also in those capsules was Danny Glover's character, Schwarzenegger's character. I believe you do already see the girl from Prey, the Native American. Yeah. But there was a few characters from other Predator movies, and the plan was, and might still be, he says, because Predator Badlands is out soon as well, which is everyone's raving about, because apparently that's kicking off a whole new Predator versus Alien thing.
It doesn't not look good though.
Oh wow, I think it looks amazing.
That Predator does not look good.
Oh well, he's a young Predator. I like that they're doing something different.
I'm not gonna cast anything until I watch it.
I've got a soft spot for the Predators. Yeah, I absolutely love them.
Yeah, I have, but it depends on who's done it. Shane Black tried to do it again, didn't he? And that was fucking piece of shit that he made.
Oh, I thought it was all right.
Oh, it's fucking awful. They're all stuck in a bus. Oh god, that movie's terrible. Come on, dude.
But going back to Killer of Killers, the plan may well be that they do a follow-up to it, and they can do lots of them because they're animated. They could do one every couple of years.
Absolutely.
And they could bring in characters from all the Predator movies.
It's like Bill and Ted's, isn't it? But with Predator.
Yeah, well, exactly. And I mean, the comics have been going since the 90s. And
yeah,
I'd be happy with that.
Elijah really liked it. Then at the end, it had the lady from Prey, and I was like, "Oh no, this is a film part." I said, "It's pretty decent. It's Native American. We could watch this if you want." Put the trailer on straight away. Went, "Nah, I like animation," and just walked out of the room. Okay.
I like that they couldn't speak to each other because they were all from different times and work parts of the world, but they all figured out how to work together.
Yeah, I thought it was a really, really good film. Happy to watch that again.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it.
Oh, sorry, I mentioned that one. Your turn.
Thanks, dude. I've only got 2 more anyway.
I've got 3, so there you go.
One of them I wasn't expecting to be any good. It's called Follow Me from 2020. It's also got another name of No Escape, which is a shit name. But it's about a vlogger who travels the world, and he's got loads of followers, and he does he gets to destinations, and then his followers will be like, hey, jump off that cliff into the water, and he'll do it and stuff like that. And he's always he's getting loads of subscribers and followers, so it's quite realistic. He ends up going to Russia to do this extreme escape room in Russia, and it's kind of like one of these houses, in America you've got these crazy houses you go in at Halloween, like
Universal Studios,
the houses October built. Kind of movie. Yep. So it turns into that kind of thing, but with a hostile vibe. I'm not going to say any more. This was really good and fucking violent. So he goes there to Russia with his mates, and they piss off a guy in a bar. But then there's a really rich Russian guy who's like, yeah, don't worry, I get you in. We go. It's going to be fun. And they go to this big warehouse, and then some shit goes down, and then there's a fucking brilliant twist at the end, which really made me give it an extra star. Highly recommend it. It's by the director of, funny enough, Escape Room. That movie that I think it went straight to Netflix, which was all right. There's a second one. It's the same director as that, but it's called Follow Me, or sometimes called No Escape. Really, really, really good. I highly recommend that to anyone who hasn't seen it. If you like Hostel, if you like the houses that October built, and those kind of movies, it's somewhere in the middle there. It's got a bit of Saw in there as well, but not quite. And there's a brilliant twist that I didn't see coming. Just great stuff. Really good fun and very brutal. Good stuff.
Cool. I don't know.
I've got one more, but I'll let you do another one. Go for it.
Well, I'll do a quick one. I did watch with Sarah, but I kind of tapped out towards. I started getting bored. Journeys to the Centre of the Earth, 1950s movie. Watch that.
Yeah, it's a classic.
That's all right, yeah. But we're not going to talk about that. What I really enjoyed watching again was Castle Freak from 1995. Stuart Gordon.
That's great. That's great.
Man travels to Italy with his family to live in a castle they have recently inherited, but he soon begins to suspect there are not the only occupants. Kind of felt sorry for the thing that was stuck in the stuck in the cave, is treated badly for the freak. I feel kind of bad for him, to be honest with you.
The castle freak.
I'll tell you the last one, then you can obviously do yours. The other one I introduced Sarah to, and I haven't seen it for a while, and I quite enjoyed it. I enjoyed it again. The Mothman Prophecies with Richard Gere. It's a really decent film. There's a couple of creepy bits in it, and it's actually really well done.
Yeah.
I would actually say that we should probably cover that sucker.
Yeah, I mean, I remember being disappointed with it.
Maybe do it with another urban legendary type thing, because obviously it's the Mothman. So maybe we could do it with another legendary creature.
Well, I remember being disappointed with it in the cinema.
Oh, okay.
Because we were
It's
getting
not really
loads
a
of horror
cinema
at that time of
film,
year.
though.
No, but then I watched it again on the Horror Channel about 10 years ago and thought, well, this is a nice little movie to settle into.
Absolutely. It's shot beautifully. The cinematography is gorgeous. At times it just
Richard Gere.
looks so nice.
It is Richard Gere, isn't it?
Yeah. It's filmed really well. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I enjoy it. And to be honest with you, I thought that is the Mothman is an urban legend I really have a lot of time for, and you don't really have a lot of films about that. So
No, so we could maybe do that.
I'll put it on the list.
Yeah.
I've got one more, and then we'll get into some devilish Sheila's picks. The last one I watched was a documentary, and it made me cry. And a lot of people have seen it already. Big fan of Michael J. Fox. He's kind of someone I looked up to as a kid. He was in some of my favourite films, and even still think he's brilliant now, and even more so after watching Still. It's called Still, the documentary, because obviously he can't keep still because of his Parkinson's, but also his whole life he's never kept still, and that's what's made his career where it is, because famously he was filming Family Ties by day, Back to the Future by night, and then Teen Wolf on the weekends. How the hell the guy did it all, I don't know.
This isn't me being mean in any way whatsoever, but I'm saying with Parkinson's, you probably lose a lot of calories because you're completely moving. That's not like me trying to make a joke. I'm just saying, because you're moving all the time, you're probably losing. So if you probably have to keep consuming quite a bit. It's constant movement, isn't it?
He's still very he's not skeletal, but he's very thin, because he is always moving.
Yeah.
He's always falling over and breaking bones as well, because he trips over everything.
That's the trouble, though. That's the vicious one, because it's harder to eat. Because I said before, I used to look after a lady with Parkinson's disease when she'd come in a restaurant, and I'd end up helping her eat. So it was coming out of her mouth the whole time, And so it must be quite hard. But yeah, constantly that. But then if you do fall over and you're quite weak, then it takes a lot longer to heal, stuff like that. That's why you should try and be as strong as you can, and much energy and eat as much as you can in a sensible manner, and be strong as much as you can for things like when you fall over. And obviously you can't help it if you're in that sort of situation. But it made you sad then.
Have you seen it?
No.
So the reason I wanted to talk about it was how they've made it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if I would, though, because it might make me sad, so I don't know.
Well, obviously, the story is the story. It's the story of his life, basically, and how he moved from film to film and discovered at a very early age, in his 20s, that his little finger was sort of wobbling a little bit, and he hid it all the way through his career, only until about 15 years ago or so when he announced it. And everyone was like, what? How have you got Parkinson's disease? We didn't know this. Because he fidgets. Even in his early films when he was a kid, he fidgets all the time. And he's always holding a prop in his hand. And I never realised that. And even in Back to the Future and Teen Wolf and even in Family Ties and the early stuff. But the way they filmed it, I wanted to talk about. It's so beautifully done. What they've done is seamlessly used all of his footage from him being in films and TV shows, even back when he was very, very young, like 10, 12 commercials he did. And while he's talking, or while other people are talking about certain points of his life, they've used that almost like that's the bit you're looking at. And then they've blended it into, they've got a double of him, like, in that era, walking into, like, and then I walked into the office, and then a guy who looks just like Michael J. Fox from behind walks into the office, and then it cuts into a scene from Back to the Future, but they've used that, and it just works so lovely.
Sorry.
It's really beautifully done, and my biggest takeaway from it really was, and I was saying this to our buddy RJ McCready, we were talking about it because he's seen it as well, is Michael J. Fox is just so funny. Even now, he's still so funny. Everything he comes out with his mouth is a one-liner, and even more so now he's got Parkinson's, because he makes fun of himself. He's brilliant in it. But secondly, it was so inspiring that he's been dealing with this his whole life, and he talks about alcoholism a little bit, and he's been teetotal for years as well, and it just shows you that no matter what life can throw at you, you can just, if you just keep powering forward. And that's his problem, he said, is I want to keep moving forward, and I bloody well can't now because I keep tripping over, and sometimes my legs don't work.
Yeah, totally.
Brilliant stuff.
I was going to say very quickly, then I'll move on to the thing. Obviously, I was going to say, it's kind of like the George Lazenby documentary, where they got a younger actor in, and he's doing all the scenes while George Lazenby's talking over the top, and then it goes into stuff. Same principle, and I thought it was really well done. Did it say at any point he's tried cannabis?
I don't think. Maybe he takes a lot of different drugs.
Get that cannabis going. Get that natural herb.
And there was actually a point during the interview where he says, I should have taken my medicine about 10 minutes ago, actually. And they're like, oh, do you need to take a break? And he's like, yeah, because he was so shaken uncontrollably. And then they cut back, literally 15 minutes later, and he's fine. Absolutely still, funny enough, still again. And he's, and he's just making these little jokes. And the guy who's interviewing him just keeps cracking up because he just makes you laugh all the time. He's such a funny guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, if you haven't seen Still, it's on Apple TV. I got a free subscription to it just so I could watch it.
Oh, yeah. Apple TV did a free weekend. It was like, anyway, it's free. Anybody can watch for the whole weekend. And I knew it was on. So it's about 4 or 5 months ago. I went on there. I was like, oh, Sarah, we could watch some stuff. I went on there. I was like, I don't like anything.
Yeah, there's not much on there that I watch.
There's nothing. Okay.
There's a few
Turned
TV
it off,
shows.
didn't bother. Signed in to watch it, and they're probably like, well, this person didn't even watch anything for free. I was like, no. There's a football programme, which everyone talks about. I don't know. I don't want to watch it. I don't care.
Yeah, there's a couple of TV shows, but I haven't got time for them really. So maybe in the future I'll go back to Apple TV.
I did throw out recently another subscription to Paramount, and that's because of South Park, and I thought it was so funny. And I watched the new episode as well, the second one. That's really good as well. It's got JD Vance on it as well with Trump. We're not going to go into politics. We don't do that. But it's quite a funny episode. And the dude who's like the high school counsellor. Oh, drugs are bad, okay? That guy. He gets sacked because there's no funding for you anymore. So, but ISIS are recruiting. He's like, oh, okay, and he has to go along and joins ICE as immigration. It's quite funny. And the immigration leader, her face keeps falling off. They have to keep putting it on because she wears quite a lot of makeup and stuff.
I did watch that episode, the first episode.
The first one.
And there's also a backstory behind why they did that, because they were fucked around so much, and they were supposed to do 100 episodes over 10 years, and then it got cut to 50 episodes over 5 years. So that's why it says number 1 of 50 when they showed that Trump thing, because they were planning on doing a Trump piss take parody video at the end of every episode for the next 50 episodes, but I don't think they'll be allowed to do that.
They didn't do it on this one.
Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to do that. Before we go to our first trailer, though, before we go to Sheila's email, I've just remembered one other movie. It's not horror, but and I'm late to the party on it, but it was the second Spider-Verse film, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, it's good.
Because I know you like the first one.
I like the first one, but that second one, we got to the end of it. We all went to cinema, watch it, and me and Charlie, right at the end of it, it's not really a spoiler. Me and Charlie both like, for fuck's sake, because it does at the end. It's like, continued next time. You're like, you fucking piece of shit Marvel motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's the
with
last
your
one's
fucking
coming
bullshit.
out. But wow, those films are so incredibly animated.
It's nice, and the hip hop flow to it. And
just everything about them.
It's done fresh.
Yeah, I highly recommend.
The first one's
the
better,
second one.
I think. The second
Yeah,
one's,
I know
the second one's alright.
You like the first one because it's more self-contained. I get that.
I always like first stories. I like origin type shit.
What I liked about the second one is it tapped into my Spider-Man geekness, and there was multiple Spider-Men from across all the different Spider-Verses. I loved all of that.
Yeah.
It was fun. But anyway, that was the last one I wanted to mention.
Anyway,
Sheila, before we get into before we travel into the ninth gate with Johnny Depp.
Earlier, I started listening to a podcast, and I started moaning because 11 minutes they were just talking and not getting on to the subject. We're like 43 minutes in now.
Well, I was watching one earlier and they were talking about pizza for 20 minutes, but I was so involved in the conversation because they were talking about different types of pizza because they're all in America. They were talking about New York pizza, Chicago pizza, and I was like, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
No, I was
And they were
listening
like,
to
sorry,
podcast.
we'll get to the subject now.
The amount of podcasts that I've got, oh, well, I like that subject. Oh, I like those films or whatever it is, and start listening, and then they just blah, 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 blah. And this one, they were going, well, when I was at school, I didn't. It's like, I don't give a fuck about when you're at school. I don't give a shit. Fuck off with that bollocks and give me the fucking goods. This is why I press play. Give me the goods.
Well, let's give our listeners the goods.
We should give the goods, so I do apologise if you were thinking that too.
Well, Sheila, as you are the patron, we're going to go over to you now. So you sent me a beautifully crafted email. Thank you so much, which I shall now read out. Just a little bit about yourself and the films you've selected. And just a reminder, that's The Ninth Gate and The Pope's Exorcist. And then we'll dive into Johnny Depp's cigarette-smoking, whiskey-drinking world. And what a world that is. I can't wait to get into it. So here we go. So a bit of a callback at the beginning of this email, Gav. She says, she starts with, Dearest Gavatron and Dynamite Dan.
Oh, Gavatron. My mum has got a little. I was a bit stoned, I got to admit. It was Christmas Eve, and I didn't know what to give my mum for Christmas. And I had a few things, and looked around me, and I was like, "That photo I do," and I just stuck it to a magnet with some glue, wrote on the back from Gavatron. Gave it to. She was quite disappointed, which rightly so. But that was Gavatron. I came up with that name then as well. So thank you for that, Sheila. I like to be known as Gavatron.
So, Dearest Gavatron and Dynamite Dan. So she says, I jump around a bit and pick different episodes to listen to. I've just finished listening to episode 154, which is where you covered The Dead and The Dead to India. So that's a while back. That was another patron pick. I think that was Jamie that selected those. That was fun. She said, listening made me think of my own superhero powers as the blind watcher.
Nice.
For anyone that doesn't know, Sheila is blind or partially sighted, or I don't know what the correct term is, but she describes herself as the blind watcher. She says, I would go around and fight crime. I love this. She's totally on a wavelength for this. And my superpower is, I got to read this with a straight face, is that everybody always thinks I'm innocent because I'm blind and I carry a white cane and I wear dark glasses. And of course...
Oh, it can't be her. She's blind. She wouldn't have done it.
She says, and of course, being blind, they think I can't do superhero fighting.
Nice.
But that's their assumption, and it's not the truth.
See...
She says, it's like I'm Master Poe. I may look innocent, but watch out and don't push your luck with me.
Master Poe. What a lovely reference.
I love it. She's like Daredevil.
I was going to say that's Daredevil.
Sheila,
do you know of Daredevil, the TV show? That is a blind fighting person.
She would have checked that out. She would have checked that
out. That's great. I think that's brilliant.
I've got a Daredevil tattoo on my leg, actually. It's one of my favourite Marvels.
You got a tattoo of Sheila on your leg?
No, Daredevil. But I may get a Sheila one at some point. So she says, listening to this episode also reminded me of the main reason that I would like you to do the deep dive on The Ninth Gate and The Pope's Exorcist. Mm-hmm. She said, I love watching movies based on true stories that are also extremely horrifying. So the backstory about how The Dead and The Dead to India were made with the struggles that the Ford brothers had is the most wonderful thing that you guys do, aside from describing the scenes, so that when we do watch the films, we're more observant on the things going on. So she does like our deep dives.
Good.
She said, I can't imagine what it'd be like to be the Pope's exorcist, doing exorcisms on a regular basis as part of my job. And The Book Collector in The Ninth Gate could also be a true story about the lengths that people will take when they're passionate about what they do. And also, there's money involved.
Yeah, I didn't really think about the fact that both of these films are two jobs where you're assigned by someone to go and do a task. I didn't even realise that until this second. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Russell Crowe, just like, it's just a job for him, isn't it? You know, and of course Johnny Depp is like the best book collector in the world, and he's like, "What do you mean I've got to get a book?"
I can't wait to talk about The Ninth Gate. I fucking love that movie.
She finishes that little segment by saying, "We do end up getting ourselves into situations that we never expected until it's too late." She says, "I don't have any real special requests. Just do what you do, which you do best." I've tried listening to other podcasts that review horror films, but none of them compare in any shape or form to the way you guys do it. Thank you for being you and for doing what you do in the way that you do it. It's my honour and privilege to help support you. I wish I could do more. Signed, Sheila, the Blind Watcher, Blaine. She's put that in brackets.
Foot rubs. You fly over and do some foot rubs first. That's amazing, Sheila. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate the fact that you've obviously checked out some other film podcasts and come back to ours. So I've got one which I listened to, which was the first podcast I ever listened to, and I still listen to those guys. The odd movie here and there they do that I like. I check in on that, but apart from that, not really that many. I've struggled it with myself. I like, it's like I was saying earlier, it's really good film. For good films, they're like the sound quality's like really bad or jibber jabber for ages or etc. So yeah, I'm really happy with that, and so much. Thank you so much for supporting us. We really appreciate it. And obviously, what you're doing at the moment is absolutely enough. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't need to give more. Like, what you're
sending
doing,
sending us that email and taking the time. And we have, as I mentioned in the last episode, we've been corresponding by email, fairly regularly, and it's fun. It's nice to get to know our listeners.
You're good like
what
that,
they want from us.
I'm crap like that. That's why I don't chat to anybody.
But yeah, thank you, Sheila. And any time that Gavatron and Dynamite Dan need, like the Avengers, what did you do?
I just transformed.
Okay. Anytime that Gavatron and Dynamite Dan are in trouble, like the Avengers, we will call upon the Blind Watcher to come in and save the day for us.
Are we now a bunch of superheroes?
Yeah, we're forming our own Avengers team. Gavatron, the Blind Watcher, and Dynamite Dan.
I'm just a big robot going around, aren't I?
Yeah, and I'm just blowing up, blowing things up.
I think your head blows.
And then just when we can't quite win, they go, "Oh, who's this coming over there? She's got a white stick. She's not going to do anything." Suddenly, she's like,
ninja in that white stick into everyone's faces.
She's got a sword in that white stick, I bet you.
Oh yeah,
I bet you.
Yeah.
There we go.
If I ever have to have a cane, I'm fucking having a wolf's cane with a fucking sword. But
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't you?
Of course, anyone's got a cane. You should go up to them in the street, kick their cane from them so they fall over, and then say, "That's what you get because it's not a wolf's cane." Unless they've got a wolf's cane, then stay away because it's got a sword in it.
Yeah. Well, they're either a werewolf or they're
the craze.
Or they've got a fucking sword. Either way, stay away from. Especially if it's a werewolf with a sword. I wouldn't want to mess with that.
A were-sword. A sword wolf.
Sword wolf.
Sword wolf. Anyway, it's like
swordfish.
Yeah. Anyway.
So that's that. Thank you, Sheila. We really, really appreciate that.
Shall we have some fun and get into this episode?
Let's get into the ninth gate. Let's do this. We're going to go straight into some Johnny Depp action. Here's a trailer.
Into some Johnny Depp. Here we go.
May I take a look?
All my own rare editions have the same protagonist, the devil. Only the supreme masterpiece was missing.
The Nine Gates of the Kingdom of Shadows. A book reputed to have been written by Satan himself.
I want you to go to Europe. I want you to get it for me.
You mean the devil won't show up?
Reputed to conjure up the Prince of Darkness in person.
Some books are dangerous.
You don't know what you're getting yourself into, Mr. Corso. Get out before it's too late.
I'm afraid it already is.
At last the key to unlock the ninth gate. To travel in silence. To brave the arrows of misfortune. And fear neither noose nor fire.
There have been men who have been burned alive for just a glimpse of what you are about to witness.
The Ninth Gate from 1999. Ooh, the world's gonna end. It's 1999. Party like it's 1999 and everything else. I remember 1999. Anyway.
Back up your computer.
Exactly. This movie is rated 15. It's a 2 hours 13. I didn't know that because this movie is so fun that you don't care. A dealer of rare books finds himself at the heart of a string of paranormal events, which is hired to find the last 2 copies of a text capable of summoning the devil. Of course, capable. Sorry. I get that shit wrong. Starring Johnny Depp. It's Polanski. I'm going to quickly talk about Polanski. I know you said you wouldn't. I will very, 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 very quickly do it. Really, the man should be in America. He should really not be fucking run away from his crime that he did, which was a 14-year-old girl who he was taking photos of, gave her some drink and some drugs, and ended up having sex with her. It's not a good thing to do. I gotta say, out of
13.
Was it 13? Right, yeah. And I think he should have owned up to that shit, to be honest with you. If you're going to do that shit, and he's never done it since, but I think you should do that. Well, I don't know that, but anyway, that's all I'm going to say of it. Out of film directors in the world out there, like, this dude is Polanski. What a fucking life, though. Like, the whole Sharon Tate and the Charlie Manson stuff, connection there. The fact that he had to go through, like, the war the way he did, it's quite what a crazy life, you know. But still went fled America from his crime and wouldn't come back because obviously they'd do him. So he carried on making films. So it's one of those things. Like we said, we kind of look the other way a little bit with him, I suppose, really, because this is a fantastic film taken from a novel.
Yeah, it's our second Polanski movie. We covered Rosemary's Baby a long time ago. Johnny Depp famously said he didn't care what this film was, he just wanted the chance to work with Polanski.
Which is so funny, isn't it? But that's the thing, isn't it? It's really funny because obviously he's still making films. People still go watch his movies. We are talking about his film. We're not that bothered. We're not, like, you know, so it's one of those things, isn't it?
The film itself, it also stars Frank Langella, Skeletor, from the Masters of the Universe movie.
Who is a scary, abiding figure in this, isn't he? The character that he plays is a big, but he's not that big. It's just the way the camera puts him out makes him like a big, high-up person, but he's got strength as well as brain, as well as money. He looks like just an imposing figure.
There's a couple of times where you don't even see him. You hear him on the phone, and he's scary. He's saying, "You will go and get that book for me now."
It's when he's talking to him, and then there's a gap, and he doesn't say anything, and then he replies.
But he's great, Frank Langella. So Skeletor's in this as well, which is great for me, and Johnny Depp. And there's a bunch of other people in this as well.
Polanski's wife?
Yes, Polanski's wife is in this.
Is a main
naked.
A spoiler, she plays Satan.
Well, we think. We'll get to our theory.
She plays the devil.
But I don't want to talk about Polanski too much.
No, that's it.
I will say is he has a very good eye for a certain type of film, which works well here.
He's a good filmmaker.
Yeah, because Rosemary's Baby had the whole way through, there was an unsettling nature throughout the whole thing, and the same with this. Now, this is a Gav film through and through, and I love this film, but you love it even more so. This is a Gav film through and through. And the reason I say that is there's elements from this. The main thing really is the Omen, particularly the latter part of the Omen where they're doing the investigating. When we talked about the Omen, we said, we'd love that to just be a film, and this is kind of it really, because you've got Johnny Depp who's on this mission. It's like a video game. He's got to recover 3 copies of this book from all around the world. So he's got to go to these different spooky places and spooky mansions and rich people that have got lots of money and power, and it's kind of like that kind of quest thing. But it's done in a really gothic, nice, slow burn way. It doesn't feel like it's 2 hours and 13 minutes long. It flies by because you're going from location to location. The other interesting thing watching this is, considering it was made in 1999, so it's 26 years old now, it's got a lot of stuff in it relating to like the Diddy and the Hollywood and the kind of like what people are willing to do to get power. Are they in a cult? Are they sacrificing children? Are they sacrificing people? There's a lot of that kind of talk in it as well, which is really interesting considering Polanski obviously adapted it from a novel.
Yeah, well, that whole thing has been going since the dawning of time, though. Fucking orgies and trying to summon
I just thought
stuff.
it was quite interesting and relevant to rewatch this now in light of the last couple of years worth of stuff that's been coming out.
That's because it's highlighted in your head at the moment. This whole P Diddy thing. Yeah. He's at the moment. I love the fact that we're not going to get onto politics or anything. I love the fact P Diddy's kind of like been put aside for the moment because it's just now Epstein list again. It's the forefront, you know. But all deviants. It always comes down to the deviants, and this has some deviants in it as well.
It does. Well, don't shit in Johnny Depp's bed. So, Yeah,
Amber Turd. What a thing to do.
Brilliant.
Did she not think before she shat in his bed, what rhymes with Amber? But nothing. How about turd? Word, curd, turd.
What I love about our Patreon picks episodes is that our Patreon supporters, when they select the films, they've no idea the tangents that they're setting up for us to go down. And here we are talking about pooing in Johnny Depp's bed. She'd have probably thought there was going to be some highbrow Polanski, and we will get into some of that, but we're just talking about poo, because that's what we do. And Skeletor, of course, because Frank Langella's in this. But before we get into the film and break it down, it's beautifully shot, isn't it, Gav? Absolutely. And any film you shoot in Europe and around Europe is going to have that quality to it. But Polanski puts a specific, I don't know what he does and how he makes it feel.
I wouldn't say necromantics.
Okay, maybe not.
German film.
But it's beautifully shot, and it's got that kind of. It is quite a romantic film in ways, because you've got Johnny Depp smoking a cigarette, having a whiskey, and everyone in it is having a whiskey and having a cigarette, and we're in France, and then we're in this country, and then we're in that country.
I like the fact it's kind of 1999. It's the end. It's before we go into the 2000s and get to where we are nowadays with vapes and legal weed and as you're doing then, and just all sorts things like that. We're back in a time when it was still like smoking cigarettes everywhere, like even like do you know what I mean, that sort of thing, and like a more simpler time before the internet.
It feels very European though. That feels very European as well.
Oh, absolutely. I was at a party the other night on Saturday night, and the dude there had these soft pack. And it was like cigars, but then like this big King Edwards, but it looked like cigarettes. And there's I got for Europe. And I was like, I remember being in Spain and as a 15-year-old and quickly sneaking away from my parents and going off to a kiosk and saying, a pack of the cheapest cigarettes, please. Getting the cheapest cigarettes, and then being little soft pack, really small, no filter, and the fucking most gnarliest tobacco. And I probably lost 10 years of my life at 15, probably smoking one of those cigarettes. But yes. That was in Spain. Europe is very much back in the day then, a lot of smoking and stuff.
But it's a really well-crafted film, and it kind of ends in a way that we'll get to when we get to the end. We have a theory, which Gav's already alluded to, because it doesn't fully reveal quite what's going on. You can kind of make your own mind up about it, and I think most people probably feel the same as Gav and I about this, what the main driving factor of this is. But that's the whole point, is that it's a mystery, and he's just got to collect these 3 items, which all happen to be 3 copies of a book, which are written by the devil. And
That's it. That's all you need. And it's literally like, right, so there's a book detective, someone who's a lot of money is hiring a book detective to just authenticate 2 other books around the world to his one, because he thinks he's got the only one, and it was written by Lucifer. What the fuck? So just check those other 2 copies, because I don't think they're real. And Johnny Depp laughs for it the whole time. He's like, why do you want that? Just to make sure, so you can summon the devil. And he's like laughing at him and jesting at him, because I guess everyone that knows this book knows the idea of this book is, if you say the scripture or you say what the pictures are or certain things, you can bring Satan back. I don't really know the actual outcome, what they're expected to do with this.
I think they want to summon him to gain ultimate power.
Oh, so summon him for yourself, for power for yourself. That's exactly what it is, because at the end, obviously, he sets himself on fire. He's like, I feel nothing. And then starts going, ow, you fucking dickhead. The film concept is great. And obviously, coming from a novel, it's obviously not just because a novel has some pedigree, but it has something out there already. It's got some substance. Obviously someone liked it, someone's thought this is pretty good, and the concept of it is really good. And obviously this came out as a book, so that must have been great to read that as a book about a book detective looking for 3 books. That's really cool.
And this was the last thing I'll say really before we get into it, is this was Johnny Depp in his heyday as well. And I used to consider him my favourite actor for a very long time, because what I really liked about him was he just seemed to pick films that he liked,
appealed to
the sound
him.
of. Yeah. So, which is why he worked with Tim Burton a couple of times.
A couple?
He's 2 or 3 times. He's worked. he's just done random films, that he's wanted to do. It wasn't really until he got that Pirates money that he's, in my opinion, sort of not sold out. He's got older and he wants to make films for his kids, he said, which is fine. But I didn't really like some of those later pirate movies and the Alice in Wonderland and some of the other stuff like Willy Wonka. But I loved him when he was just stripped back to just being him.
The thing is with Johnny Depp, I feel like the dude himself is a film lover through and through. He loves movies. He loves watching movies as much as Tarantino does, And I think because of his love for movies and the fact that he is very born to be an actor, I'd say he's very natural at doing that. He can play a lot of different character roles, no problem. He's played all sorts. Played Willy Wonka to fucking everybody. So yeah, I think he's. You're right. This is like heyday Johnny Depp, and his acting in this it's one of those things as well. I've seen a fair few Polanski films, and his films are all generally sort of the same. There doesn't seem to be like a crazy amount of over directing, but he obviously knows the direction he wants to go with the film, and it kind of flows fairly well. Quite easily, and it all just like as you're watching the film as well, and the way it's been edited as well, it is just a very easy viewing experience, And I think with his actors, he can get them to not act really and just act. There's a difference. There's acting and there's acting. There's acting when you can just act, and then there's acting which is forced, terrible fucking acting, which is over the top. But if you could just pull it back and just be natural and just be that character, throw the script, because the idea is, who was it? Oh fuck it, found it out recently. So there's someone, fuck it, I can't remember who it is. They read their script, I think it's like 120 times or something like that, which sounds crazy, but once they do that, they rip it up and they don't look at it again, because at that point they are that character. So whatever happens, they are that person. Do you know what I mean? And it's apparently a really good way to do it. 120 times, that's crazy.
Well, I feel like this was one of the last films where when you hire Johnny Depp, you hire him because you want him to just be Johnny Depp. Yeah. There's a few actors that are like that.
But not like Jason Statham's Jason Statham.
No.
You don't mean that, because Johnny Depp, like in this, it would be, I'm going to see what is the film before and after.
Johnny Depp is kind of, well, he did Secret Window and a few movies around this time where he was playing that kind of fidgety, chain-smoking, drinking kind of person, So I feel like when you hire Johnny Depp, particularly in the 90s, you know what you're getting, and Polanski needed that because this movie is the Johnny Depp show. Obviously Frank Langella's in it here and there, and there's a few other characters. But
the other thing of this show is the story. The mystery, intrigue of the story is so good.
Because we're with him the whole way. We don't know what is going on. The first time you see this, you're just going with him to Europe. Then one of his mates gets killed, and then something else happens to him, and then he meets this girl, and you're like, what is happening? Who are these people that are after him? What's going on?
Yeah, it's got a great mystery element to it, which is another reason why you say, I like it. Before that, a year before that, a totally different role then. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Fantastic film. Then the film after that, The Astronaut's Wife, I don't know, but
that's all right.
But in the same year, actually, he did also Sleepy Hollow.
There we go. Talking to Tim Burton.
Yeah. He is, and in 2003 he started doing Pirates of the Caribbean, and I'd say whatever. After that,
he does.
It's fine.
He makes films for his kids now, and that's fine. I understand that, but I prefer Johnny when he was a bit edgier. But let's get into this, Gav. Let's get into The Ninth Gate and break this down for Sheila, break this down for our listeners.
Yeah, but it's a fantastic film.
So we're going to go on a little journey now, guys. So we start off with an opening scene where we're not quite sure what's happening. There's a man dressed in red, so the devil motifs are all the way through this. So the man dressed in red sitting at a desk, and he's writing a letter. It turns out he's writing a suicide letter because the camera, really nice little bit Polanski camera work here. The camera just focuses over to the side where there's a stool just randomly in the middle of the room, and then pans up to see a noose hanging from the chandelier. And straight away you get the idea, okay, this guy's writing his suicide note because he's, he looks a bit stressed and a bit worried. He puts the letter in an envelope and then just casually climbs up on the stool, kicks the stool away, and hangs himself.
Mystery.
And that's the opening. And then the camera pans over to a bookshelf. And as we get closer and closer, we realise there's a book that's missing. And this will be the Nine Gates, which is the title of this film is The Ninth Gate. But I believe the book that they're searching for is The Nine Gates, which is confusing, but not. So there we go. We've got a suicide, a missing book. This could be an episode of Murder, She Wrote they wouldn't have someone kill themselves in Murder, She Wrote, of course. But yeah, and then we get a nice little creepy score.
I just read. I just counted 6. I think it's 6 films with Burton. Johnny Depp did.
Johnny Depp.
6.
Yeah. 6 films.
We go into the credits now. And then
nice creepy score.
Score's pretty decent in this. It's fine. And then we are in America. We're not really, because Polanski's not allowed in America, but we're pretending we're in America.
In New York, we are.
And Johnny Depp is appraising a book collection. So basically, it's one of those situations. Unfortunately, like I've told the story before, when I got that man's film collection for £25. And I felt kind of bad, so I gave more money to the charity, because I was just like, man, I feel bad taking this. But the wife was like, don't give a shit, just get rid of it. And it's like, there's some pretty good films here, and this guy's okay, all right. This is basically a gentleman's had it looks like, I guess, a stroke or something, can't really move anymore, and his son, I think, and daughter-in-law are selling his books, probably to pay for medical treatment or whatever. And this is just unfortunate. It's just one of those things that happen, especially as us collectors, because I've got a film collection as well and a vinyl collection. You do think of these things as a collector, what's going to happen with them. At one point, someone's going to have to go through them. I was thinking I'm going to have to write a list of my movies, which ones are worth money. But that's one signed by Toby. It's an original pre-cert Texas. Don't fucking sell that cheap. That sort of thing. But and this is what's happened there. And they've got Johnny Depp in to appraise the book collection. And he's going through the books, giving them the sort of value and stuff like that. Which he gets a bit sneaky. He's seen something he likes. He keeps a poker face, though. He doesn't, and he just sort of says, this collection, he's great, though. He's basically Donald Trump. He's basically giving them a blow and then giving them something good. So he's basically going, this collection here is worth loads. Don't let them go for boo. Oh my God, goes, but this one here, I'll give you a few bucks for it now if you like.
I'll give you $4,000 for it cash now if you want.
But it's nothing great. It's like because he obviously knows who he's dealing with here. Because if it's me and I straight away he's gone, but I'll give you $4,000, but it's not worth much really. You'd be like, well, obviously it is. But anyway, they do not know this. The guy who has had a stroke sits in his chair and kind of just grits his teeth because he knows he's talking shit. And they flog it. And on the way out of the collection, he said, anything more, don't let this collection go for anything less than whatever price. And on the way out, he meets this so perfect. If you imagine, right, shut your eyes, what's a book collector look like, possibly? And there's this guy with little bow tie glasses, and he says, you're scrofulous, you're like spitting and stuff, shaking his finger at Johnny Depp. He says, oh, what are you doing here? You've already got here. And then he goes to his mate's bookshop in a minute, and his mate says, I was just on the phone to the dude who he's just met then. He says, you said to the family that they shouldn't go for that much. You gave him like some crazy price. Now he's really fuming at you. And it's just, all of a sudden, you know exactly who Johnny Depp is and what his game is.
Even though this is the world of book appraising, which isn't going to blow anyone's doors off.
You still got
it's
players.
Made it cool. You still got players within it. And Johnny Depp, he's out to just make a quick buck, but also he wants to tell. He's a good salesman. He tells them a few truths.
We know he's slightly dishonest, and then when it comes down to the role that he's going to do for this film as a mystery and going to collect this book, it needs someone who's possibly bends the rules slightly here and there to get something, and they know this.
He doesn't mind breaking the law occasionally.
Yeah.
So he's purchased these 4 Don Quixote volumes from this guy and his siblings, his children, for $4,000, and they're worth a lot more than that. He knows that. They don't know that. So, like you say, he goes to his friend then Bernie's books.
Yeah.
And he's like,
I like Bernie. He's all right.
He's like
he's like his only
guy.
If Johnny. What's really good, Johnny Depp's character, Dean Corso's his name. Let's just say Dean or whatever. I don't even really know that. I don't even pay attention to it. But what's good about it is straight away we know what his character's like from just that interaction there. And we also know that he really doesn't probably have any friends because he's kind of the way he is. And this guy at the bookshop's probably, I think he even says at one point, I'm probably your only friend or something like that. Which is quite interesting. But I like his mate. He's all right. He just owns like a regular bookshop.
Well, he says to him, I've got these Don Quixote ones, and he says, I can't believe you got them for such a good price. You're such a son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And he says the exchange, he's just had on the telephone with the other book appraiser, and he's furious with you, etc. And he's like, well, anyway, can you shift these for me? He's like, yeah, I'll sell these at a really good price for you. Don't worry. So it's kind of like his dealer or whatever, he helps him shift some of the harder to sell books. And there's this underworld of books and secret books and collecting books that...
I've had this with vinyl collecting. When I got to a point, there was a certain point for a couple of years that I was quite heavy into vinyl collecting. Certain shops you go to, car boot sales, stuff like that. But it got to the point when you'd see the other collectors and then you start seeing them. So you'd see them at the car boot sale and you'd see them go one way and they might see you and you go, fuck. So you have to run down the other side and working backwards as quick as you can. Because they're going forward or whatever, you're like shit, and they've seen, or you're both at the same box going, oh fucking hell, and it's a real thing. It really is,
Well, he gets his call. Dean gets called to the Balkan Press building. So Boris Balkan is played by Frank Langella, and he is big. He's got a lot of money, and he calls Johnny Depp to his big building. And when Johnny gets there,
it's his whole building, isn't it? Yeah, it's like so Trump Towers, for example.
He owns like this book publishing company, which is multi-million-dollar, and he's called Johnny in because he wants to ask him something. So Johnny gets there, and Boris Balkan is giving a lecture on demonic books and literature and witches. And Johnny Depp's character, again, we get a little bit more. He's just so blasé. He just falls asleep. Falls asleep.
And when he's woken up at the end, he says, "Oh, did I snore?" And he says, "Well, that's nice of you to say so." No, not that I noticed. And it's just the way that response to what's nice of you to ask.
And he says,
I really like the way they are, these two, actually.
He says to Johnny Depp, he says to Dean, you're a very shady character, and I understand your reputation. You are willing to sometimes do things that other people won't to obtain certain books, etc.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you something. So they get in the lift, and if you notice, when they get in the lift, the code to the penthouse is 666.
That's so cheap of fucking Boris Balkan, isn't it? How cheap's that? What, Mr. Balkan, we're just sorting out the lift code. We just set it up. What code do you want for it? 666. Fucking hell, 666.
But then we find out that he's worked for him before because he says, you might not like what I do, Mr. Corso, to Johnny Depp, but you keep coming back for work. And he says, well, you pay me very well. So
I don't need to. He says, I don't need to like you. You pay me well. You're a customer, sort of thing. And I like the fact it's just Johnny Depp's like, I'm just out to get money. He's not a bastard.
He's like, as long as I can buy coffee, whiskey, and cigarettes, that's all I need. So just give me the money.
And it kind of, you can imagine that this kind of character, because he gets laid twice in this as well, but you can imagine like this character, not like James Bond, but you imagine he goes around the world, just doesn't really he might have a home, but it's probably got like a microwave and a couple of ready meals and a dead plant in it, and he's never there, that sort of thing. He's just always going around the world trying to make money, occasionally having sex with some random lady who then beats him up,
I'm an antique book appraiser, check me out.
Sex stud.
So Boris does something he's never done before. He lets Johnny Depp into his special library, his collection.
It's in like an occult collection, and it's like behind this like Silence of the Lambs type big glass door. Then it's kind of got this like kind of rocky sort of area with the bookshelves. It's like, what the fuck? You got some money to own that shit, that's for sure.
He says to him, you're one of only a few people that I've ever allowed back here. This is my personal private collection, and it's the largest collection of books on the devil in the world. Every book in this is about the devil or the occult, mainly the devil.
Isn't that crazy, though? That's you'd be like, what is up with this fascination with the devil? You would be, for sure.
He says to him, I won't tell you how much this is worth, but you can imagine I spent the majority of my life obtaining every book in here, and I've almost completed it. But there's a couple of little things missing, and I want to show you something here. And he brings him over to the book. The book, he said, have you heard of this book, The Nine Gates? And Johnny looks at it and he says, yeah, I've heard of this. Of course, everybody in my line of work has heard of this book. And he says, do you want to look at it? So he looks through the pages and he gives a bit of the backstory, which is, that Johnny Depp gives us, the viewer. He says, apparently it was written by the devil himself and all the illustrations in it were by the devil. Yeah, it's all a legend though, right? And the guy's like, well, is it? Whether it is or not, there are only 3 copies in the world. And I want to know if my copy is the authentic copy. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to go off to, I believe it's Portugal and France, to authenticate whether or not my copy is real or those ones aren't.
Is this Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise? Dun,
yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. Right, I'm going to have to hang on to an aeroplane wing to get there, okay?
And so he says, okay, and you want me to do this because you think this book was written by Satan himself? He says, yes. He says, apparently, the book, if it's authentic, can conjure up the Prince of Darkness himself, giving you ultimate power and all of your dreams, wealth beyond your wildest dreams, all of that kind of stuff. And Johnny Depp's just thinking, how much you paying me, though? That's the main thing. And he says, money's no expense. He gives him a check. We don't see how much is on the check.
Later on, he gives a check, and he says it's quite a big check, and he happily takes the job. Later on, he says to him, we'll just put a 0 on the end of your check. What sort of figure we were saying to then just put a 0 on the end? What is he getting paid?
He must have given him
500,000?
Yeah.
And then another 0 on the end? It's like, okay, that seems quite a lot.
He says to him, if you do find the real one, the other part of the mission, the side quest is, you then have to buy it from me, no matter what. He says, I tell you, money is no object.
Mum, I don't like this Sega game. It's rubbish. The side quest is collecting some book. I don't like it.
So he says to him, if you do find out that another copy other than mine is the original, you've got to buy it for me. Money's no object, and no matter what happens, you've got to buy it. I don't care what you have to do. Then he gives him the check, and he says, obviously, I'll pay for all your flights and everything else. So Johnny's like, interesting. So he goes home. Of course, he smokes a cigarette, and he's looking at the books, and he's thinking, do I do this? Do I not do this? I'm not sure. Of course he's going to do it, otherwise there wouldn't be a film. Dean then goes to visit a woman who is the widow of the man who hung himself, so the original owner of that book, we find out. And he goes there and he says, look, I want to speak to you about this book. And she says, I recognise that book. He says, yeah, your husband who hung himself last week, this was his book. She was like, well, how have you got it?
Yeah, it was his till just before he hung himself last week. Okay, that's weird. It's a bit, isn't it?
Dean's like, I'm not going to tell you where I got it from. All I can tell you is...
And this is a spoiler. Here, the lady, the widow, we don't really think anything of her. She's not a major character in the film, whatever that. Actually, spoiler, she was actually the one who actually wanted the book and got her husband to pay for it because he has lots of money or whatever. So she is the one that wanted the book, which we don't know that just yet, though.
Yeah, because it's going to give her like the equivalent of Demi Moore's The Substance.
We're in the dark with Depp on this, Depp's character at this moment.
So she plays dumb. She says, I don't know how you got that book. And he says, well, I can't tell you the person who's hired me. I can't tell you his name, but your husband sold it to him.
She doesn't play dumb there. She recently didn't know that happened, and we don't know that. We're assuming. So what are we assuming here? Boris Balkin got one of his cronies. What is it? Because he does actually commit suicide and writes a note of stuff, but it's almost. Do you reckon he done some black magic power or something?
Or even maybe just blackmailed him to commit suicide?
Yeah, and then before the book, I don't know. There must be something going on there that he provoked him into doing that, and obviously knowing he's going to do it, selling that book just beforehand, or just taking that book from the collection after it's sold. We don't know what happened there. That's like another story. But there's something dodgy happened.
She does slip up a little bit because she does say she knows a little bit about it. She says, "Oh, he bought it in Spain. I do know that." She gives a little bit of detail on it, and then she says, "Oh, do you want to see the library, my husband's library?"
Yeah, I don't know why she gives him any information at all. It's like she should be like, I know nothing about it.
Well, he's charming, isn't he? So he
yeah,
goes.
But she has a motive. She has an alternative motive. She doesn't. She wants that book. She needs that book back that he's got.
He goes into the library of this guy who hung himself, and the chandelier's still got broken off the ceiling. She hasn't got that repaired or anything. Obviously, she's still grieving. And he has a look around the library, and he says, "Can I just ask you about your husband? Did your husband Andrew ever use the book?" She's like, "What do you mean? Use the book in rituals?" And she's like, "What are you talking about? Do you believe in this devil nonsense as well? Do you? Oh, for goodness sake, leave my house."
Does.
So he leaves the house, and then he does some research in a library, and and then he spots a girl, Emmanuelle Signer, who is Polanski's wife, who plays a character called The Girl. She's got very striking eyes, and he spots her a couple of times in the library. She's sort of spying on him, and he thinks that's very strange. And while he's looking through the book, there's some great artwork in there. It's a bit like the Necronomicon. There's some great sketchings and etchings of people being hung and burnt and demons and that kind of thing. So he's looking through this book, and this girl shows up a couple of times in the library and then vanishes. Anyway, he gets home, and his house has been... It's the classic. His house has been ransacked. Someone's looking for the book.
Yep.
So he thinks this is getting a bit strange. So he goes back to his buddy Bernie's books. I wish it was Ray Stance's occult books.
Yeah. He tells his buddy that he's been broken into. His mate's like, well, surely this is because they're looking for that book that you've got, obviously.
And he says, "Look, I want to tell you, Bernie, what's going on here. I've been hired by Boris Balkan to basically go and try and find the other 2 copies of this and make sure that which one of them is the real one, the authentic one." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
And that's where he says, like, obviously that book's the reason why your place got broke into. How much it worth? He's like, it's like $1 million book. So, like, can you stash it for me here? Because, I can't be walking around with this.
He says to him, "I don't know if I want to do that for you, but..."
I was surprised that Balkan didn't have some sort of briefcase, handcuff type job laid up with the book to go into to keep it in good condition, rather than just get Johnny Depp in his satchel, just go on the train and probably forget it. I was
thinking that.
I find that really a bit odd, and I think that's a touch of detail which should have been put into it, but...
Because he's sort of walking around with a bag full of like whiskey and cigarettes, just knocking against the book in his satchel.
Oh yeah, just smoking all over the books. The good Baroness later on says, "Nobody smokes in with my book collection." Yeah, I'm surprised that everybody else seems to be smoking all over the fucking place.
He does spot someone's legs outside, up through the window. So again, someone's spying on him. He gets home and he's chilling out at home with another whiskey and another cigarette, and there's a ring rong at the doorbell. And it's the widow from earlier. And she says, "Look,
he is packing for the airport at the moment when she turns up as well."
She says, "I want the book back." And she says, he says, "Well, I'm not going to do that because it's not your book anymore. Your husband sold it to Balkan." And she says, "Well, maybe we could stage a theft, And he's like, he's suspicious now. And then she shows him her pants, her underwear.
She does show her pants.
Because he says to her, "How do I know you're not packing a gun?" And she says, "Trust me." And she lifts up her skirt and says, "There's nothing under here." And he's like, "Oh, hello, Johnny Depp."
She does come across quite sexy.
So then she grabs his cock
to the point. Yep.
Straight there, and she starts kissing him, and they start making out.
Bonking.
And then when they finish, and they're like lying on the ground afterwards.
And all sorts.
Lying on the ground afterwards, there's this brilliant line. This is so good. She's trying to find the book in his bag, and she says, "Where's the book?" And he's like, "Well, I can't tell you where it is." And she says, "Don't fuck with me, Dean." And he's like, "I thought I just did."
She jumps on him, pulls his hair back, and starts to scratching at him, just going crazy.
She bites him as well on the face, and they have like a massive fight, and then she smashes a bottle over his head and knocks him out.
I was thinking about this. He's just had sex. He's sitting there going, like literally 60 seconds ago, he was, it was happening. Yeah, and then all of a sudden he's into a fight mode. So whoa, let me enjoy it for 10 minutes, please.
I tell you what, after an orgasm, I couldn't fight anyone.
No.
I need about half an hour lying down, then about an hour's kip.
I don't need half an hour lying down, but yes.
Well, anyway, he's been knocked out, and he later on he wakes up. He calls Bernie, his buddy. There's no answer, so he leaves a voicemail saying, Bernie, something's happened to me. I shagged a woman and she knocked me out with a bottle. It's all going a bit weird. I'm going to come and see you. So he gets a taxi to Bernie's house, Bernie's shop. And there's no one there when he walks in. He's Bernie. And he walks in and he finds Bernie. And what's Bernie doing, Gav, when he finds him?
He's hanging. This is a spoiler into. He's basically been killed. He's hanging upside down. One leg hanging, the other leg is folded over, which we find out is actually one of the deaths simulated in a picture form in the book that Johnny Depp has on him.
Yeah, so it's a depiction of one of the ways that the devil will kill you, or something.
Basically, so his mate's dead.
Yeah, which is, fuck. Someone died.
He knows, straight away. Well, this is the point. I imagine this is probably like 30 minutes into the film. This is the point when it's like, okay, this is when it all turns. It's become a bit serious. The main actor's like, oh, fuck, this is like, I'm in deep now. There's no getting out. I've got to go further and investigate, that sort of thing, which is great and it's perfect to speak. But he knows also where the book is hidden. Obviously, these people didn't know. And he just pulls his thing away and finds the book. I presume the person that's doing the murders is, in fact, the white-haired guy who's her
albino,
double.
As he calls him.
Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. The one that she has with her is like her bodyguard.
Yeah. So within 24 hours of him being hired by Balkin, he's had his apartment ransacked. He's had sex with a widow who then knocked him out with a bottle, and then his only buddy in the whole wide world, has been killed and hung upside down in his bookshop.
He now knows, even though this job, because he's getting paid a lot of money, and unfortunately sometimes this happens, you get paid a lot of money, there's generally reasons for it. His life is now in danger and he knows this, but he is about to jump on an aeroplane, so at least he's getting the fuck out of there.
Well, he tries to quit. He jumps in a phone booth and he calls Balkan and says, I quit. And he's like, nobody quits on me, Mr. Corso. And he's like, well, my buddy Bernie, you remember him? He's dead now. And that's all because they were trying to find the book. So whatever the fuck you're getting me into, I'm not interested. And he says, I'm not going to let you quit. I'll add another zero to your check and you'll be getting on that plane. And the next shot we see is him on the plane.
So if he's getting paid 500,000, put another zero on there, what is it, 5 million?
No, it'll be like he was getting paid like, I don't know, $10,000. Now it's $100,000 or something. It'll be something like that.
You think? Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, so the next shot is him on a plane, and he's making some sketches in the book, in a book separately, and he's doing some more studying of this book. And then he realises, oh shit, Bernie's death is actually in this book. The way he was hanging upside down with his leg crossed over is just like in this Nine Gates book. How strange.
That should freak you out a little bit.
He's in Portugal. And he walks into a little tiny Gothic bookshop run by twins, old Portuguese twins.
Were they actually twins, or is it one person they've filmed twice? It looks like one person.
Yeah, it's one person.
Yeah.
But it's cool. It's a cool little thing that they got twin brothers.
And whenever you happen to do this with just one actor and you have them doing two roles, twins, in the same shot together in the same frame, it's always nice to do. And this one's done really well. Really well.
It is. It's not like Van Damme. It's not like the effects from that. It's
Double Impact.
It's done much better than that. Yeah, it's more like Nutty Professor, where Eddie Murphy interacts with himself in multiple roles. It's done very well. But he's talking to these Portuguese twins. He's a man who speaks many languages as well, Johnny Depp, and he discusses the book and says, I hear I'm looking for this book. She said, oh, sorry, he's in Spain at this point. And she said she bought it from you guys. She says Andrew bought it from you. And he's like, it was actually the woman that bought the book from us. And he thinks, what? And he says, yeah, the woman you're talking about is the one that orchestrated the buying of this book. And let me just re-examine it. Yeah, this is the book that we sold to that woman. Yeah. And this one's not fake. Unless someone's a master forger, this one doesn't seem fake. And let me show you something on here. And he shows him the signings of he gives him a bit more information. Each illustration has got a signature, like a little initial in the corner. But certain ones of them have LCF. And Johnny Depp says, well, what does that mean? He's like, come on, Mr. Corso, think about it. And he says, well, let me think. And then he's like, oh, shit, Lucifer. He's like, yes, the legend is that certain illustrations in this book were drawn by Lucifer himself. That's why they're signed LCF. Only a few of them, out of like the 10 pictures in this book, only like 4 of them.
It's such a nice little touch to add. Like just there, the magnifying glass. Look down the end of the picture like an artist signs their picture, and just down there, some of these pictures here, that's different, but this one, LCF. That's Lucifer. It's like, what? Lucifer's gone and done some drawings. He's like fucking Adolf, isn't he? Fucking.
And of course, these two don't.
Painting dogs.
These two don't believe it. Of course, they're just like antique booksellers and buyers. But they know the legend, and he doesn't really believe it at this point. Yeah. But as he walks outside, we get a bit of an Omen thing here, almost, because suddenly a whole bunch of scaffolding collapses in the spot where he was just, and he has to run a little bit to get away from it when he just escapes death. It's
nice. It's less is more. They do this once and that's it. It's a strange one. It's almost like, I wonder if they should have done a bit more, but then that might have been too Omen, too much. And is that like basic? But it's a weird one because, spoiling this again, what we've thought this film is actually the devil is this lady. She bones Johnny Depp, we think, and then wants him to join her or him to have the powers of the devil.
Yeah, that's slightly different to my theory, but very similar.
But why would the scaffolding been falling down?
Because I think they wanted to kill him and get the book from him at this point. They're not interested in him joining them.
Oh no! So you don't think this is like mystery element? You think this is the widow and a bodyguard upstairs on the roof, fucking knocking the scaffolding?
Yeah, because they've been spying on him.
Right.
And I think perhaps they were just trying to.
The way the film is, it makes you think it's a creepy factor when watching it. You think it's
totally.
like devil doing it, and that's what I was saying. Like, why does the devil want to do that if they want him to join them? So yeah,
exactly. It reminds me of like in the Omen or something, where lightning strikes a tree or something like that. Trying to stop
the person doing the task, but actually they want him to do the task. They want him to join him, is what we're finding out. But just not the widow.
Well, he jumps on a train in Spain, and he heads over to Portugal. And while he's on the train, he's examining the devil's drawings, and he sees the girl from the library that he saw earlier on the train. So he goes and questions her, and he says, have I seen you somewhere before? And she's like, oh, maybe. Guess my name. And he's like, okay, strange. She's just acting really, really weird. She's barely got anything to say, but she's absolutely stunning. And he just can't. She's just weird and elusive and mysterious. And he says, are you anything to do with Balkan? I'm guessing you're a spy for Balkan. You're going to be keeping an eye on me. She doesn't give him any answers. So he just thinks, okay. So he gets off the train in Portugal and heads in a taxi over to a huge Gothic mansion. Really amazing set. I'm not sure where this was filmed. And he gets to this, and it's so big that the doorbell is a rope. So he pulls this massive rope and rings the doorbell, and a man opens the door, an old man, and he says to him,
old Bandcock.
He says, he's not naked. He says, come in, Mr. Corso. Would you like a brandy? Of course you would. Of course he would. So he has a brandy with him. And this mansion is empty. It's almost empty. There's nothing in it. And the man explains to him, I've had to sell everything off. There's barely anything left. There's only 800 books left in the library. There used to be thousands of books. That's all I've got left. What are you here for? And he says, I'm here to examine your copy of the Nine Gates. And he says, oh, yes, you're welcome to take a look at it. Here it is. This book's 3,000 years old, so this is why it's worth so much money. And he says, I do know a bit about this book, actually. Yeah. And he says, look, here's another copy of it. He says, oh, my goodness me, you've got another copy of it. Well, let's examine them side by side.
Well, they open up, have a look at it, but he does say to me, I'll give you permission to look. Very quickly, this guy, he just lives out a remote place out in France, this massive old house.
Portugal, he is.
Portugal, sorry, massive house. quite an old fella. And he used to have a massive book collection. Now he's just got a few books in a room. But the rest of the house, as we see, it's just bare. No furniture, nothing.
He's just selling everything off, isn't he?
Yeah.
He hasn't got any money.
And he says that well, that's the trouble with these people. I actually work quite a few times at these people's massive fucking houses. And like, Christ almighty. But inside, cracks everywhere because they can't afford the upkeep on the building because it's so much.
And it's quite a sad life. This old guy says to him, I spend every day, I come in this room and I air the books out one by one. There's 800 of them, and I dust them, I air them, I make sure that they're upright. There's nothing, there's no damp.
That's his life every day. But you got to remember, he gets pleasure from that. So you say it's sad, it's not for him. He thinks that's brilliant. Yeah. I kind of get it in a way because I like my solidarity. I like being alone and stuff, and I can understand that. I don't know about 800 books every day. I'd get bored.
Well, initially they look at the books and they cannot see any differences, and the guy's like, this is incredible because there was no printing press 3,000 years ago, so the fact that they look identical is insane.
I meant to say solitude.
Solidarity is...
I know.
Yeah, it's slightly different, but...
You got to stop me when I say the wrong words, because I can't help it.
Don't worry about it.
Right.
I like it. My favourite one is still when you say levitate instead of gravitate.
Yeah, I know, but you got to help me.
Yeah, but I love it, and I love you. It's all good. So they actually, after a while, they realise, well, Johnny Depp realises, the initials in the drawings are different on some of them. Some of them say LCF on different drawings in this other man's book.
Yeah, and this mate, he said that he would not sell it at any price.
Yeah, he says, I'm definitely not going to sell it.
Yeah.
So he makes some notes, and what he does quite cleverly is he makes a grid, basically, of all the drawings, like 1 to 10 or whatever, and then each one he writes which one's got LCF in it. And he realises that it's different ones.
Different books.
He then
actually...
Yeah, so he theorises that the third book, if he can find it and get to it, will have the drawings that aren't signed LCF. That one will have them signed LCF. So
you need all three books and some pages from all three books. Put all those pages together and then say the words, and then that should be your magic.
And then Devil will appear and say, how much money do you need?
So he says, I'm going to leave now, and he leaves, and just outside, he nearly gets run over by a car just sitting there, but all of a sudden the car reverses back again, and the fella gets out, the albino guy, whoever gets out. He doesn't look albino, he's got blonde hair, looks like. But
he calls him an albino.
And then all of a sudden a motorbike's there, and just chasing. They go, and they get back in the car, and the motorbike chases the car off.
Yeah. And it's a girl on the motorbike. Well, we can assume who this girl is.
And he has already spoken to her. Did you said that, though, didn't you?
On the train, yeah.
Yeah, and so he knows of her, but he doesn't know at this point that that's her. But that is her.
Yeah.
On the bike.
So he's freaked out. He manages to get back to his hotel in Portugal, and he sits and smokes, and then he notices the girl from the train. So he says...
On a motorbike.
He says, can I talk to you? Well, no, she's reading at the moment.
She gets on the motorbike in a minute, and then he's like, it was you. Yeah.
Yeah, he says, do you have a motorbike? She says, yes, I do. But then he says, hang on a minute. I've got a phone call. And the man's like, it's Mr. Balkan to speak to you.
Oh, no, it's the boss.
He says, how's your progress, Mr. Corso? And he's like, my progress, very interesting. I did examine the book, and I did find that there are some slight differences in them. Some of them are signed LCF, and he just goes quiet, and he says, get that copy for me. He says, hang on a minute, he won't stand up, and he says, get the copy for me, and then hangs up. Fucking hell. All right, yeah. I'll try and get that book for you then, Mr. Balkan. I'll do my best. And then there's a knock at the door in the middle of the night in his hotel room, and it's the girl.
She's like, we got to go back to that place. And he's like, what? What are you doing? We've got to go back there right now. Which would be like, what do you mean we've got to go back there? What for? The guy's probably asleep. Why are we going back there? It's a bit weird.
Yeah, she says, I'll give you a ride on my bike. And this confirms it was definitely her.
She knows that he's dead. Did she kill him?
I don't think she did, but then she could have done.
Because I know we're going to say what happens, but the book's in the fire. So who put the book in the fire to try and get rid of it?
I know. This
really
is the mystery
weird,
element.
isn't it?
You could theorise it over and over.
Yeah.
So there's quite a comical Johnny Depp moment here where she's bombing along on the motorbike with her helmet on.
Oh, and he's going from either side.
And he's just behind her, holding on to her.
Just
like,
peering his head. No, he peers his head over the right side, goes back, peers his head over the left side.
And of course, he's not wearing a helmet either, which is hilarious because he's thinking about his safety as well. They get to the Fargus's house. That was the old man's name. And she says, he's not here. He's over there. And he says, where?
They go up to the front door. Johnny Depp's like, I think about to knock, and she's like, no, he's not there. He's like, what do you mean he's not there? Points over there. He's over there. She's like, what? And just walks over there, and he's dead. And it's like, how did you know that she must have killed him? How does she know that he's dead in the pond?
He's dead in the pond and drowned.
With a bottle in there, so we're assuming Johnny Depp's just guessing that he was pissed, fell in the pond and drowned himself because there's an alcohol bottle right next to him. But surely he must be like, how do you know this though?
Well, they climb in up and break into his house, into the mansion, and there's signs of a struggle in there. And then he finds his heart drops because he sees the book is on the fire, smouldering.
Yeah.
Only maybe 30% of it has been burnt. Only a little bit of it.
The
maybe
binder's
less.
still there. The front, you flip open the first part, sort of down them. It's burnt. Which is, it does question who did that. Who's trying to get rid of that book? Because they all want the book for the power. I don't understand.
Let's jump to my theory now. I think it's her doing this because she doesn't want anyone to have Satan's power. I think she works for Satan. I don't think she is Satan, but I think she doesn't want anyone to get the power. So she's willing to destroy any other books so that no one could ever summon her boss, or her if it's her. But also, I think as the film goes on and she sees how determined Johnny Depp is, she sees his character as quite worthy and thinks, well, actually, maybe he would make a good adversary for me and the devil. And that's why at the end of it, she sort of offers herself to him and offers the power to him a little bit. I think you've got to be worthy. Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he's so devious and twisted.
Yeah, I'll go with that. That's fine.
So initially, I think she's trying to put people off getting these 3 books because the devil doesn't want to share his power, does he? He's like, well, no, it's mine for me and me alone. But also, it's not easy. You can't just get the devil's power. It's a fucking mission, like as Johnny Depp's finding out in this. So anyway, he manages to pull that book off the fire and save most of it. What does he do with it, Gav? He puts it in the satchel with the other book. So he's got a burnt, old, ashy book, and then it's in there with a nice fresh.
This $1 million book. Yeah.
Well, Balkan's going to be furious. He says to her, "How do you know so much about all of this?" And she just doesn't give him any answers.
Yeah, on the
at all.
airplane, she just goes to sleep here.
They
get to the airport, their destination, and it's check-in, and he looks around and she fucking vanishes. So it's
just before that,
okay.
she says, "Whatever happens, I'll look after you, like a guardian angel."
Yeah, she does seem cool. The way she floats down as well is very angel-like.
Yeah, well, we'll come to that bit of kung fu, wire fu in a minute. Anyway, they land in France, so we're in the 3rd destination now. The 4th really. He gets in a cab, he checks into a hotel. He's having a look at the burnt copy next to the original. You can still see the initials on the illustrations. Then he decides, well, I'm in France, might as well go for a little walk around. So he goes around and he enters a very, very, very grand building. And he goes in because this is where he knows the 3rd book is. And it's Baroness Kessler, who's a lady, a very rich lady again, in a wheelchair. She's a book collector. And he walks in to speak to her, and they have a little conversation. And she says, look, I'm writing a biography about demon book collecting and this crazy hobby that I've got, books of the occult. She reveals to him, when I was 15, Mr. Corso, I saw the devil. That's why I'm so interested in this. And he's like, what do you mean you saw the devil? And she tells like a little story about she saw the devil when she was 15, and that's why she's obsessed with him and any books to do with him, and that's why she'll never let anybody see her copy of Nine Gates.
And she used to have orgies as well.
Yeah, she said, I've been there, done that. I've done all the orgies. I've done all the rituals. And he's thinking, fucking hell, there's something here going on here then. Yeah. And this is where I started thinking of Hollywood now, when she started saying that. Been there, done that, been to the orgies. Puff Daddy passed me the baby oil, Mr. Corso, I'm not interested in it. No way. I've done my rap career. I'm done. He asks her about the the book, and she's a bit squirmy. She says, well, I don't really want anyone to see it. And he says, well, I need to check its authenticity. She's like, well, you've come from Balkan then, obviously.
But she does also say, like, a few people have been asking about this book recently, actually.
Yeah, so she's had other visitors about this book. She says, do you know the author of this book was burned at the stake, Mr. Corso? And there's a secret society that's committed to protecting these 3 books and any other writings from this guy. This is where she says, my orgy days are over that now. But she does say, all the people in that cult that still exists who protect this book and any other books related to this, they're in it for the money, the sex, the power, and all the success that comes from worshipping the Prince of the Darkness.
Oh, Hollywood. Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Which is ironic that Polanski's making a film about that when he's already a bit of a deviant as well, do you know what I mean? But
yeah. Like you said, she discovers he's from Balkan, and she just says, so if he should come in himself instead of sending a wolf in sheep's clothing, you get out now. And then basically her gnarly secretary, who I wouldn't want to fight with, just like make sure Johnny Depp leaves.
Yeah, well, she's like Austin Powers' Frau, isn't she? But she does say to him that where are the other copies then? And he says, well, I've got one of the copies. She said, oh, well, I can't believe Andrew sold that copy. She said, well, he says, Andrew's dead. He hung himself. And this is where she gets really squirmy.
Yeah, and the other owner of the book, oh, yeah, he's dead too. Right. That's not good.
She says, as he's getting escorted out, she says to him, you're in over your head, Mr. Corso. You're in over your head.
Get out now, sunshine.
He leaves, and someone follows Dean into a bar. Well, we follow Dean walking into a bar, and he goes for a drink and a smoke.
No.
This is where he's...
No. What he does is he comes out, and straight away he sees the albino opposite the door, and he's like, oh, fuck.
Oh, yes, of course.
The albino starts looking, he's like, oh, no. So he's like, right. And he goes in the first place he could get into, and it's a cafe, and he's just there smoking and drinking coffee.
And he thinks, well, this is my habitat, so I'll stay here as long as it takes.
I'll stay here until I'm the last customer and I've got to get kicked out.
So he does, and he stays there for ages and ages and ages.
And the guy leaves. So he's like, yes, I'm going.
But it's probably quite scary to be in France on your own like that, and there's a man outside who's been following you, and he's just waiting for you outside. But then he does vanish. He leaves, and then that car from earlier screeches after him again. So he's back, being chased by a car. He runs down some steps underneath the bridge by the river, and the man runs down the steps to chase him. And then the girl from the train and the motorcycle and the other places she keeps popping
down
up.
Like an angel.
She floats down. Now, Dean doesn't see this. Only we, the audience, see this. So it's almost a bit dreamlike. She does that kind of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
What's really interesting, it totally floats down. What's really interesting, like you say that, it's not forced in the film. This whole thing, we don't. She does it twice. Subtly, she just floats down, like, and just does that, and it's not mentioned or anything like that. And I think that's done really well, because it's not forced. There's not more things where all of a sudden she's got magic powers. It's just that. And
you almost question whether you've seen it, because it's so subtle.
Yeah,
well, what's just happened?
What's interesting, because you're like, oh great, she's having a fight. Oh, here she comes. Like, she just floats down, but then she goes straight into the fight, and so you're back into it. But what it leaves you in your mind as an audience member, I feel, it leaves like, oh, a bit of weird has happened, but I can't think about it because we're still going forward now. You know. Well,
she ends up doing a bit of kung fu on this blonde guy.
Only if you have a film podcast, you can discuss it now.
And then comically, she gets hit by Johnny Depp during the fight and gets a bloody nose.
His glasses. He breaks his own glasses.
He breaks his glasses, and then he grabs the guy's shoe as the guy runs off.
He goes after him up the stairs, and he's like, right, that's it. I'm short-sighted, but I'm going after you. Calm down, Depp.
She comes back up the steps and sits next to him and says, here's your bag and here's your glasses. They're broken now. So
Goes back to the receptionist at the hotel, and he knows the guy there. He says when he's turned up earlier, the guy's like, "Oh, hello, Mr. Corso," and he says, "Oh, nice to see you again. Oh, back again. We want a room." Yeah, so we know that he knows the hotel dude. He goes back, and he's just got broken glasses, just standing there, and the guy doesn't say to him like, "Are you all right? Do you need help?" He's like, "Oh yeah, we've got a photocopier. Yeah, no worries." No, he goes, he says to the bloke, "I need to know about a couple." A hotel in France, and tries to describe the couple that obviously the guy that just fought him, because they've got his book, haven't they now? Is that correct?
Yeah, because it's a concierge.
Yeah.
He can do anything for him, and because he knows Dean, so he says, "Look, it might take a bit of a longer time than normally your requests do, but I'll do my best to locate these two people." Like, it's a guy on a hotel reception, but he's been asked to locate these two random people.
I know a concierge, and he used to tell me some of the stories where you have to go and get drugs and all sorts.
Yeah. That's why they get tipped well.
Yeah.
So he leaves and he goes up to his room with the girl. He gives her some ice for her head, and her eyes glow green again. So another mysterious sort of thing. And he thinks, "Have I seen this?
Mysterious girl." That's me singing.
Jesus. She does a weird thing where she takes the blood from her nose and then she rubs it down his forehead,
which is really odd. Then he gets a phone call and he goes downstairs with her bloody nose.
But it adds to the comedy of it almost.
It does. It's very dark, subtle, not humour. It's just kind of there, very like a little bit, not enough to make you laugh out loud. But it also adds to the kind of weirdness. Like, who is this girl? She's as much as a mystery as this whole book is.
Because he's trying to figure out what's going on, and he goes
who
downstairs.
Who is this girl who's like now my sidekick? Who's like now my mate going on travels with me? Who is she?
Well, this moment here really reminds me of the moment in Big Trouble in Little China where he's got the blood smeared, the lipstick smeared all over his face, because he's trying to carry on with the mission, and he's on the phone having this conversation in the hotel reception at 2 a.m, being all sort of like, "I've just been in a fight," but he's got like these 3 bloody stripes down his head that everyone's looking at thinking, "Is that guy all right?" And it reminds me of Jack Burton with the lipstick where he's trying to be all manly, but he's got this lipstick. I don't know, it's something about it just reminded me of that.
So the boss is asked to speak to him again, so he goes downstairs and chats to him, and he says to him, "You're breathing down my neck." He's Johnny Depp's now getting a bit pissed off with Frank Langella, being a bit. But he does say to him though, "Yeah, but you I'm looking after my money, my interest.
Yeah.
Like, he is paying him a lot, and he's got $1 million book, so you know."
And he says, get more updates now. So he says, "Well, look, here's the updates, okay? Fergus, who owned the second book, he's dead. Found him in a pond, okay? And his book was nearly burned. I managed to save most of it, but it's all kicking off. I've been attacked here in France. You know, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
This is the shittest job I've done."
And he says, "What about the Baroness?" He says, "Well, she didn't let me look at the book."
She kicked me out along when she found out that you'd sent me. She kicked me out.
And he just goes quiet, and then he says, "Try again."
He said,
Go
"I
visit
can't.
her
You
again."
should see the size of her secretary." "Well, obviously she must have lunch at some time." "Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, okay, I'll go back." It should be me playing it, said Johnny Depp. Just me swearing and moaning the whole time.
So he goes to the concierge and says, "I need to use your photocopier," and he makes copies of the pages with the illustrations.
Kind of made sense he should have done in the first place, but also he then stashes his book behind the drinks cabinet in his hotel room. Ooh, where is it? I can't find it. Surely the hotel have a safe. Every hotel has a safe.
Well, I think he thinks, if I hide it behind the mini bar, no one's ever going to look behind there.
Fuck off. Of course they did. He's so shit. He's no good at playing hide and seek. The worst person ever.
And of course, when he's gone back to his room to do this and stash the books, the girl's not there. She's vanished again. So in the morning, he goes to the Baroness's building again.
You know he's definitely thinking about boning her.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, he's like you said, he's like a joke James Bond. He's like the antique collections James Bond,
yeah.
You know, there's a programme in the UK, for anyone not from the UK, called... what's the Sunday afternoon programme called? I'm forgetting what it's called now. Antiques Roadshow.
Once upon a time, the town that I grew up in, don't live there now, the town I grew up in, one day they had the Antiques Roadshow for there, so it was a big thing in the 80s. because we didn't have the
It's still
internet.
going now.
Yeah, oh yeah. But I mean, it's a big thing for our town because they were at our town, and you watched it, and all of a sudden a bus goes by, and it's an open top bus on the bridge, but it's just filming the beginning of it, and someone just pulls their pants down. It's just a massive arse just going past.
Brilliant.
And I was like, yeah.
Well, the Antiques Roadshow, for anyone who doesn't know it, is basically on a Sunday afternoon. They'd go to a different town in the UK, and then people would bring what they considered to be an antique there, and they'd look at it, they'd discuss it, and then they'd tell you how much it's worth.
Episodes on YouTube.
So it was a big thing, and it still is going now. And you get people occasionally rock up with like, "I found this in my grandma's attic," and they're like, "This is worth £1 million." But a lot of the time, they're like, "This is worth £100." And the look of despair on some of the people's face, like, "My dad told me this was handed down to him from the Grand Wizard of China." Da 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 da. And they go, "Well, your dad's full of shit. This was made about 150 years ago, and it's worth £25."
I found the episode.
Is it on there? Brilliant. I'll have to watch that later.
Oh man, that's amazing.
So, back to the Ninth Gate. So he waits for the Baroness's bodyguard or secretary to leave, and he enters the building, and he beeps and says that, "I've got a peace offering for you, Baroness." And he says to her, "Look, there's some differences in these books. These two books have got different signatures. Lucifer has signed different pictures, and I really, really want to see yours." And she's like, "Oh my God, this blows the whole thing out of the water. I didn't even know this could be a thing." "Okay, yeah, okay." So she gets her book out.
Yeah, oh, excuse me.
She opens up her book, her dusty old book.
Check out my book. It's not been dusted for a while.
Her leather-bound.
Open up my pages.
Her leather-bound book.
Fill the pages.
And he looks and he thinks, he says to her, "I think all three books are needed for whatever ritual it is these people believe in." And then again, we get another POV shot of him just sitting down at a desk, and someone comes up behind him, and then he's knocked out.
I love the way they do this, because it cuts to the camera being Johnny Depp through his POV looking at a book sitting at a desk, and then it just like boing, and then the camera just falls forward onto the notepad, and then it cuts to him and he's just sitting there, not on a notepad, on the book. It cuts to him and he's passed out. I was like, oh, it's such a nice little way of doing it.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
it's simple, isn't it? But it's cool.
Really simple. Yeah,
old school. He wakes up and he's still in her
before this happens, very quickly, there's when Johnny Depp's reading the book, he's in a massive, quite big room at a big table, and he's centre framed, and the camera's static. It's just there, and it sits there for a little moment before anything happens. And I was just like, oh, this is so relaxing. I could sit here and watch 2 hours of Johnny Depp looking at a book, because it's just really relaxing. Yeah, enjoyed that. Well, when he wakes up, it's an absolute shit show, because he wakes up and he sees the Baroness in no, this is the right bit. Yeah. He wakes up and he sees the Baroness in the corner, and she looks like she's having some kind of... She's got a wheelchair with a remote control. She's going back and forwards into windows, like, Baroness. It looks like she's having some kind of a seizure, doesn't it? She's dead, but her tongue's sticking out like it's a dog. Like a really big long tongue. Yeah, he spins around and she's dead. She's been killed. And what he does is he spins her around. This is where it's funny. He spins her around and says, Baroness, and she goes, with her tongue, which makes you kind of chuckle a little bit with the tongue. And then the wheelchair just shoots off really fast into another room, bursts the doors open into a fire. He literally sends the woman with her tongue out in her wheelchair straight into a fire to burn. Oh shit, dude. It is very dark humour from Polanski. I chuckled. I do like it. I chuckled. I do like it. And he manages to save... I've got electric wheelchairs right into fire. Yeah. Well, he manages to save her a copy of the book just about, which again, it's on fire. Someone's trying to stop him from getting the book. Making him now fucking... He's already a suspect because his fingerprints are all over his mate's fucking bookshop. Now he runs past the secretary on the staircase, he drops a load of apples, and she sees him going, hang on, you're that cunt that we threw out yesterday. What's going on up here? Oh, she's bouncing back and forward on an electric wheelchair with her tongue sticking out on fire. Oh, nice one. So he's like... fucking Public Enemy #1, which is also a movie that he made. Well, he calls Balcom and he says, look, there's good news and bad news here.
The good news is I've got all 3 copies of the books. 2 of them are a bit burnt. The bad news is I might be wanted for murder because the Baroness's office is on fire.
This is the shittest job. No, like normally overtime's bad. If I have to work on a Sunday, I say shit. But now I'm framed for murder. My mate's dead. I got laid then beaten up by the same person.
But at this point, he checks behind the minibar, and the books are gone.
Oh,
and
really?
Balkan is furious. He says, "You need to get those books back."
Oh, he doesn't know that they're taken yet. First of all, he's on the phone going, "Yeah, no worries, it's all good. Yeah, there's been some stuff, but I've been keeping the books kind of safe like that." And eventually, he says, "All right, no worries. Well, your job's done now. There's a check waiting for you at the hotel reception, blah, 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 and I'm actually at a hotel just round the corner. So can you return the book back to me, please?" And then it goes quiet for a moment. He goes, "I don't have it." He goes, "What do you mean you don't?" And it goes quiet again. "You get that book back. Basically, your life. You're going to fucking die if you don't get that book back." It's bad though. He finds out his boss is round the corner though. That's not good. Yeah. He's like, "Oh shit! I thought he was in another country."
He suspected that he was probably keeping a close eye on him. But he says to him, "Do you really think I would let such a high investment get too far away from me, Mr. Corso?"
Are we probably suggesting that he's followed Johnny Depp the whole time and he's probably killed the people?
Yes, because
I'm going to say Balkan has killed them.
He says something later on along the lines of, you wouldn't believe some of the things. No, he said it earlier. He said some of the things I've done to get some of these books in my library, you wouldn't even believe the lengths I've gone to. So I think
he's the one who's following him and he's the one killing the people. Yep.
Yeah. So then the girl shows up who says, "I'm going to help you."
So he's gone in to when Johnny Depp's checking that book out. He knows he said to him, "We'll go back and have a look" earlier on. Johnny Depp's gone back. He's probably observing from over the road. He's gone up there for a little bit. Then he's gone up there himself, knocked Johnny Depp on the head to take the book and just leave Johnny Depp probably to be framed for the murder, more than likely. And then he just takes the book and he's fucking out there. He doesn't need to do that though. He doesn't need to be killing people, but I suppose the second one he did, he needed that book and the guy wasn't going to give it up, so I guess so. But no, I suppose he does. He needs to get the books and they're not going to give him up, so he has to kill them. Yeah, okay.
Well, the girl shows up and says, "I'm going to help you to get the book back." And when they walk outside, they see the blonde man and the widow. So
she must be against Balkan, really.
Yeah, I think because the devil doesn't want people to get these books, so that's why she's been sent like a guardian angel.
She's looking after Johnny Depp,
angel,
but at the same time,
she works for the devil.
Yeah. There is questions that could definitely be.
But answered. It doesn't matter because
it doesn't matter.
It's such a great story and mystery.
You go along with it anyway.
It's a good ride, isn't it? It's a fun ride. Talking of fun rides, there's a fun ride later on in this.
I wonder what the book's like.
Yeah.
I'm not a reader, so I don't know. Yeah.
So they see the blonde man who's been trying to beat him up a couple of times with the widow, we find out. So they run off into a cab and they end up in a red convertible. Of course it's red because it's the devil.
Yeah, she steals a car and then later on as they overtake, they're following her. Like, it's not very conspicuous. But then they overtake the car and they find in the glove box just like a bandana and some stuff and some sunglasses. They put it on her head so she looks like she's a sheik or something.
And he's ducking down. And then a lorry sort of slows them down a little bit. A big truck and gets in front of them.
So they go back and they basically, they're still following the car, but then it gets to the point like left to right. And she's like, "Which way?" And he's like, "Well, you know fucking everything. You decide." She's like, "As you wish." And correct.
And funnily enough, Gav, they're at a fork in the road, aren't they? Mm-hmm. Which is another sign of the devil. So they're in a red car at the fork in the road. Yes, she picks exactly the right way. They end up at a mansion. They park the car up near some trees and they climb through the hedges and the bushes into the garden of this giant mansion.
What's the weird thing is they go to turn around and like, we've gone the wrong way, let's go back the other way. We've been going so fast they couldn't have got away, we were going really quick. Let's go back the other way as quick as we can. And as they turn around, she goes, "What's the maiden name of the woman, the widow, the one?" Yeah, what's the maiden name? She says, "Oh, Saint Martin." And they look up and there's a sign to Saint Martin. So, oh, what? So this woman, she's like big fucking cheese in this village. There's a village named after their fucking families. There's no town in England named after my fucking family. You know.
Thankfully.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Same here.
Bone Town. I'm
Welcome
going
to
Bone Town.
That's a whole different thing. So they go into the mansion's garden and they sneak in. They head over to the door. They have a look in through the window and they can see there's some kind of party. There's a lot of people gathered there, but they can't quite see what's going on. So they climb over a wall.
This is your eyes wide shut type scenario going on here.
Well, he looks in a window and he sees a naked chick, and it's the widow from earlier, and he thinks, what's going on here? Yeah. And then she puts on a demonic cloak.
Hilariously, he's like, oh, I've already seen her naked. I've boned her.
Yeah. He's like, I recognise that vagina. Didn't see her face. I knew it was her, though, from the mole.
That vagina seems something happened recently with that vagina. Let me think.
Oh, yeah, last time I was anywhere near it, I got bitten.
Oh, yeah.
So he sees the widow putting on so she's naked and she wears a cloak and she's got a pentagram necklace on, so it's all the satanic stuff's coming out now. So he breaks into the widow's room and he says, "Where's the book, bitch?" And they argue a little bit. He finds the original non-burnt book, the one that that was Balkan's book, but while he's grabbing the book, the widow pulls a gun on him. And the blonde guy enters the room with a gun as well, and he says, take them downstairs and lock them up. So Dean, while they're being taken downstairs, Dean then turns on the guy that's taking them down there and beats him. I think beats him to death, or at least beats him up in the basement.
He really fucking goes to town on him because he's pissed off with him, though, because he's the guy that's been following him the whole time, giving him anxiety, then tried to fight him downstairs, then Johnny Depp tried grabbing his foot, and now he's just like, fuck you. He gets his shoe and just starts beating the guy, and the angel sent by devil, Satan's angel, as we're assuming, it looks at him like, oh yeah, get in there.
She's like, I knew you had it in you, Mr. Corso, or something like that.
Yeah.
So then they do the classic stormtrooper disguise. They put on their cloaks now, and they pretend to be part of the ritual. This is almost like that Bad Taste scene, where he goes out into the room and they drink the vomit.
Yeah.
So they go back upstairs and they're all cloaked, and he says, I'm going to go and get closer in the ritual. So the ritual begins, and Dean's there, and in walks Boris Balkan in the middle of this, and he's not got a cloak on, and he says, Mumbo Jumbo. Mumbo Jumbo. This is all Mumbo Jumbo.
He comes in a right pins suit, like basically very much a Wall Street type job sort of thing going on. Just comes straight in, but he's so big and imposing. He seems Mumbo Jumbo. Yeah.
And he's telling them they're all buffoons. It's all mumbo jumbo. He says, "Do you really think the devil would show himself to you, fools? He won't, because only I know the secret. Only me." And he has a bit of a scrap with the widow, who's like the leader of the cult, and he strangles her with her pentagram necklace. And Dean tries to stop him from killing her.
Well, this is the widow, isn't it? So this is the widow we've seen the whole time. He gets behind her, pulls her necklace back, and because she's got like a pentagram, it starts pulling into her, and it basically kills her on stage, which makes all of the people just go, what the fuck? And they, he goes up to her and goes, boo! And they all just fucking run off, and they just start taking off their robes. They're naked, they all get in cars and just driving away super, super quick.
Naked rich people driving away from a party.
But just before she was being killed by him, Balkan, Johnny Depp's like, no, goes down with a bat or something. He comes on stage, he's about to fuck, because he's in disguise, he's wearing the black clove because he knocked out the guy. He goes on stage, he's about to fucking hit him. The angel, whatever, she floats down again for the second time and grabs him and says, no! And stops him, and he's really pissed off because she's like, he wants to stop people being killed. He's not that. We find out Johnny Depp's ruthless for money, but he's not a killer, and he's enough to like stop someone killing someone. But he can't do it. She stops him, and then she gets killed. Everyone else runs off, but we're still left then with basically Balkan, Johnny Depp, and the angel,
the girl,
the Satan's agent.
Balkan obviously has the books now, so Dean chases him. They jump in a Rolls Royce. They follow him, And the girl says, with her glowing green eyes, "Can I come for a ride?" And he's like, yeah, get in. So they follow Balkan, and then they crash into a stream, so they have to continue on foot. It's all a bit comical. Johnny remembers he's got his gun in his pocket, which will come back later on.
Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you happy to see me?
Is that a pentagram in your pocket, or are you
Is that a pentagram in your neck, or are you dead? I'm dead.
Is that some baby oil in your pocket, or are you going to a P. Diddy party? Give me the babadoo. He's going to my party instead.
With bloody Bill Cosby? God, I hope not. That's an awful party.
So they're at a cafe. Dean's at a cafe, and he's having some food and some wine, and he finds a postcard that he got for earlier with a picture of a castle on it. And there's a lady in the cafe who gives him directions to this castle. So he hitchhikes in a final destination to Log Lorry.
On a side note, side quest here, myself really just checked. On Spotify, the Ninth Gate soundtrack is on Spotify.
It's a good soundtrack. It's quite spooky.
It's quite sinister. It's worth a listen to. Sometimes some of these films we watch, listening to them out of context to the film itself and just listening to the music. Because very often in the film, like I have to do it myself, or I'll be like scoring something, go, "That's amazing." We put it in the film so fucking low because you have to hear the dialogue for people. You don't really hear it. So sometimes isolating the soundtracks to some of these movies are really good. And the Ninth Gate's one to check out, people.
I agree. It's a good soundtrack. So he arrives. He gets out of the back of the lorry that he hitchhiked in, and he arrives at the castle from that postcard. And he knows that Balkan's here, and he can hear Balkan talking to himself, whispering. And he spies on him, and he can see him laying out all the pages from the books. And he says, "I've solved it. I knew it. I can unlock the Ninth Gate. Mr. Corso, I know you're there. You need to leave."
Now,
and he's.
This point here, sorry to interrupt here. This point here, I said, Sarah's like, "Why is Johnny Depp there? Why does he care? He could have left ages ago and just gone back to America."
Because he's committed so much to this quest.
Yeah.
And been through so much.
But the guy employed
him
to do the mission. So you're saying that he just needs to discover what is actually happening.
Is it real? Is it not?
So that's what his intention is, because at this point his mission is not failed. It's shut. It's the person that got him on his mission has it. He doesn't need to do anymore. He could go home. End of story. You know.
I also think he wants to confront Balkan as well.
Okay.
And so they have this discussion where he says, "You've killed people for this," and he says, "I've done far worse than that, Mr. Corso. There's the things I've done." And he says, "You and I are similar in some ways. We both share an obsession." And Dean pulls a gun on him and says, "We're not the same." They have a bit of a fight, and then he does a bit of a Tom Hanks here now. Johnny Depp, he falls through some floorboards, just like in The Money Pit.
This dude's Johnny Depp's quite a small sort of character. He's not going to be hard to push around, you know.
Yeah. So he's now stuck in a hole in the ground.
He's stuck in a hole.
He says to him, "Well, Mr. Corso, I won't kill you. What I'll do is I'll allow you to see something that no one will ever see, and you can watch me summon up the devil and obtain all the ultimate power. So you stay there while I do this." And Johnny's thinking, "Well, how can I get out of this? What can I do?"
Oh, just very quickly, when he's fighting him and he's getting pushed into the hole, it's a Johnny Depp double. And for a couple of seconds, you see the face quite clearly. You're like, "Well, that's not Johnny Depp." And then it cuts to Johnny Depp. I was like, that's not good. Yeah, have a look at it again. It's a bit like, oof.
It's like a Chinese woman as a stunt double being pushed in there.
It looks a bit like him, but it's obviously not, and it shows it for too long. And it's because I was watching the best copy I've ever seen this film. I was watching like a real good high definition copy, you know, and I was like, "Oh, that's not good."
So Boris Balkan begins the ritual. He pours gasoline in a circle around himself, sets it on fire.
It puts the canister right next to where the circle's going to be. What are you doing, dude? Put the canister right over there. But obviously we know what he's planning. Well, he doesn't know that. He changes his mind, doesn't he?
He says, "I feel the power surging through me already.
Fuck off.
I'm going to be immortal. I'm going to be immune to this fire here." And Johnny Depp's like, Yeah. If you say you're immune, prove it to me. Come on, prove it to me.
Someone is that intelligent. They've made this business. No, stuff. It's a fixed shit. Really is.
He says, "All right, I'll prove it to you." And he pours the gasoline all over himself.
Dickhead.
He says, "Go on then. Light it. Johnny Depp's really goading him, and he says, all right. And he lights himself on fire, and he says, see, I feel nothing.
I feel nothing. And then goes,
and then before before that, Johnny Depp then falls through the floorboards.
I was thinking this, like, what's Johnny Depp could do? The whole place on fire. Johnny Depp's and he falls through, which seems the most logical and sensible thing to do, actually.
But then suddenly Balkan realises he doesn't have the power of the devil surging through him. He's in absolute agony because his entire body's on fire.
So Depp actually puts him to sleep and shoots him.
He shoots him. He grabs the book and the pages and he leaves.
Runs out. The castle's on fire. He's standing outside and there's Green Eyes.
And she's waiting for him and her eyes are glowing. She kisses him.
She's like, I'm going to get me some boning.
And then there's the next scene is just Johnny Depp, butt naked, being ridden by this girl.
But did you see her face slightly changes to another face?
Yeah,
but we don't
demonic.
see very clearly what it is.
And she...
it's really creepy.
I've never seen demonic...
Sarah, don't let your face change.
I've never seen a demonic naked woman riding Johnny Depp in front of a burning castle before.
With her face changing, no.
But we find it here. And this is where you're like, is she the devil? Is she working for the devil? And then in the morning, Dean's driving, and he says to her, "Is that it? Was that it? It was all. Was it a forgery? I need to find the real book. Where is it?" And he stops for some gas with the car, and the girl vanishes again.
She says to him, the ninth engraving was a forgery, and that's why Balkan died. You need to find there is another one and you need to find it. He goes and pays for petrol, comes out and there's a letter underneath her thing. I said to Sarah, oh my God, she had it all the time. She's just giving it to him. She wants him to have the power. But it's not that, is it? What does the note say?
It's basically an address to the Spanish bookshop where the twins were from earlier.
Yes.
And
he goes there and there's two people there like, they don't even speak English. They're like, no, not us. We've been here the whole time. We've been there. There's never been anybody here, which seems a bit weird.
I love this because he says to them in broken Spanish, I'm looking for Mr. whatever, and they don't understand him, so they just point to themselves and go, I'm John, and the other one goes, I'm Fred. And that's what they say. And then they start, this bookshop's been stripped out, the twins are gone, and they pull down a bookshelf, and as they pull down this big bookshelf, a page flutters down off the top of this bookshelf.
Guess what? It's not a page from Page 3 magazine with someone's boobs. It's in fact the book picture that he is looking for to complete the pages.
It's the missing page, and it's got a picture of a girl on there on the illustration riding a man in front of a burning castle.
Serpents.
So he heads back to the castle.
And the gates just open up. There's a massive light inside there, and that's that. So it's like, Johnny Depp, like you say, I guess she's just assessed that he's alright. So had a word with the big boss. I think he could join us. All right, let him in the castle with the lights.
Have you boned him yet? Yeah, in front of the burning castle.
I've got his jizz. Yeah.
And did he sacrifice Balkan? Yeah. There's been a few deaths along the way. It's been pretty good.
Yeah. So
what about that widow? She's dead. Everyone's dead.
I do like it, and if I ever meet Johnny Depp, I'm going to say to him, right, you've done a lot of fucking movies, but let's talk about the end of the Ninth Gate. What do you reckon's going on there? I'm going to ask him, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to know that as well.
There's
a lot of theories online about it.
Yeah. I love this movie. Thank you, Sheila. I thoroughly enjoyed reviewing it, and it didn't take any pleasure away from it at all. Sometimes I can review films and go, I see cracks. With this, I enjoyed it just as much. And to be honest, if you said, right, that's it, Gav, I can't podcast now. We're going to have to finish. I've got the shits, because Dan sometimes might have to shit, so I don't know, maybe.
Brilliant.
I would say, right, and Gav, you're going to have to go watch Ninth Gate while I have the shits. Weird, don't know why that's the thing, but I'd go, okay, cool, and I'd go and watch the Ninth Gate.
Yeah, it's really, really great movie.
Happily.
You can pick holes in it if you want and try and figure out what it is, but I like the fact that you can theorise about what's going on in it. It's more about the ride, and it's about the fact that we're following this book guy throughout Europe.
Searching for a book written by the original book written by Satan. What an idea. It's fucking great.
What a great concept. Yeah, it's really great, and
if you've
really
not seen
enjoyable.
it, fucking get on that shit. And everyone loves Johnny. Well, most people love Johnny Depp. So, and it's in 1999. He's still a young lad here.
And it's that year again. I know I've talked about it loads, but 1999. There's a lot of good stuff coming out that year, and this is one of them. And it's probably quite underrated. I know a lot of horror fans really dig this, but I think as well it's a one that people who aren't horror fans could watch and enjoy as well. Yeah, great. Obviously, a thumbs up from both of us, Sheila. Great movie, The Ninth Gate. Definitely check it out if you haven't. And if you haven't watched it for a while, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised if you go back and watch it again, because it holds up really, really well. Just don't think about Polanski. That's what I would say.
Indeed.
Well, talking of deviants, here's Bill. Bill Murray's walked in the room. Oh, Jesus, Bill. What's going on here today? Why are you dressed up like the Pope? Right, okay. I can't repeat that on the podcast.
No.
Yes, they do shit in the woods. Thank you. Yes, they are Catholic. Brilliant. All right, well, enough about that, Bill. It's time to go to World of the Strange. Can you please take us in there, you weird man?
Hi, welcome back to World of the Strange.
World of the Strange. World of the Strange. World of the Strange. Thanks, Bill. World of the Strange. So the reason Bill's dressed like the Pope, turns out, is that we're going to be having a discussion now about the Vatican, Gav. The Vatican. Vatican City, and the Vatican itself is a small country.
All right.
So we all know what the Vatican is and where it is, but I'm going to break down some facts about it first of all, and then we're going to talk about some of the theories and conspiracies that are linked to it. We're not going to get too devious with this because there's some weird stuff linked to the Catholic Church which I don't want to offend people with, or I don't want to talk about, but there are some weird stuff that people talk about to do with it. So we'll have a look at all of that now. First of all, though, some actual facts, some actual factuals, some fatigans about the Vatican, as they say, or as I say. Number one, it's the smallest country in the world. Did you know that?
What is?
The Vatican.
It's a country?
Yeah. Vatican is a country.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. There's Vatican City, which is within the Vatican. It's classed as a country.
What do you mean Vatican's a country? I thought the Vatican's like just in Rome. No?
It's in Italy, yeah, but it's a country within Italy.
What, they've classed it as it's not. It hasn't got seas between it and bridges, is it? It's not like an island. They're just classing it as inside.
But it is a country.
They're classing it as a country.
Yeah, did you not know it's a country?
No, why the fuck would I know? I don't fucking give a shit about this stuff. No offence to religion or anything like that.
It's not about giving a shit, it's just about having a bit of general knowledge.
I don't know anything. I failed everything at school. I know nothing.
Well, there we go. You've learned something. So it's the smallest country in the world. It's only 0.44 square kilometres, and there's only 825 population. And basically everybody that lives there works for the Catholic Church in some capacity.
Okay.
So it's yes, you're right though. It is within the city of Rome. So you were right.
I reckon. I remember religious education, the classes at school, and I remember none of it.
Well, you can walk from one end of the Vatican to the other in an hour in the country. So that's how it's so small. The second fact about it is the only country in the world that has no prison. They say. So there's no prison. No prison there at all because there's no crime.
Yeah, I'm just all confused by it all. Didn't even know it was a country. I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah.
No, there is crime because based on how many people live there, which is, as I've said, it's under 1,000 people that live there. It's got the highest crime rate of any country in the world. People get pickpocketed, their purses get snatched. It's basically tourists that go there, and people prey on them. I'm
looking this shit up. It's like I feel like it's almost like you're making it up. It's a country.
Yeah. It's one of the countries of the world, the Vatican.
I think I've told this story before. One day, I used to say I had this neighbour, this woman. I've told this story before, I'm pretty sure I've. And I'd chat to her, and I was occasionally say, oh, hello, right, yeah, and she'd be quite nice. Then some days she just wasn't very nice. Some days she was just like just not friendly. And I'm like, that's so weird. She just completely blanked me. It's so bizarre. And the next day she was friendly. She moved out. Sarah says to me, they were twins. I was like, you fucking what? She says there was twins living next door. And I was like, you're fucking joking. You're putting my leg now, if this being a country. I know you're not. It was almost like she was putting my legs, and she was like, there's twins. So this whole time I thought I was chatting to the same person. I've been chatting to twins. I probably had the same conversation followed along.
That's funny enough. That happened to me and Alice when we bought this house. The guy who lives next to us is a twin. And when we didn't really know him that well for the first year or so, sometimes we'd see him and he would be really rude to us and not speak to us. And it turns out he's got a twin brother, and they look exactly the same. And so that's why sometimes he didn't speak to me or was a bit rude to me. It's because it wasn't him; it was his twin brother.
Exactly.
So I've got exactly the same story. That's funny.
So looking at it, Vatican City, it's not, they class it as a country, but it's not. It's a district.
No, it's a country. It is a country. A country doesn't have to have seas.
No, I know that. I just thought it was an area in Rome and the Pope lived there. I had no idea it was a country.
Well, this is the power. This is the power of the Catholic Church, Gap. Is that they've got their own country.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah. It's protectable. The Pope himself is protected, as another fact, by Swiss guards. So there's 135 Swiss guards or soldiers known as the Pontifical Swiss Guards, and they're responsible for protecting the Pope. That began in 1506. Pope Julius II needed personal protection from any enemies of the Church, and that has continued to this day. If you want to be a Swiss Guard, you have to be a man between the ages of 19 and 30, and you have to be 5'8" tall. Okay. And you also obviously have to be Christian and have had military training. So there's very small margin of people that can be a Swiss Guard. Now, talking of it being a country, the next fact is you cannot become...
It's so weird, though. The reason I don't know, I'm just, you can laugh at me and my lack of knowledge as much as you want. The reason I just wouldn't have thought that is just because why would I think that's a country? Why would I think where the Pope is a country? There's no reason I would think that.
Well, it's like saying London is a country, isn't it?
Yeah, it just seems really bizarre. So when you're saying that, I was like, you put it on my leg. Like, what the fuck? And yes, you're correct, as everybody who listened to the podcast knows this, apart from me. I didn't know reindeer were real. Do you remember?
You didn't. No. You didn't know reindeer were real, and I blew your mind with that fact back 10 years ago.
No, you didn't. I was at a place with my mum, and I said, "What the fuck's that?" She went, "That's reindeer." And I said, "Yeah, fucking get out of here." She went, "That's a reindeer." And I was like, "A reindeer real?" And she just looked at me, and I was like, "Mum, I'm your child. You should be the one that's fucking looking at yourself, going that. If you haven't educated me, that's your lookout, all right?"
Well, about 10 years ago, I was at somebody's house having drinks in the garden on a sunny day, and they didn't know that the sun and the moon were two different things. And this was like a 25-year-old woman, and she thought the sun and the moon were the same thing. And I was like, what's happening right now? Are you telling me you think the sun and the moon are the same? And she said, well, yeah, that's why you don't see the sun at night, because it turns... I was like, do you think it turns off like a light bulb and then it's just the moon at night? She was like, well, yeah. I'm thinking, what's happening to this? Why? I've known this woman for about 10 years at this point, and she didn't know.
See, this is embarrassing also for me. Not that long ago, well, a few years ago now, which is still not long ago, I realised, the moon reflects the sun. That's why it's lit up. I've never thought of it. I've just never thought of it. So I'm like,
well, at least you didn't think they were the same thing, though. Just turn the light bulb off.
That's the trouble with me with general knowledge, education, things like that. My memory is just fuck it. Like, I probably do know the Vatican's country. It's probably there somewhere, but I've got a very, 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 very bad memory. So I just can't keep any information. That's my problem, unfortunately. It's
a good pub quiz question, that one.
I'm the worst. Pub quizzes, don't get me involved. I'm the worst player to have because I don't know shit. I know movies.
Well, talking of it being a country, it's the only country that you cannot get permanent citizenship in, because it doesn't have any prisons, as I mentioned, but it doesn't have any hospitals, and so that means there's no delivery rooms. So no one can be born in the Vatican, unless, I guess, you have a baby on the street.
There's no
there by
hospitals in the
accident.
country.
No.
See, it's a fuck off of it being a country. Fuck off. What
Yeah,
a
but
load of
there's
bollocks.
hospitals right outside. It's half an hour from Rome's hospital.
Don't call it a country. Just fucking have it as a district. I'm not going to get into it because people won't like me being rude about religious people.
So you cannot be born there because there's no delivery rooms. So you can only be granted citizenship on the grounds of appointment to work in a certain capacity of the Pope. So basically, if you live in the country of the Vatican, it's because you've been granted citizenship to work there.
But
for the Pope and for the Catholic Church.
Ill. They don't have hospitals. Do they have a school?
There's a hospital 25 minutes away.
I know that, but they're not in their country. Surely you want one in your country.
There's an ATM. There's a cash point there.
Good. Glad.
It's the only one in the world that's got Latin instructions on it. The instructions for it are in Latin.
Fuck. What fucking load of shit? Go on, fucking. Look at us, we're fancy. Fucking.
It's got the shortest railway track in the world, just 300 meters long.
Have they got dinosaur? I bet they got dinosaur, haven't they?
No, they have. Probably. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that in a minute. The Vatican country owns a telescope in Arizona. In 1981, well, let's get to that. In 1981, it purchased a state-of-the-art telescope, one of the world's largest telescopes, which is sitting in Arizona, USA, and it's the VATT, the Vatican Advanced Technology Telescope. It sits on top of Mount Graham.
What are they looking for then?
Well, you tell me. Apparently, their official
flying with reindeer.
Their official statement is, "We conduct astronomical research." Why?
Yeah.
And finally, as you would expect, the Vatican country is a World Heritage Site, as was listed in 1984. So that's your real-life facts about the Vatican, Gav, some of which have blown your mind, which I love.
Well, yeah, it's in as a country. I do apologise, listeners, if you're turning off your podcast, not going to listen again, because of Gav's lack of knowledge.
Smallest country in the world. Next time you're in a pub quiz, or they say, give me a country that begins with a V. Don't go Venezuela. Go for the Vatican.
I will do.
So let's get into some conspiracies.
Load of nonsense, though. But yeah, go on then.
Let's get into some conspiracies about the Vatican and what is contained. Because as we all know, there are the Vatican vaults beneath the Vatican, which they keep. For anyone who's seen any of the Dan Brown or read the Dan Brown books or seen any of the movies with Tom Hanks, we know what is apparently below there. Now they do have a huge amount of wealth. They've got the biggest art collection in the world below there. They've got probably one of the richest countries in the world for the size of it as well. They've got Nazi gold. They've got it all down there, and we'll get into some of that now. Some of this is real, some of this is speculation. So, first of all, one of the dark secrets about the Vatican is leading into our next film, the chief exorcist of the Vatican, that people don't know about, who is kind of alluded to in the Russell Crowe character. He's based on a real person. He apparently performed over 100,000 exorcisms with the blessing of the Pope. So that's the first one, really, is that they obviously, only the Pope himself can grant an exorcism. Yep, off you go and do it. How many times a day is he getting a text message going, oh, we got a girl in London. She's sort of spitting stuff out of her mouth and screaming Latin.
What do they think it is then? If they're sending off to an exorcism, they're actually thinking, right, there's a demon in this child, or adult, or whoever it is, and you need to exorcise that demon. They actually think they're actually doing that, yeah?
Well, they have an annual workshop for exorcism in the Vatican. 250 priests every year go to
their country. Right, we're going to the country to do our exorcism school.
Yeah,
that's fucking hilarious. It's like a joke. It all is.
So that that is actually a real fact.
Yep.
The BBC kind of looked into that a little bit as well. So they definitely believe in the devil and the exorcism. Obviously, they're going to.
Yep.
Let's move on to another conspiracy, which is that the Vatican helped Nazi war criminals escape the Allied forces. Of course, they did. There's money involved. So after the victory of the Allied forces in Germany, which helped end World War II, the Nazis were forced to seek refuge outside of Europe.
Yeah.
Now, we know all about the Argentina, the Chilean and the Brazilian Nazis. We know all about that kind of stuff. Even rumoured that Hitler fled and is still alive and well or something along those lines.
Funny enough, I was watching something very recently, fairly recent news actually. There was this, it's like a History Channel, I think it was, or something. They went to a... because we're doing the Nazis and occultism on our next episode of High Strangeness podcast. And they actually went to a place, I think it's Switzerland. And it was a very remote building, had to take a boat to get there. And apparently Hitler went there. And the owners said, yeah, okay, you can go to the place. And they went there and they were given permission to look around it. And they took metal detectors and they actually found a Nazi coin.
Yeah, and there was a huge influx of foreigners, like Polish and German people that fled to Argentina, Chile and Brazil, who were all Nazis.
You also had doctors fled into like New York and stuff like that.
Yeah, and there's a Harvard researcher called Gerald Steinacker who wrote a book that proves that there was travel documents which, pointing to the Vatican that helped. Basically, the Vatican paid for and helped Nazis travel to all these countries we've just mentioned. So I don't know what that says about the Vatican and about the Catholic Church as a whole, but they helped the Nazis.
If that is proven, it's not proven though, is it? So we're just
well,
assuming.
There's a book that shows travel documents that allude to it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
and when they've asked the Vatican about it,
that's shit, isn't it?
They've refused. They've said no comment about it. The Vatican.
Oh, surely you just say no.
Well, they've said no comment.
When anyone did you murder that person?
No comment.
No comment. What? So it's yes or no? I'm going to say no comment. So you're not saying no. So you mean yes. No comment.
No comment.
You mean yes then? No comment. So as soon as someone says no comment, yes.
So sticking to that Nazi theme, the next theory is the Vatican basically profited from the Holocaust. So in addition to aiding the escape of thousands of Nazis from Europe, the Vatican was involved in helping smuggle smuggling art, many other gold and lots of property that belonged to Nazis, which they'd stolen from Jewish families. So a lot of that Nazi gold is apparently kept below the Vatican in the Vatican vaults. We all know about the Vatican vaults. It's this vast underground labyrinth of art. It's like the Indiana Jones warehouse, basically. We'll never know what's in there because it's all secret. Catholic Church stuff.
Imagine if you got a load of fucking gold, and what's the point of it just sitting there? Spend it.
On what?
A fucking hospital for your fucking country.
They'd also have to admit that they've got it there then if they did that.
Yeah, I don't know. Fucking.
Okay, I'll move on to the next one then, which is here's another one, a dark story about a dead man on trial. So in 897 AD, the Catholic Church put a dead man on trial.
How do you plead?
Dead. So it's known as the cadaver trial.
Why?
So it was a trial of Pope Formosus, which was held by the current Pope at that time, Pope Stephen Formosus. And he was accused of basically stealing his place as Pope. So despite being dead for 7 months, they dug him up, stuck him in a chair in the court.
This can't be real.
This is true. That's what they did. This is 897. This is a long time ago.
So they actually think that he might still fucking be in there, souls in there or some shit.
Well, they were like, basically, let's do a real trial. The only way we can do a real trial is by digging his body out.
Get a cardboard cutout. Draw his face on.
So they actually
a bunch of idiots.
They put some clothes on him and what was left of him, and sat him up in the courtroom. And at the
Get
end
a
of it,
hospital.
he was found guilty. Yeah, he was found guilty.
Because he couldn't defend himself.
So all of his acts as Pope, so he was found guilty of stealing his rightful place as Pope from somebody else. So they threw his body into the river, and the Romans disposed, just like the Romans did. And yeah, that was that. So there we go. Another one there for you. Now, let's talk more about their secret archives and their vaults. First of all, they have proof in their vaults, apparently, that Jesus does not exist. There are reports that the archives below the Vatican contain communications between Emperor Nero and St. Paul regarding the existence of Jesus. And apparently, there's actual proof that Jesus Christ did not exist. And it's all kept below there because they've got to keep the illusion up. The theory is they've got to keep the illusion up.
A woman didn't have sex but gave birth isn't real?
Oh, it could have been aliens. Because another rumour is that below the Vatican, they have proof of extraterrestrial life. And now, the skulls that have been in the news recently from Mexico, there's a lot of spaceships and
Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls.
They've got it all down there underneath the Vatican because they don't want people to lose faith, and they want to keep this stuff. That's why they amassed this wealth, is because they buy anytime there's something in the world it's like, oh, maybe we should question religion because there could be aliens. They're like, quick, buy that thing and hide it away from the world so no one will ever know about it, or get that man assassinated, or whatever it might be. So, these are all the theories, by the way, guys.
So if they actually had proof, but they're like, we can't let anyone do this because then people won't have faith. Yeah, because you don't need it then if there's aliens, do we? So let's just stop all this and let's just get the aliens. It just seems, okay, that is the truth, but we're going to hide the truth and we're going to fake the truth, okay? Just we've got that thing shooting towards Earth at the moment, haven't we? It's going to pass us, but they're like
Atlas.
Yeah, and they're like, well, it's not like a meteorite. This is actually looks like a probe, or it's actually been sent, or it could be a reply to us sending out audio signals once upon a time and signals into space. And they're like, so like, if that happens and it's a real thing, that is going to shake things up a little bit.
Multiple scientists have said there's a 0.05% chance that it's natural, which means there's almost 100% chance that it is
not natural.
It's a ship,
and it's come from somewhere. Yes,
which
is going to blow religion away.
It slows down and it speeds up and it maneuvers around objects. And it's using the gravitational force of planets to slingshot on its journey along the way.
I'm not sure.
We're going to be able to see it in September with the right telescopes, and then it will go behind the sun for the whole of October, and then they don't know where it's going to go after that. But it's not going to hit the Earth.
It's not going to hit the Earth, but it's not the point. The point is that it's not regular, and
it's between 7 and 12 miles big.
How long's religion been going?
Forever. Probably, I'd say 2025 years. Give or take. That's one religion anyway. No, religion has been going for ever since there was a man, really. People.
And everyone's just like, you're born, whatever country you're in, okay, you're a Christian, you're born in this country. Like, why not be that one? No, you're born in this country. So you don't get a choice. But what I'm saying is, like, it's just every country, though, everywhere in the world, there's religion. Everyone knows there's a God or whatever. So, like, it's a whole thing, and obviously you got atheisms and everything else, different people, etc., etc. But it's so inherently put in. That's why, like, if anything came about, and like you say, Vatican, like, we can't. If that is a thing, we can't do that. It's more not the fact that it's going to blow religion out of the water, showing that there's actual UFOs. It's more that the fact that the fucking humans can't take it, and they'd be like, no, and then it'd just go to fucking chaos.
I think. Here's my theory, and I'll try and keep this succinct and short. I think all religion, in some way, comes from the same place over the multiple thousands of years that it's been around.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that place may well be an ancient civilization or ancient aliens. This is my theory.
Mm-hmm.
It might sound crazy, but I think the Egyptians and all the people that were there a long time ago, they
had some
stuff.
technology.
They
That's
learned
the thing.
stuff, and that over the that's basically evolved into Jesus, like a man that could heal people or whatever, or a man that knew good thing, knowledge and teachings. And I think all religions have very similar backstories. If you go back far enough, I don't want to get all Joe Rogan on everyone, but I do think that we are about to, we if that does happen, it will come full circle in that we will realise all religion came from whatever this might be that's coming towards the planet, if it is an alien ship. And they'll be like, yeah, we started the whole thing off. We started up your race. We started off all the knowledge. And over the thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, you've kind of got it a bit wrong and forgotten it. And it's been like you've forgotten bits correctly or incorrectly. And, you know, the teachings and the writings have all changed slightly. And, you know, as it would do from many languages and countries, and you know, that people couldn't write stuff down 20,000, 50,000 years ago. So trying to remember all this knowledge. So I think if there is aliens, or if this ship does come close to the Earth, we will come full circle. And religion is supposed to bring people together.
Except people kill people for religion.
Well, yes, but the true meaning of religion is it is supposed to bring people together and give them something to work towards as one people, and give people faith, something to believe in past death, and that there's a reason for bad things to happen. So the true meaning of religion is a pure one, but it's been corrupted over the years, hasn't it? I don't want to get too deep for our listeners.
By money, mainly.
By money, by
power.
By power, yeah. And, you know, I don't want to say that religion's bad. Religion is the number one cause of every war ever. But I do think, you know, I don't go to church anymore. I take the kids to church sometimes for the activities and stuff for them, and I do like the sense of community I get when I go there, because I used to go to church as a kid with school. It was part of my school.
Yeah,
you know,
my mum loves it
and stuff.
Yeah.
But I've been to church with you, you know, a couple of times we've been, and I'm like a godson to your son, and all that kind of stuff. But I do think, I wouldn't say it's nonsense, but I do think the true meaning of it has been lost thousands of years ago. But going back to what I was saying, and this 31 Atlas, because we've sidetracked a little bit, but that's what we do. But I do think I would hope that mankind would realise, we are all supposed to be together on this journey to move in this right direction.
Most of mankind's a bunch of fucking idiots.
Because Trump will say, let's buy the alien spaceship, blah, blah, blah. And it'll just get silly.
And finish very quickly on religion. I'm fine if you want to believe in religion, and it, like my mum loves it, and she doesn't. She's like, I don't understand how you don't believe in God. It's like, I don't, and you do. It's as simple as that. But I appreciate it brings people together, and she has like a community and all that sort of stuff. If you put all that stuff into it and you take away God and Jesus, and you just have it as a community and a church, things like that, I think that's what it should be. You know, it should be about people together now on Earth, what we can hear and see right now, physically touch each other and hug each other, and that's a lovely thing. Not, you know.
And think when humankind first began and everything was very basic, that was all they had. It was, well, let's all believe in that sun that's up there, whatever that thing is, because it makes our crops grow, and you know that's evolved and evolved and evolved and evolved and evolved.
Yeah, and I completely understand having something all to come together, and I do also understand believing in a God, whatever your religion is, you believe in that particular God, and like having someone to worship. I find worship a bit weird, but I completely understand, and having something, because if you have nothing, you want a certain human that has nothing in their life, and you need something. The church is something for you, so I understand that. But yes, it's been corrupted over the years, and this is a subject we could get fucking deep into, and we're not going to do it now.
Well, talking of corruption, my next theory is, and it may or may not be true, is that the Vatican is home to the largest collection of pornography in the world.
What? Razzle! It's got loads of razzle. What's going on?
It's the Vatican archives apparently contain the largest collection of pornography in the world.
What? Okay.
Based on not just like modern pornography, but also old sculptures and pictures and paintings, because the church don't want to corrupt people and let them see like penises.
Do they know that there's
the Kama Sutra,
there's a
that
thing
kind of
called
thing?
the internet?
Well, yeah, of course, and also you think how many Catholic priests have been caught? They probably got their hard drives in there, haven't they? They've got all that evidence.
Yeah,
because they want to cover up all that stuff.
There's one part of religion I don't like is all the people having sex with children. That's a bit weird and a bit wrong, and you shouldn't do it. If you're gonna be like, right, that's it, I'm not having sex with him or anything. I'm to the God. I'm not gonna. But I like that little boy over there. That's not correct. That's not right. No, shouldn't fucking do it, you fucking dirty cunt. Simple as that.
I've got two more conspiracy theories about the Vatican, and then we'll leave the tiniest country in the world, because Bill Murray is sweating over there.
And he's just looking at me. He's looking at me going, I don't know if he's going to kick off in a minute or what.
He's doing the sign of the cross on himself hundreds of times.
Testicles, spectacles, wallet and watch.
He's dropping to his knees, but that might be for something else. They are one of my penultimate one is that the theory is that they are controlled by the Illuminati. So this all links in with the rituals and the Hollywood stuff as well. So some people believe that despite their dissolution in the medieval times, the Illuminati still exists and has been building itself up slowly over thousands of years, with its members placed in some of the most powerful positions across the world. And obviously one of those is the office of the Vatican, where many of its prominent members are believed to be part of this Illuminati.
Mm.
I do believe that there is a very powerful behind-the-scenes force, and I don't mean like a god, I mean an organisation of people that are pulling the strings, and we'll never know anything about it. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day all this will spill out. The last one, and this links back to aliens and stuff like that, it's one of my favourite ones. Have you ever heard of the chronovisor?
No.
So there's a story
is that like, if there's coronavirus all over the place and you've got a car sun visor, you could pull it down, it'll stop it, and it's the coronavirus?
No. Chrono as in time. So this was apparently built by an Italian scientist and priest hundreds of years ago, and it's a device, and no one knows who gave him the technology to build this, a device that you can put over your head and eyes that allows you to view any point in time, whether the future or the past. And apparently the FBI and the CIA have investigated it.
Is Benny Hill also in the Vatican running around grabbing women's bottoms?
I think Joe Rogan might have talked about the chronovisor on one of his shows, but it is a known theory that there's a device that they've got hidden amongst many, many other things underneath the Vatican. Yeah. If you put it on, you can have a little look at what's going on in the future. You can have a little look at what happened in the past. The chronovisor.
Why don't you use it and sort shit out?
Maybe they are.
Fuck off, are they? Anyway, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I apologise to people about religion. No, I don't really apologise, because I don't believe religion. But if I've offended you because you like religion or whatever, then I apologise for offending you.
Look, we've all got our own views. It's fine. We don't really get political or religious too often, but I thought it was a fun one because the Vatican is such a place of mystery.
And everyone's going, I don't listen to you now, Gav, anyway. You didn't even know it's a fucking country. So,
well, Bill, could you please take your rosary beads off of that? No, that's not where they hang. Thank you very much. And take the crucifix out. This isn't the Exorcist, but we are about to go into the Pope's Exorcist. So, Bill, take us out of the world of the strange.
That's all the time we've got for this week on World of the Strange. Next week, though, gimme Ira. Hairless pets. Weird.
Father Gabriele Amort. On the night of June 4th, you performed an exorcism.
That was not an exorcism. That was majority of cases do not require an exorcism.
98% are recommended by him to doctors and psychiatrists.
The other 2%, I call it evil.
We have more questions for you, Father Amort.
You have a problem with me? You talk to my boss, the Pope.
There is a case that needs your attention.
Bring me the priest.
I'm here to help, Julia.
Wrong priest!
Take caution. There are secrets buried there.
Is the Vatican sealed?
The Church has fought against this demon before. The Vatican covered it up. We need to find out why.
You've been played. You talk the bait.
Whatever you do, you only do because God allows it.
Did he allow that?
Imagine what could happen if the devil possessed the soul of the Pope's exorcist.
Who will defend you?
My faith does not require defense.
The Pope's Exorcist from 2023. In 1987, Gabriele Amorth, the Vatican's leading exorcist, investigates the demonic possession of an American boy in Spain and discovers a secret that the Vatican has tried to keep buried for centuries.
What's the secret then? That they do exorcisms?
Not Nazi gold.
Oh.
So, starring Russell Crowe. It's also got Franco Nero, who you would know he plays the Pope. You would know him from lots of giallo movies, but he's a very old man.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And this is a fun film. Now, this is my second watch of it. And there's two things I like about this. Two main things I like. First thing is that Russell Crowe is clearly having a ball. Having the time of his life. He's enjoying this. His character is cheeky, confident, professional, experienced, and he rides around on a little Lambretta scooter.
Fucking, I'm not saying anything fat or whatever, but he's a little bit fatter inside, and he looks like he's going to swallow that fucking little moped. What? I was just like, there goes Fat Crow on his moped again.
The other thing I really like about this is it's a clever play on the buddy cop movies, which we've seen so many times, where we've got a grizzled older guy that's done the job for years. He does what he likes. He blows up City Hall, and he always gets let off by the boss. Goes on another mission, in this case, another exorcism. Oh, you fucked that one up as well. Oh, I guess we'll let you do another one. Go on then. And then towards halfway through this, he meets a younger, almost a partner, like the Riggs and Murtaugh type thing, who he has to kind of mentor and show the way. And
who's a pedo?
No, he's not a pedo.
Well, he has sex with one of the thing says, oh, you had sex with one of the daughters. And then it shows the daughter later, it shows a woman with boobs. But if it says the way they're just putting it across, they're putting it across that she's under 18. She may be over 16.
No. Basically, he just broke his vow by having sex with the girl.
Okay, right. Because they put it across you know.
The point being is that he sinned, and the demon in this will try to use your own sins against you. Even Russell Crowe's character's rather Amorth has got sins, you know, he let that girl die. So but I like the buddy cop aspect of it, and that to me elevates this a little bit, because this isn't just a horror film. This is a bit of a tongue-in-cheek comedy at times.
Okay.
There are some comical elements to it.
They did this in the original Exorcist, though. You had the buddy cop team in that.
Yeah, but in this one, it's more played for, because he even gets pulled up to the main office at one point, and they're sort of trying to give him a right telling off for his last mission not going quite right. You know, just like when Riggs and Murtaugh get pulled up, give me your badges, that kind of thing. And then he's like, look, I do what I want, and I always get the job done, don't I? And it's just very fun. And him riding around on a moped, and the fact that it's in the 80s, and it's got a nice little soundtrack playing alongside it as well.
Yeah, I can see how you like that. I'm not a fan of Exorcist movies. I've always found them very boring. Like, even the first movie, the original Exorcist, I think is very well produced, and every department is done really well. The acting, the direction, fucking everything. I just find that, which is weird because I love Satan and stuff, and I do love Omen, but that's not
weird
an
because I
exorcism.
love Satan.
But I do like the Omen, but it's not the same thing. But the Exorcist, I always found it really boring. It's like, well, there's a kid, they're exorcist, they have a demon in them, and you can exorcise them, and then you exorcise them. It's like boring. Once it's done, it's done. This is a little bit different, but at the same time, I generally never pick exorcisms as a subgenre of horror for my own tastes.
I don't like many of them, but The Exorcist does, for me. The Exorcist for me is one of the most chilling films I've ever seen.
Yeah, totally. It definitely has that element to it. Absolutely.
It gets me every time.
Yeah, even the first time I watched it, I just, for whatever reason, didn't do it for me, but that's just because I'm an old grouch.
But most films that contain exorcism as a subject don't do it for me that much. There's a few. This is a fun one that I will come back to occasionally.
And
I do like this one.
You said you watched that movie the other night. What was that like with the exorcism in it?
Awful. It's fucking terrible. It's
generic. Was it a remake, by the way? Are they trying to remake it as a follow-on?
It's a legacy sequel.
All right. So was it a kid? Was it a kid which is possessed, and then they come along doing an exorcism? Two kids. So what do we do this time? Two kids, not just one.
David Gordon Green looked at the first film and said, right, what do we need? Let's make it two kids, one black and one white. Great. Right, we've got that ticked off. Great. What next? Okay, let's bring back Reagan's mum. Okay, yeah, let's get her in it. She didn't want to come. Give her double the money. All right, now she's in it. Great. Let's get the Mike Oldfield music in it. Great. Yeah, let's get that as well. Now what? They're going to spew blood. Yeah, they're going to do that. Yeah, they're going to throw things up. They're going to have scratches on their body that form words.
But what I'm saying, though, it was just
rubbish.
It was just a general exorcism, though. That was what the idea was. It was a kid. The kid's possessed, and they exorcise the kid.
It was just a different demon.
Is it anything new?
No.
No. This is slightly different. You got Russell Crowe, I think, is a different, a unique, well, not unique, slightly different fit, but works okay. Kind of brings that more of a to feed into it. So it's slightly different than all the others. I feel like towards the end, this movie goes fucking just like too Hollywood for its own fucking good. Russell Crowe's flying around the place. Oh, fuck off, you superhero bollocks.
The ending is a bit weird.
It turns into a fucking Marvel movie. That's what it does.
Well, we start off with a bit of text that tells us a bit about... now, I mentioned this in Word of the Strange. Father Gabriel Amorth is based on a real person, the chief Pope's chief exorcist.
Is this person still doing this job? Is it a job still done?
Probably do. He just probably runs those workshops that I told you about now.
Yeah, but then the people who do the workshops, obviously, they go on to do this then.
Yeah. There's still exorcists out there.
Still going on. All right.
Yeah. And then we get the year 1987 pop up. Just so we know, we're in the 80s, which is great. So no mobile phones or anything like that. And a little scooter pulls up, and it's Father Gabriel.
I chuckled every time I saw him on it.
And it's like, it's the equivalent to Riggs pulling up in his car or whatever. And he pulls up and he enters the room.
It's not. It's Russell Crowe and a little fucking moped. It's nothing. It's comical. Honestly, it's like a Family Guy skit.
He walks into this house where there's a possessed boy inside there. And he says to the family, are there any signs of possession? So this is, we're opening on him cutting the wires basically to a bomb.
I I like the idea of this scene. I think this is a good opening scene, especially when they bring this pig into it. I think that's quite a clever. It's very simple, but very clever.
And that's what I like about his character. He's very cocky and confident in doing his exorcisms because he's seen loads of fake.
He's been on the job for a few years now.
His job isn't necessarily to exorcise the demon in you; it's to figure out whether you've got really fucked up mental health or whether you are possessed by demon. And as he says, most of the time, I just refer them to a psychiatric ward. It's very, very rare that I actually have to do any out of real exorcism, which is why he calls them out with this pig in a minute. So he walks in, he says, what are the signs of possession? And the family say, well, look, this kid started speaking English and he's never spoken English. He said, do you have access to a television? Well, yeah. He's like, well, so he could have learned some English from a television. So he's already like trying to figure out, is this real or is this not? Then he hears some thumping sounds from upstairs. He goes up to the boy and he starts provoking him. He says, okay, here we go. So you think you're the devil, I guess it, yeah? What's my name then? And he can't give him his name. And he's like, okay, yeah, if you can't give me your name, that's fine. Prove to me you're the devil. And the boy says to him, that's a parlor trick. The devil wouldn't need to do that. And he's like, yeah, whatever. I'll tell you what, bring the pig in. And he says, possess this pig. Prove it to me. Possess the pig. So the boy does do like a weird move where he reaches out for the pig, and whether or not the pig is possessed or not at this point, they just blow the pig's head off, don't they?
Well, I'm presuming that's what they do. They actually throw the demon jumps in there and they shoot it, which means the demon's a bit of thick as shit himself, because the demon's like, oh, okay, yeah, no worries, I'll prove it to you. If that is the case, and then they shoot the pig. So
either that,
or they just try to coax him into like coming out and stop faking it, or
because there is
go with his mental state, so he thinks that's happened to relieve him from that state.
Because there is a phenomenon where people do believe
but no actual demons. It's just a fucking pig's brains all over the fucking
and
place.
That would maybe make if he has got that phenomenon where he believes he's possessed, maybe this would help him finish that. You know what I mean? Like he thinks, oh great, you killed the demon because it was in that pig. So that's the opening scene, and this, I've written here, this is basically the equivalent to the Christmas tree Lethal Weapon opening scene, because we find out what kind of a character he is, how far he's willing to go, how cocky he is, all in the first sort of 5 minutes, really. Yeah. And then we get our title card come up, and we meet our American family, who are going to be in this for the long run. So they're driving along. As I say, they're American. We've got a mum, a teenage daughter and son. We find out later on that the dad died a year earlier.
It's a cliche, really. It's a recent Ghostbusters movie. The dads, we've inherited something. Dad's died or whatever. We're going to go there, I know it's a granddad in Ghostbusters, but it's that old fucking cliche. We've inherited a property.
We have seen that a lot.
It's we're going to go check out. They've inherited. What's it? It's an
massive
abbey.
Gothic villa, like a big villa with an abbey in it.
Yeah, that's not what the fuck. And they've got all these people working there. It's like, Jesus Christ. Like the tax probably inheriting that you would probably have to sell it just to pay for the tax.
And they don't know how it fell into their family. They just know that they've inherited it since their dad died. So they're just like, this is great.
We don't know how this abbey just fell into our family, but somehow at some point my dad had an abbey, a whole abbey. Yep, totally. Right, okay.
Cut to Russell Crowe. He's in the Vatican. He's wandering around. He's teasing the nuns because they're looking at him going, oh, look, there's the famous chief
Benny
exorcist.
Hill grabbing their bums.
He goes, coo, 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 coo. There's his little thing he likes to do just to wind them up a bit. I don't know why he does that, but he does.
No.
But he's having a great time, Russell Crowe.
He's having a ball.
He's great. He's in Europe for a few months filming this film, enjoying it. He apparently suggested the Lambretta. He said my character would drive a scooter, and they were like, "Why?"
So
and he's like,
funny.
Because I just think he would. So
they
let him do that.
I think he looks sweet on it.
Sweet. But he's clearly not your usual priest, just because of what he writes and how he sort of speaks to people and stuff like that.
He reminds me, I tell you what, he reminds me of the father in Dracula, Prince of Darkness, the Hammer horror film. who wants to warm his bottom by the fire when he comes into the pub. Do you know the one?
Yeah, I can imagine him doing that.
Yeah, and he's massive, and he's a big guy, and he's got a rifle, and he's just, some of the locals say stuff, just go, stop your mouth, and they're like, oh, okay. He's very much like that character. And he's one at the end, shoots the ice, and Dracula falls in the ice, and he kills him, you know.
He's quite big and imposing, isn't he? You know, he's Russell Crowe.
Yeah, like this guy.
Big burly bloke. We find out that he might have to go to the office because he might be in trouble with the boss. So we'll come back to that in a minute. We go back to the family then that have arrived in this giant fucking absolute mansion that they've randomly inherited. And while they're there, they meet a young priest who is, can't remember his name now, but his father is equal. We find out his first name a bit later on. And he's helping them explore this new home. It's being kind of renovated and rebuilt. The old abbey's in there, as I say, and the priest's asking them all about it. And they're like, we don't really know where it came from, but our dad died 1 year ago. The daughter's having a cheeky cigarette, and mum tells her off for that. And later on, her brother sort of freaks her out with a strange mask on. And then she hears the shaving a haircut 2 bits. And that's something that her and her brother do, knocking on the wall, but that will come back in a scary way later on, won't it, Gav?
It will. The house, when they walked into it and stuff, all the colours of the film are very desaturated here. It's just like there's not much colour. It's quite dull almost. The whole look of it here, presumably on purpose, probably to help the environment look run down, I'd have thought.
Yeah, and because it feels very like the sun's just gone down all the time.
Yeah, because it's cold. It's a cold feeling. Yeah.
But there's like that oranginess to it. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Henry is the young boy, and he's wandering around with his headphones on. And he obviously goes down into the basement, and he finds a little hole in the wall, and he peeps through the hole in the wall. And this is where we assume he gets possessed by the demon.
Oh, okay.
Because there is something underneath the abbey and underneath the entire villa, which we'll find out more about later.
Well, he watches through a hole and he sees like this cracking happening on the wall.
Yeah. And then Amy, the daughter, and mum, they're obviously arguing. The whole family are very agitated since Dad died. They want to sell it, basically. All they want to do is get it up and ready so they can sell it and live off and, have all the money.
Yeah, which makes sense because you're not going to do just look off that. My next note's Fat Crow on a little moped with Faith No More playing.
Yeah, just about to come to that. But just before that, though, Mum says to Amy, just do me one favour, for God's sake. Since your dad died, he hasn't spoken a word, the boy. All I need you to do is help me look after him while we're here. We're not going to be here for long, just a couple of months. Once it's up and done, we're out. Just help me with brother. And she's like, I'm not the babysitter. And it's all sort of very usual family stuff. Yes. So we get We Care a Lot by Faith No More. Great tune. Which is Russell Crowe riding along on his moped. Brilliant. Never thought we'd see him as a Italian priest riding a moped with Faith No More playing over the top of it, but
it was a weird choice. Just that shot. I was like, okay, I guess you're trying to make it cool. I don't know. Okay.
And he's arrived at the big dog's office.
It's the only time we have any music like that in it. All of a sudden, it's just a Faith No More song. But
no, there's a few contemporary.
There?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of contemporary stuff because it's all the way through. You get bits and bobs playing.
Okay.
So he's dragged into the office because he's about to have a formal hearing from the big dogs.
He goes into a place which is just this elegant, massive, elegant place with these huge gold-framed paintings and gold-framed furniture sitting opposite him. And then there's these 5... He eventually goes into this room. There's these 5 people all in front of him, all in white, apart from the... all in black, and the one in the middle who's in red.
Yeah, and these are like the chief big dogs of the Vatican below the Pope.
They're basically gonna... He's got one on his side. One of them spoke to him beforehand. One of the guys is sitting there is like, this is what's going on. But at the end of the day, he's being tested or being... they're checking his credentials out. Ooh.
Well, they're furious with him because the last exorcism he did with the pig, he didn't get permission from the Pope. He went rogue on that one. So this is like him blowing up City Hall. If he was a cop.
Do they also think he's full of shit and exorcisms aren't real? Is that what they're trying to say?
No, what they're trying to say to him is, we take exorcism so seriously that this is why the Pope has to give his permission. You can't just go willy-nilly doing them, because if it gets out to the public, you know, it's not a good look for the church. And we hear that you brought a pig into the last one and blew its brains out. Like, what do you think you're doing? But this is where he shows his confident cockiness and says, look, listen, 98% of the jobs I do, I refer them to a psychiatric ward. There's only 2% of the jobs where there's an actual, you know, demons involved.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's close to getting fired. So they sort of say to him, the public can't know about demons and devils and this kind of thing. And he says to them, are you saying that you don't believe in evil? And they all go quiet. And he says, because if you don't believe in evil, if you're telling me that there's no such thing as evil, then what the fuck is the point in the church and the Vatican and God and all of this? Because without evil, there is no God, and without God, there is no evil, blah, blah, blah. And he gives them this amazing speech and just blows them out the water. And basically he says, I'll do what I like. Let me crack on with doing my job. I'm just going to go out there on my scooter, exercising people all over Italy and all over Europe.
He says, if you've got a problem, take it up with my boss, who's the Pope. He does. I
love that.
I'm going to say here at this point, he chews the scenery. This is if you want to know what chew the scenery is, this is Crow doing this whole thing.
And that's what I like about it. I like that he's having fun. Because, you know, this could be a really serious movie. I know you've got your thoughts on it. This could be could take itself too seriously, but I like that it's clearly a little bit pantomime.
Yeah, absolutely. If it is says that David Gordon Green or something directed this or something, it'd be all real serious tone. Won't be able to play around. Where Russell Crowe is, very much like, not ruling the roost, so to speak, but do you know what I mean? He is. They're letting Crow do Crow, which is fine, which is probably what you need for the film to make it not boring.
And it's nice to see him do this, because he's done so many serious films and won so many Oscars. You know, Gladiator, A Beautiful Mind. Lately, he's been turning up in stuff where you don't expect him. Like, he was in a Marvel. He was in the latest Thor movie. You know, he played Zeus, and he was walking around being all silly and that, and being very camp and pantomimey. And I do like to see Russell Crowe have a bit of in his older age, he's sort of mellowed a bit, and he's doing some fun things, I think.
Then we cut to the back to the Abbey, and you got the mum. It's night time, and the mum's. This Abbey must be cold. It must be cold. The mum's sitting around in her underwear, going, "Oh, I'm cold." Okay, I've got an idea.
Get some clothes on.
Oh, fucking hell.
She hears some thumping sounds. She can't figure out where it's coming from. She goes up to check on the kids, and Henry's asleep. She takes his headphones off, and when she walks out of the room, his eyes pop open, and the demon is beginning to surface. Ooh.
The next day, you get the couple of builders that are downstairs, and they go past the hole which the kid found earlier, and they're like, "Oh, look, there's something in there." They decide the best thing to do is to light a flare to look. Why? Why would you light a flare and not a torch which lights a beam into the hole? What? A flare's just going to light that where you are up. What is that going to do, apart from blow up if there's gas?
Which there is.
These guys are thick as shit.
So there's a huge gas explosion, and all the workers are like, "We quit. We can't work on this property. You've got methane and gas leaking coming from underneath."
And you employed idiots that didn't smell the gas and thought to light a flare to see through a hole.
So they all leave, leaving Mum and her daughter Amy and son Henry in this rundown old mansion.
Abbey. Crazy.
She's like, "What the fuck do we do now?" Henry starts having a bit of a fit.
He has a seizure.
And he says, "You're all going to die."
Then scratches his face.
And then, he rips his own flesh on his face. So then we get a classic Exorcist scene where he's in a hospital.
It's basically a hospital scene. They do loads of tests, but nothing's going on. So the doctor says it's psychosis, he's thinking. Which Mum's like, no, it can't be.
Yeah, because he said, we've done X-rays, CAT scans, MRIs. What could have happened to him recently? And she says, well, he did see his own dad impaled in a car a year ago, and he hasn't spoken a word since then. Could that be Something that...
Fucking hell, come on,
Could it be
people. It's just this mum doesn't know when it's cold to put clothes on. For a start, she's fucking useless.
The doctor basically smashes his own head with a palm. He's like, oh my God. And he says to her, look, here's some sedatives.
Yeah.
If he has any more seizures or acts up, just give him drugs.
If he acts
Sedate him.
If he acts up, like if he grabs your boob and says, I'm hungry, which is the next scene.
Yeah, so they go back home and Henry is in bed, very catatonic, and then the power cuts out, so now they're left in a mansion where the power keeps cutting out, which is just fucking great, as well as a gas leak in the basement. So they're not happy about it. So the daughter goes downstairs to try and trip the power back on. It's a very, very spooky basement. And while that's happening, yes, Gav, Henry gets into bed with his mummy and grabs her boob and says, you never breastfed me, you fat cow. Now I'm hungry. I want something. Give it to me. She's like, Henry, what are you doing?
And we must point out, is his voice gone yet?
Yeah, this is not quite yet.
Okay, we'll get to that. And then on his stomach, he pulls up his T-shirt and the word hate comes up. I thought it said skate. I was like, oh, shit. That's
skate or die.
Skate, man. Skate. I want to go skate. Like, yeah, dude.
And then he says,
let Satan skate with you.
This is the first time we hear the voice now. He says, bring me the priest.
Yeah, so basically it's the voice from the witch. Dad.
Or Galactus from the Fantastic Four. Ralph Innes, very big actor now.
It's a horror movie podcast. Let's just say the witch. People know.
Well, no, he's not just been in The Witch. He's been in Game of Thrones. Ralph Innes is huge now. The Witch was halfway through his career.
Yeah, but everyone knows his voice from the witch though.
Yeah. But he's got an incredible booming voice, which is why he was cast as Galactus in.
Yeah, I don't know. Because I'm sure there's other people don't know that he's in superhero films and things.
No, it's not just superhero stuff. This in it. He was in Game of Thrones. He's been in a ton of stuff. Go look him up.
Office.
He's been in a million things. Yeah, The Office as well. He's just got this incredible voice. But yeah, I didn't know until this second watch that he did the voice. I just thought to myself, because I'd watched Fantastic Four a couple of weeks before, I was thinking that voice sounds familiar. And then
you didn't know? Did you not recognise? Honestly,
the first time I watched it, I didn't know.
It's such a unique voice. To be honest, when it came on, I was like, it's almost a bit cliche. I'd rather it wasn't. It's almost a bit too over the top for the kid.
He's not credited as it until the end credits, very far down as the voice of the demon. So they kept it under wraps quite nicely.
I think it feels like it's too much, to be honest with you. His voice is great, but it feels like it's too much.
Oh, I absolutely love it. I think if you're going to have him do the voice of a demon, it's got to be Ralph Innes. But yes, he says, bring me the priest. So the young priest is called and walks in to the room, and the next shot is him getting thrown out the room up against the wall, and the little boy in Ralph Ines's voice says, that was the wrong fucking priest.
That's not bad for your impression.
Oh wow, okay, Jesus, okay. So he wants a different priest, and we know which priest he wants. He wants Russell Crowe. So Gabriel goes to see the Pope, his boss, and who's not very well. He's a bit sick, and they discuss this younger generation. They just don't believe in the devil anymore, do they? And they have this whole discussion about that. And he says to him, listen, Russell Crowe, I need you to hop on your moped, because considering we're in Italy right now, there's a boy in Spain, and it's a bit of a special mission that I need to go on. I can't tell you any more about it.
Is he going to go all the way on his moped?
He goes all the way there on his moped. I was thinking, why don't he get on the train? But no, I will ride my moped all the way to Spain. See you later. That's just me doing an impression of Russell Crowe. I'm not doing an Italian
impression
accent.
of Italian, yeah.
He does speak really good Italian in this, doesn't he? And has a pretty decent accent.
He goes to see the Pope now.
Well, we've just done that.
Oh, okay, good. Right, next.
So he doesn't know why he's being sent there by the Pope of all people, but he knows that this mission is special. Obviously, there's something below the villa, below the abbey, that we'll find out about later on. So yeah, Lambretta rides his way to Spain. Must have taken days to get there. All the way there.
What is it, 28 miles an hour? With Faith No More playing.
Just his headphones.
We care a lot.
he arrives at the villa after weeks riding slowly. No, he arrives at the villa, and the young priest is there, who's obviously been thrown up against the wall and heard a demon's voice. And he says, "Oh, thank goodness you're here. You're the chief exorcist of the whole Vatican."
Well, mum's like, why is the church here? Or I guess the Vatican here. She's a bit like, that's a bit much, isn't it? I think she's sort of a bit like, what?
Yeah, because this is 1987. There's no internet. Yeah. The thought of an exorcism is very far out of everybody's mind.
And he's like,
he looks up to Russell Crowe. He's heard of him, and this is where you almost get that buddy cop relationship start a little bit. Because he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm excited to be on a mission with you," and Russell Crowe's just like, "Yeah, I'll deal with this." Pulls out his hip flask.
Yeah, well, he says, "Can I see? Well, can I just see the boy?" So she lets him see. And he's sleeping, and he wakes up, and he has a real Gollum vibe about him. This kid, he looks a bit like Gollum. No offense to the kid. But
I mean, he's got makeup on, so I guess it's not what he really looks like. I'd be worried if he did. We're going to cast you as a demon. Why? Because you're ugly, kid. You're ugly.
And he sort of says to him, "I know your nightmares," and then we get a flashback to some young lads sort of being shot by Nazis, and we find out later on that's actually Russell Crowe's, in his mind, it's his sin where he pretended to be dead when all his buddies in his military
platoon.
Well, I don't have class platoon. I don't know what class. I suppose so. Are shot all around him, and that's his sin, which we find out later on. But we have a flashback to it, so it's kind of nice to just give us a different era and a different time zone, just for a bit. Do you know what I mean? A bit of a rest from the film.
That was his sin that this is why he joined the church. He examined Henry. He says, "Are you awake?" And they have a bit of a conversation, and he speaks to him in this reminiscent voice.
The kid he pukes up a baby bird.
Yeah, a baby bird that Russell Crowe remembers from his past, because he saw that bird when he was rescued. There was a bird perched on one of the dead bodies. He also checks out the boy's eye, just to mention, and the boy's got a second pupil that sort of appears briefly, like a demonic pupil next to his own pupil, and he says to him, "I'm here for you. I'm here for you, Gabriel."
It's kind of like showing that there's two souls or two people inside that one vessel, we can say, the body.
And he tries his old trick of, "All right then, if you're the devil, tell me what my name is. Go on. Why are you here? Show me a trick." And he actually says, "Your name's Gabriel. I know your sins, and I'm here for you. I know about the pig." And Gabriel's thinking, "Oh shit, okay, this is the 2% out of the 100% that I go to. This is the 2%, but this is probably going to be real," because he seems to know a lot of stuff about my past. And he speaks German, he speaks Italian. The kid speaks German to him. He mimics what the soldier said to him when he was in the war. He speaks Italian and English. And then coughs up a bird fetus, as you say. And
he just says, "Your sins will seek you out. I'll be waiting for you." And he leaves. And so Russell Crowe's outside saying, "How the fuck does he know me? Does he know where I was, what I was doing? How does he know me?" Like, because he's a bit like, that's a bit weird. And his mission now is kind of needs to work out why this demon's chosen him. It's kind of his mission, So
he says, "I need to go and talk to the mother a moment." So he tells her. He says, "I think there's a demon in your son." Sorry about that. Bad news. You thought his voice breaking. I'm afraid it's not. But he says to the family, he says, "Look, faith is the only answer. Whether you believe it or not, you need to try to have some faith. Because if we believe in good or God or whatever you want to say, we can help him. But I need you to tell me about the car accident." So this is where she's like, okay, basically, Henry was in a car with his dad last year. The car crashed, and he saw his dad die in front of his very eyes. He's never spoken a word since. He's been very strange since then, and obviously that's where we are right now. And he says, "Okay, I promise I'll help you with this. I promise I'll help your family with this." So later on, Amy hears more of that knocking game coming from all over the house, though, and then she hears her brother say, "Amy, I'm in hell." And then the phone rings. She picks it up, and it's her dead dad. And she's like, "What the hell, Dad? Dad, I miss you." And he's like, "You're all going to die, Amy. You're all going to die." I love this next scene. She runs in the room. Russell Crowe and her mum are in the kitchen, and she says, "Oh my God, Dad's just phoned me on the phone and said we're all going to die." And Russell Crowe goes, "I need coffee." Just straight into it. Give me caffeine right now.
And they look at him because they're not expecting him to say that, and he's like, "This is going to take all night. It's a long thing. I'm tired. You guys need to get your rest, but I need my energy." I thought of him at that point. I was like, "Oh, I'll be really tired. I'll be like, I'll go have a little nap.
I'll have a coffee with Russell Crowe in the kitchen." Now he says to everybody, "Now this could take hours. This could take days. This could take weeks. But what we need to do is get together with that faith I mentioned earlier. So I need constant prayers from some of you." He says to the young priest, "What do you know about exorcisms?" He's like, "Absolutely nothing. I don't know anything about them at all." And he's like, "What prayers do you know off by heart?" And he gets them all to start thinking about what prayers they can recite constantly. And he says to the priest, "We need to confess our sins." "When was the last time you confessed your sins, young priest?" He says, "About a year ago." "Is that a year? We haven't got all night." "Okay, just say I confess all of my sins."
How many sins have they got? As you think, you obviously got a lot of sins. How many sins have you got right this second, Dan?
Yeah, but a sin is having a wank. It could be farting in public and blaming someone else. It could be... These are all sins.
When did you last do that? I see what you're saying, though, the masturbation thing. I'm sinning.
These are all things
I'm daily sinning.
Sins. If you're lying or, or
this is see, I'm not getting into it again, but this is the thing. He says, "I've got your sins." He says, "I've only got a day." And he said, "Oh, all the sins that you did, you're bad, you don't want to do that." "Yeah, okay, great. No worries. I'll chop it all off now. Great, wicked, done." What a load of bollocks. If you've got these sins, you just say, "Nah, you're all right." So that's great. So I can carry on doing these sins because all it is you just going, "Nah, you're fine. I just have to confess that I was having a wank all day long." But don't worry about it. You're fine. "Oh, okay." What's the point? What's the fucking point?
Just tell the man on the other side of the screen.
Just don't have sins. Just don't even have this thing. Or unless the sin is like I murdered a group of people.
That's a sin as well.
Yeah, and that's a sin. That's a proper sin. Like, take some stuff off. Have
but
a
if you
wank.
tell the
Just
priest,
don't worry about it.
If you tell the priest you're going to go to heaven, you'll be fine.
Yeah, who's proved
Imagine
that?
what priests have heard over the years in those confession booths.
Oh, God.
My elderly neighbour was doing the gardening and I got really turned on by her saggy old boobs, so I decided to have a wank. She turned around and I finished while she watched me. All right, well, you're absolved of all your sins.
You're
so
fine. I've just said you're fine, so don't worry about it. Anything that you do in life, any bad thing, I'll just say, "Yeah, you're all right." And then you won't feel bad. Great, quick, cool, I'm going to heaven. Heaven, yep, heaven. Everyone knows about heaven. We've seen pictures of it. Yeah, we know about heaven.
So Gabriel says to the young priest, "Do you speak Latin?" He's like, "Nah, don't speak any Latin." He's like, "All right, well, read this prayer." He's like, "Yeah, but it's in Latin. I've just told you don't speak it." He says, "Yeah, but Latin and Spanish are pretty similar. You'll learn it. I need you to learn this one off by heart. Just this prayer, and just constantly pray whenever I go in the room with him." So the two priests enter Henry's room.
Glad you said room.
And enter Henry's room, and the first thing he says to them is, "Hello, Gabe. Can I call you Gabe, soldier boy?"
See,
he's really picking on him.
This is where I feel like the guy's a paedophile, because he says, "Hello, panty sniffer."
Yeah.
So he's been sniffing panties. So we're just saying they're just not young girls' panties; they're older females' panties.
There was just one girl.
So he's just been sniffing panties of one girl. And
he had sex with a girl that he shouldn't have had with because he'd committed to joining the priesthood.
That's fine. It's just it made it feel like they're trying to put him across as a pedo.
But he kind of used the girl just for sex because he knew he wasn't going to marry her. He knew he wasn't. So he told her he loved her, but he had no intentions of being with her because he was already committed to joining the church. But he wanted to get his end away, so he had sex with this girl and then just left her stranded. See ya. And went off and joined the church. Right. So he feels bad about that because he broke her heart or whatever.
All right, fair enough. It just came across like it felt like they're trying to put him across as a pedo, first of all saying you're a panty sniffer, then straight after that you had sex with their daughters. That does make it out like they're trying to put it across as a paedophile. Would you agree?
Yeah, but
the way they've worded that,
I know what you mean, but
they've definitely put that.
The demon is trying to get a rise out of him.
But the person who wrote the script was definitely putting that across as trying to put him across as a paedophile.
He's basically saying you lied to their daughters, one girl, and basically used your position of being a priest, because it'd be exciting for a girl, I guess, to have sex with a priest, a forbidden bonk. You
Yeah,
know
but
what I mean?
I'm
Like-
just saying the whole script, though, it's coming across as him like a pedo. That's all it is. That's all I need to say.
I didn't get that, but
But it says, "Hello, panty sniffer. You've been fucking their daughters." That, to me, straight away, I don't think it's fucking 30-year-old.
I guess it does because there is a link between paedophilia and priests.
Exactly.
Well, then we get the usual backwards and forwards here, where the demon says things like, "Let's battle, priest. I'm going to fuck you, and you're going to love every minute
And
of it."
I'm going to
all this
make
kind
you
of
come,
stuff.
and you're going to love it. And I was like, okay, it's a bit more than the I'm going to wank myself off with a crucifix like in the original Exorcist movie. Okay,
And
it's a different one. You're going to make the priest Russell Crowe come. Okay.
Jesus, I never thought I'd hear you say that in a podcast.
And he's
Make
going to
Russell Crowe
like
come.
it.
Fucking hell. Midway through the exorcism, unfortunately, the power cuts out.
Of course it do.
And Russell Crowe sees a woman who we find is Rosaria, a woman that we'll come back to later on. She appears to Gabriel, and it's the girl this is the girl you let die. And it's a girl that he didn't diagnose correctly, and she committed suicide, and he blames himself. So another one of his sins that he blames himself for. And she says to him, "Gabriel, I'm rotting in hell." And he turns to the young priest. This is where he gets called a panty sniffer and all that kind of stuff. Gabriel says, "Look," because he grabbed Henry. When Henry accuses him of being a panty sniffer, the priest just jumps on the kid. Bearing in mind this is like a 10-year-old kid, and starts strangling him. And Gabriel's like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 take it down a notch. Leave the room. And he does. And he says to him, "Look, you can't let him get to you like that. He's going to try his best. Don't just go around strangling children." Cut back quickly to the Vatican, where the Pope's almost getting a bit of a sense, his spider sense is tingling, that something weird is happening. And he's reading this book and he's studying this demon that's in this boy.
Why is he?
Because of where the demon is, because of what's buried underneath this abbey. Because it's all to do with the Knights Templar,
special
isn't
powers
it?
then?
Well, no, because he sent Russell Crowe there because of the secret that the Vatican's keeping underneath that abbey to do with the Knights Templar.
Right.
Which we'll come back to. But he knows, but also he's picking up on some Catholic spider sense as well.
Okay.
My Catholic sense is tingling. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? We won't go there again. Where are we at? So Gabriel comforts Thomas. Thomas is the young priest. And he says, "Look, what's this sin he's talking about?" And he's like, "Look, okay. I had a girlfriend. I basically led her astray, and all that stuff I've just talked about." And he's like, "Okay, you're forgiven. You're fine." Like you just said, Gav. You can do anything.
Because you just get someone to say, "Yeah, you're right." All right, cool.
And then Gabriel says, "Look, my sin that he was talking to me about was Rosario, this girl that I misdiagnosed, and she committed suicide, and it's all my fault. So this boy's got limited time." And he says to the family, "We've only got a little bit of time before he dies." So he's saying this to like the mum and the sister. You know, your son's going to die soon, so we've got to work fast on this. Gabriel goes into the garden, and while he's out there, just by chance, he finds a hidden under a bush a Vatican seal.
It's a well. It's a concrete lid for a well. Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, that's weird."
I find this unbelievable. That no offense, he is a little bit weighty. In the wet. He sits on his moped and uses his moped in the wet with his weight on it as well. And I know what happens if you have a lot of weight on a tyre in the wet. It just slides around in the mud. But he somehow...
Yeah, because it's raining at this point.
Yeah, so he somehow manages to pull off this concrete thing, which, to be honest, I think he could probably just pushed it off himself. If the moped could do it.
Yeah, he's a pretty strong guy.
Yeah.
But it's an excuse to use the moped. You know that Russell Crowe said... No. My character won't lift
would
this
use
off.
this moped in the rain, which it wouldn't actually work. But it's a movie.
So yeah, he pulls the lid off of this well, which is basically a secret Vatican entrance to underground.
And there's skulls in it. He lights it up and looks down into it, and there's skulls all lining it as it goes down.
And while he's doing that, because he's disturbed this ancient sort of tomb, the crucifix above the bed that Henry's in sort of flips downwards slowly. So it's upside down, which is a pure sign of the devil there. Thomas enters his room and touches his hand, and he bites a chunk out of his face. He almost bites his ear off, which isn't great. Mum gets pulled into her mattress, just like Dana in Ghostbusters. Hands pull her down into her mattress, and the daughter is hearing lots of knocking, and she's scared shitless, so she gets into a cupboard to hide. She gets thrown around her bedroom.
Yep.
And it's all kicking off, basically. Absolute chaos. So Russell Crowe, who, having just discovered this secret demonic tomb, thinks, I better go and tell them about this. He runs in to find the daughter bouncing off the walls, Mum being pulled into the mattress by demonic hands, and it's all kicking off. So they manage to pull Mum out of the bed. They save Amy from her mad room. They find one of her nails on the wall where she's been, ripped across the wall. And we get a little bit more backstory of the Pope doing more research on this demon. He's like, I knew it. This is the demon. Well, of course you knew it. That's why you sent your chief exorcist there. You knew where you were sending him. So I don't really get the whole Pope thing. I didn't really need that, because it keeps breaking it up, really. I want to stick with the family and what's going on in this house.
Yeah.
Thomas is told, take the family to the little chapel that's within this villa, because it's such a big villa. It's got a chapel, an abbey, it's got it all there, and keep them safe there. Gabe talks shit, well, not shit, but tells his backstory to Thomas about the war.
Yeah.
And basically says, look, everything that the demon's going to say to you, it's all based on deception, distraction, and he just wants the boy to die, and we have to save the boy. So the longer we let him distract us and deceive us, the more chance it is of the boy dying. I need to show you something. Come with me. And he shows Thomas the well outside and says, this is all dated the same year as the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
And there's something hidden underneath this place. So they go down into the basement, and they find a symbol on the wall with 2 crossed keys.
What was that then?
It's like a sign of the Knights Templar and the Spanish Inquisition and all that kind of stuff. They smell a smell of gas or sulphur, which obviously exploded earlier on. So Gabe just knocks the wall down. He doesn't use his moped this time. He just smashes the wall down. I don't know what he uses, like hammer or something.
I'm not sure, but I like the fact he has some sense this time. So, you smell that? Nobody light anything. I can smell gas. It's like, yeah, why didn't the builders, their job is to notice if there's gas, not notice gas? It's such sloppy nonsense. They're not
as professional as him.
No, I guess not.
They go inside, and there's a door inside the room. And inside this through this next door, which they kick down, there's a chair, like a throne. There's statues everywhere, and he says this is a catacomb, an ancient catacomb.
Yeah.
And there's a skeleton in a cage, and he says this would have been the last protector. Whatever they buried in here, they would have locked the last protector, the last exorcist, in this cage. But the cage wasn't for his safety. The cage wasn't to protect him. It was to basically to keep things away from him, not because he was the possessed one.
No.
Because initially they think, they've locked the possessed person's cage. He's like, no. The last protector would be in this cage.
Russell Crowe nicks his ring.
He does. Takes a little ring off.
Just pockets his ring. Doesn't say anything about it. Just slowly pockets the ring. Okay.
Just like in Die Hard with the chocolate bar.
I guess he doesn't need it.
And meanwhile, the Pope is reading a letter, coincidentally, about this caged fellow having the ultimate demon inside him. So actually, the person in there was actually possessed.
Isn't it something where the church buried up the death of all the workers or something?
Basically, one demon killed multiple exorcists, and the church covered it up by burying it all underneath this abbey.
Okay.
So there's this really, 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 really powerful demon.
Yeah.
That's still down there somewhere. And they just thought, if we just build a nice little abbey on top of it and make everyone all happy and religious above it, then all the prayers will keep this demon at bay, and no one will ever know about it until a stupid man with a flare puts it through the hole and explodes it, and then A little boy gets possessed. Gabriel finds a key. He pulls it out of the corpse's stomach and says, "I'm very sorry about this, my friend." And then they use this to open up some other shit. Meanwhile, the Pope seems to be having some kind of a heart attack. He's obviously linked to this in some way. I don't know why the Pope. Why do we keep going back to the Pope?
No, I don't know.
Don't care about it. Thomas opens a gate using that key that he pulled out of there, and he says, "The smell of sulfur is stronger in here. This means we are closer to hell." And he almost smiles when he says it.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? You all right, mate? The Pope vomits blood. Why? Why?
I don't know.
In the next room, they've gone through with the stomach key. There's more and more corpses, and these are all the dead exorcists. And they find a journal where there are multiple possessions, and this is where the penny drops. Oh shit! This demon can possess more than one thing at a time, meaning it's probably not just Henry upstairs that's possessed. It could be somebody else. Cut to Mum walking in the room. She's thinking, I'm going to give Henry another sedative, but where the hell is my daughter? And that she is possessed as well, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
So they talk about the whole Spanish Inquisition downstairs and how all the torture and death and all the stuff that happened around that era are all the work of the devil, and one particular demon that the Catholic Church fought, lost loads of exorcists there. An army of exorcists was wiped out by this one demon until they found a way to control it, contain it, and bury it underneath this abbey. So it's all the work of the devil. Now, Mummy finds Amy giggling. She's sitting on Henry's bed, and she's got a very strange voice. And this is where we as an audience finally understand, okay, both of the children are possessed now. And then we get Mum and Amy both being attacked by invisible forces. Amy's head twists back around behind her. And then Mum gets smashed into a mirror. And there's just explosions, and then the Pope dies or doesn't die. He doesn't die because he's still alive at the end, but he's in critical condition.
I started getting a bit confused with the film here. It started to lose me, and I started getting a bit like, I don't really know what everything's going on or what's happening so much.
If I could change something, I would scale back the amount of times we cut back to the Pope. Because it's just confusing. I just need to stick with what's going on. There's two locations underneath the Abbey with Russell Crowe and Thomas,
and in the Abbey,
and then upstairs.
Yeah.
But they add the Pope stuff in as well. It's almost like Franco Nero from the Giallo movies said, yeah, I'll come and work on it. And they're like, great, we've got him for 2 weeks. Let's just get loads of stuff and we'll just fit it in the film somehow. It just doesn't really work for me.
No.
But they managed to inject Henry and tie him up.
He was the bad guy in Die Hard 2.
Yes. That's right.
Wow.
That's right.
And the original Django.
The original Django. What was it called?
Django.
It was just called Django, wasn't it? Yeah. So Amy and Mum managed to inject Henry with a sedative and tie him up. And Thomas says, "This is a special demon, Gabriel. He only feeds on exorcists. Gets a kick out of killing exorcists. And that's why it wants you, Gabriel, because you're the Pope's own exorcist. You're the top dog, Bill, Big Bollocks exorcist, man. Mm-hmm. That's why it wants you. If it can get you, then it's the cream of the crop." So Gabriel says, "All right, I better confess my sins about the war then, where I pretended I was dead." So he's like, another sin, all right. And this is where he sees the red baby bird in his flashback, which the boy coughed up earlier on. And then he also confesses about the girl that killed herself. She ate a red bird as well when she was possessed, with air quotations, but she was actually mentally disturbed, jumped off a building.
Yeah.
And he says, "She is my burden, Thomas. She is my burden." So Gabriel gets his exorcist kit out. He gives a special medal to Thomas to wear and says, this will protect you. And he blesses everybody in the house, and they start hearing the shrieks coming from upstairs. And he says, "Ignore the demon's tricks. Let's go save this child. Let's go to work." And this is almost like the sort of Dun, 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 Ghostbusters. They start marching up the stairs. They enter the bedroom, and Henry's taunting him. He starts taunting everyone. They all start praying. That girl, Rosaria, she appears on the ceiling, eating birds, as usual. And then a sexy girl, the one that Thomas had sex with, appears to him, and she tries to seduce him. And they start screaming the exorcism rites. They seem to be winning, and Henry passes out. But it's a trick. We've seen this before, Gav.
Yeah.
Mummy, I'm all better now.
Yeah.
I'm fine. And then they see something squirming under his skin. And it looks almost like he dies. And they lift up his stomach, and on his stomach it says, God is not here. And then they realise Amy's possessed, and they turn around and look at her, and she does something which I fucking hate in these films. I'm really sorry. And I do like this film, Sheila, but she does, what do they call it, where they cut frames out? So she walks all weird and does that.
There's no real name for it, but yeah, they just cut some frames out, so it just
but they undercrank it, don't they?
Well, no, not necessarily.
But
yeah.
So they do that, and then they do the other thing which I hate, which is where she crawls up the wall backwards onto the ceiling.
Yeah.
And it just kind of takes me out of the film a bit when that happens. I hate that. Yeah. Gabriel gets pinned to the wall by an invisible force. Thomas starts getting hung by a rope, comes down and hangs him. Mum is being strangled by her daughter Amy, and it looks like the devil is winning. Henry breaks his ropes that are tying him to the bed. And then Gabriel makes the ultimate sacrifice. He says, okay, take me, come into me. And everybody's dropped. Not like that. Then everybody is dropped to the floor, and Gabriel is kind of doing a 30 Days of Night, where Josh Hartnett uses the power of the vampires to sort of win the day, knowing that he's going to die from it. And Gabriel is now, got the demon in him. And he says, everybody get out of here. Thomas goes over to him to, try and stop him. And he says, get them out of here now. And he starts growling. His eyes turn red. Russell Crowe goes, this is why he took this job, because he got to ride around on a scooter, and then he got to act all crazy at the end with red contact lenses. He's having a field day filming this. He starts chasing the family around. It becomes a little comical at this point. They all get in the car.
Benny Hill.
And Gabe says, you will not take me, to the demon. He starts trying to hang himself. And then he says to himself, I need my piggy to get me into the Vatican, Gabe. And the whole plan of the demon was to possess Russell Crowe, but low-key possess him, so that when Russell Crowe goes back to see his boss, the Pope, he can then infect all of the priests and the Pope and everybody in the Vatican, and
to do what?
Have an army of demons to take over the world.
Take
over the world.
Right.
Bring hell to earth.
Crow's breaks the rope and chandelier.
He does, because he's a bit heavy. The family managed to start driving off. So Russell Crowe goes down into the catacombs.
This is where it turns into a superhero movie.
He's trying to fight the possession, and he says, damn us both to hell. And he tries to light the gas and the sulphur in the room. But then the Holy Mother seems to appear to him. But then she attacks him, and it's just another trick of the demon. Thomas is trying to find him, can't find him anywhere. He finds him sat down in a throne like Thanos.
He's like an altar with a staff, isn't he?
Yeah. And he says, it's too late, Thomas. Run along. Gabriel is gone. He says, look, calm down. You can fight this, Gabriel. Get the demon out of you. I'll start praying. Watch this. And he starts praying. So that makes Gabriel start fighting the possession, but he starts levitating up into the sky. He's thrown back into the wall, and he says, you're both coming to hell, priests. And then a naked, bloody girl appears, that's
the one that he slept with, who we know is not a young girl. He's not a pedo. They just refer to him as a pedo. She's all naked again. She's naked second time she's been naked now.
And she starts drowning. Yeah, because lust is his sin. She starts drowning him in the pool.
Don't be a father then. Be a porn star. Do a different job. You'd feel a lot better if you like yourself.
There you go, there's your answer. You're absolved.
Oh yeah, fucking. Why if you have this feeling, go like, no, we must stop that human feeling I have for reproduction. No, don't have it. It's bad. Okay.
Well, this vision of this girl, while she's drowning him, she just explodes in a big bloody fountain. Naked bloody fountain, that's what she is.
Yeah.
And then a lava demon climbs out of the pit and starts screaming at them. They're saying the last exorcism rites as much as they can, and they seem to destroy it. They seem to destroy the demon with the last words of the exorcism. And then we get a bit of a Riggs and Murtaugh moment now, where they sort of sit down after the mission and they look at him and he says, "You look like shit. Do you want a drink of my whiskey?" And he says, "You know what? I think I will this time." And he has a little drink and he says, "I can't believe you still got that hip flask." And he says, "The Lord works in mysterious ways." I
did like it when a woman burst like a big blood bubble. I quite that.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then cut back to the Vatican. Russell Crowe turns up. The Pope's okay. Gabriel and Thomas go in to meet him, and the Pope's like, "You had me worried there, Gabe. I thought we were going to lose you. That was a hell of a demon I sent you to fight, wasn't it?"
There's such a Hollywood ending here.
He says, "We're going to need a full report on what happened here, Riggs and Murtaugh." I mean, Gabriel and Thomas. And then I go, "A full report?" Okay, I'll see what I can do, knowing that he's going to, like, doctor what he writes. And Thomas and Gabe are taken into the secret Vatican vaults as a reward for battling this demon. And all of the sort of evidence of the Spanish Inquisition and the villa and the abbey and all the cover-up are all in there. And he says to him, "Now, I told you there were 200 priests that were killed during that nasty little demon moment." He's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well, you've killed one of them. I'm going to need you guys to team up and take out the other 199 of them. You got to go off and locate them." So their new mission now...
Will you take on this task and set up a sequel?
199 sequels, Gav.
Yeah. They both look at each other and almost give each other a high five. Let's go to work. Let's go to hell.
He says it. The young priest says, "Let's go to work. Let's go to hell." That's amazing. Like, tongue-in-cheek
I've
moment.
got that oozes of cheese.
But I love it.
Because you love cheese.
And then we end with a moment that says Father Amorth, the real Father Amorth, died in 2016.
I thought that was a terrible Hollywood ending.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I do like that. I think that they were going for a buddy cop thing throughout it, to be honest with you.
I guess, yeah, but...
Because at no point did I take this seriously, and there's things I don't like about it, like the spider walk and some of the stuff, but I go into this as an almost comedy, a slight comedy, with some horror vibes. It's definitely a horror film, but they've decided to run a buddy cop plot through the middle of it all, with a little bit of comedy.
Well, that's that then.
It's silly.
Yeah.
But for me, it's silly but fun. And I enjoy it.
It was kind of watchable. I won't ever watch it again. It's the second time I watched it now, but I didn't like it the first time. I was kind of gutted because Boz suggested this one to us, didn't he? Bless him.
He did, yeah.
He saw this before he passed. It was quite new for him that time, actually, I guess. I don't know. I would give it a thumbs down, unfortunately, but I'd give it 2 thumbs up for The Ninth Gate.
Ooh, so you're giving your other thumbs up to The Ninth Gate. Yeah, I give this one a thumbs up. Just don't expect to be a serious exorcism film.
No.
And yeah, there is some cheesiness and some scenery chewing.
Yep.
But I had fun with it, and it's my second watch, like same as you. And I would watch it again if it was on the horror channel or something one night. I flicked over and see it. Great. No. I wouldn't probably rent it again or anything like that, but
No, but thank you, Sheila. Thank you for those movies. We massively appreciate that. And unfortunately, that is the end of your episode, really. The crown is coming off.
Oh, it is.
Sorry.
Oh, hang on, let me take it off. Ooh, sorry about that. Yeah, we'll put that back in the box, ready for another patron in 3 episodes' time. Sheila, I hope you enjoyed your episode. Can't thank you enough for your support, your correspondence, making us laugh. And I really hope that wherever you are, the blind watcher is fighting crime.
Ooh.
Because every city needs a blind watcher.
Indeed.
She can't do anything.
Kicking ass. Taking names.
Taking names. Well, that's our movies. Let's go away and come back for our outro.
Let's do it. And we're back again.
We're back again to say goodbye. Thank you again to Sheila, our patron. That's fun. Look, nice to get into some demonic stuff, especially The Ninth Gate. Great movie.
Yeah.
So that was episode 182. So let's talk about what's coming up next. So as we say goodbye to the summer, our next episode will be celebrating summer blockbusters. So episode 183 will be a Roland Emmerich double bill. We'll be looking at Independence Day from 1996 and Godzilla from 1998. 2 movies that I really am stoked to talk about, actually, especially Godzilla. I haven't watched Independence Day for many years, so it'd be interesting to go back to that.
Okay. Godzilla.
Independence Day.
Independence Day.
For a few.
Yeah, I did
Godzilla I've watched recently.
Yeah, I think I'm probably seeing both fairly recently. I did actually go Independence Day. I reckon it's 2 years ago. I was like, I fancy checking this out again. I did watch it again. It's quite a fun film, I think.
It is.
I like the fact that it's the best, I think, for the whole if UFO invasion they were coming down. Do you know what I mean? Mars Attacks obviously is quite a comical thing, so this I feel like it's the best for like the whole sort of like, oh my god, like everybody get together. It's like your disaster movies, there's a disaster, but this is like that for UFOs. It's the biggest,
and that's what
and
that's what Roland Emmerich specialises in, because he did The Day After Tomorrow, he did 2012, he did all of those end of the world sort of.
It's a disaster movie, but with aliens rather than an earthquake.
Yeah. So that's episode 183. After that, we'll be heading into a more autumnal season. So we'll kick that season off with episode 184. We'll be covering Ghost Watch from 1992.
So good.
And Late Night with the Devil from 2023. Yeah. So a couple of found footage horror TV movies.
Which is really cool.
And then after that, it will be another big. And it will be Kevin S. Fife. And I already know, because a long time ago he's told me his selection. So we'll be covering 1976's Squirm.
Nice.
And a movie that I've never seen from 1981 called The Buggins.
Yes.
The Buggins.
I don't know it either.
So I'll be checking that one out for the first time. And I haven't seen Squirm for many years. So it sounds like a bit of a yucky episode.
Not sure I've seen it, so yeah.
Oh, you've not seen Squirm?
I don't know. I feel like I have, but I'm not sure.
Bit of a cult movie. It's fun.
All right.
So yeah, that's what's coming up next. Godzilla, Independence Day, Ghost Watch, Late Night with the Devil, The Buggins and Squirm. So stick with us over the next few months as we get closer and closer to Halloween. So there we go. Thank you to everybody for listening, sharing, being our friends and being our enemies, being our demons and being our angels. But not to Roland Emmerich, because he is a deviant.
Roland Emmerich?
Not Roland Emmerich, Jesus Christ. Roman Polanski, the other one.
Fucking hell. You get us taken off the airwaves.
Sorry about that. I love Godzilla. Please don't.
You haven't done anything, you're fine. Well,
Matthew Broderick did kill someone.
Unfortunately, yes, when he was younger, he did accidentally kill someone from driving on the wrong side of the road. He's about 21, 22.
No, he was older than that.
I'm pretty sure it was. I've quit it.
He was older than that.
You carry on.
He was already a film star by then.
Yeah.
He just got away with it because he's a film star.
I know.
But we are and have been the podcast on Haunted Hill. Thank you again for everybody who supports us. We are a proud member of Legion Podcast Network and also part of the Deadbolt Media umbrella. You can find out more about Legion Podcast if you go to legionpodcast.com, where you can find more about us and all of our past shows and all the other shows on the network, all the other podcasts, all horror movie related, and all of their past shows as well. You can email us directly. Our email address is thepodcastonhauntedhill@outlook.com. If you want to ask us questions or queries or anything really. We're on Facebook, it's where we're most prominent. Just search on Facebook for the podcast on Haunted Hill, and Legion Podcasts is also on Facebook. They have their own page. Come join us, chat to us, talk about what you're watching, what you're looking forward to, what you hate, what you like, all that kind of stuff. Silly memes and GIFs. You know how it works. Wherever you're listening to us now is where you can always listen to us. We're on most podcast platforms. Just search for the podcast on Haunted Hill. But we're on Spotify, YouTube, Podknife, Podbean, Apple, and all the other bits and bobs. We have an Instagram handle, which is the podcast on Haunted Hill Insta. That's all one word, which we use to promote the show. So a couple of times a month, we'll chuck out a little collage of posters and a link to the episode at that time. Deadbolt Media is the umbrella we fall under, as I mentioned. Deadbolt Films is our production company. If you head to deadboltfilms.com, you'll be able to find out a bit more about what that is. We make short films, features, comics. This podcast, another podcast which we've already mentioned, The High Strangeness, which Gav does with his lovely Sarah. What have you got coming up on your next one? Is it the Nazi one next?
Episode 100, it's our anniversary as such. So, we thought we'd do Nazis and the occult.
Yeah, nice. Because there's a lot of weird shit going on. You'll probably cross-reference to the Vatican, as we've covered in this one.
I'm not sure. I've started doing a bit of research earlier. One thing that came from it, which is quite interesting, if the Nazis, well, if Hitler and Himmler, his right-hand man, I think that's his name, would actually have focused on the war at hand and not looking at the occultism so much, they might have possibly won. but because they were going, let's use water dividers to figure out where the submarines are on a map, shit like that, you know.
Yeah.
And occasionally it works, but that's kind of got to be luck.
Because Hitler was busy trying to find out if there were UFOs and Bigfoots out there.
Yeah, stuff like that. Not so much Bigfoot.
Time travel.
Yeah, lot of stuff. He was very fascinated with Knights Templar and stuff like that, and not things like that, and just shit like that. But anyway, come listen to the episode, and you'll get to. It's going to be a long one, and you get to hear all about Adolf.
Well, that is all part of deadboltfilms.com. Go to that website, and we have a YouTube channel where you can check out all of our, well, a lot of our stuff's on there as well, including Star Wars Sanctuary Moon.
Might have another short film sort of coming out there soon, which we worked on recently with a co-production with another company, which I don't know, if it's not doing a festival run, it'll probably pop up on YouTube.
Also, if you're on our YouTube channel, please check out Amanda as well, which is found footage, really great.
Just come
horror.
Out. Yeah, a couple months ago.
Good stuff. And our Instagram handle is Deadbolt Films, or one word.
Thank you very much, yes. And Matthew Broderick was 24 when he did the accident.
Yeah, he's a pretty well-established actor. It's pretty bad that he just got away with it. But if you Google it, there are a lot of celebrities that have killed people and got away with it because they're celebrities. It's awful.
Yeah.
I believe, it might be Sarah Jessica Parker as well. Somebody else did something like that.
Well, that's his wife, though, isn't it?
Yeah, somebody like her did a hit and run. It's mainly hit and runs, and it's like, oh look, I've got money, just pay the family off.
Yeah,
I won't drive for a year. My chauffeur will take me everywhere. Then I'll get my license back a year later. Anyway, and finally, if you want to support the show, you can do so through Patreon. Obviously, Sheila's been our patron. That is one of the perks. If you go to Patreon and search for the podcast on Haunted Hill, you can, for as little as £1 or $1 a month, become a supporter of the show. You get a T-shirt sent to you anywhere in the world in one of 3 colours in your size. You also get every 3 episodes to become the patron who picks. So every 3 episodes, one of our patron supporters tells us which 2 films they want us to cover. So as I've said, in 3 episodes time, Kevin has chosen The Buggins and Squirm. And you will get exclusive access to everything on Patreon, which is our entire back catalogue, any bonus content we put up, and just everything and anything really, and just our love and gratitude for being a supporter in that manner.
Yeah, we thank you so much for your support. Appreciate it.
We do, thank you. And because of our patrons, you also get thanked at the end of every episode. So I'm now going to thank all of our patrons in my best Ralph Innocent demon voice. So thank you very much to Sheila, Dante, Don Collier, Matthew Godley, Jamie Jenkins, Kevin S. Fife, Sarah Kay, Rachel, RJ McCready, and Lex Boo. Thank you. You're all going to hell with me. There we go.
Great.
See you all in hell.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patreon supporters. We love you lots. And thank you to everybody who supports us, whether you listen, you share, you like, or even if you're just on the Facebook page. Thanks.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks to Gav.
Thanks to Dan.
Naked.
Thanks. I'm only topless. I was about to say
naked.
bottomless.
Half naked.
Topless. It's warm. It's warm. We're having one of those little heaty things again, aren't we?
Well, it's a good night from Russell Crowe riding his little Lambretta around Europe. And it's a good night from Johnny Depp getting the sex of his life in front of a burning castle from a demon woman.
His face changes, which is quite scary. And it's a good night for me because it's late and I'm tired. So everybody,
it's a good night from you.
Stay safe. Bye.
Stay safe, everybody. Watch out for Roman Polanski.
Thank you for listening to the podcast on Haunted Hill. We will be back again real soon.